Welcome to TopstepTV. Up next is that Hoag guy and that other guy. Oh yeah, Horn. Hoag and Horn.
Oh, so glad you could make it today. It is Tuesday here at Topstep TV. And yes, you're at the right place at the right time. So have a seat and get ready for a great, great day. I'm Chico and he's the man. And this is Opening Call. And we're going to get started here. Say hello to our good friend, mentor, teacher, buddy, great guy, John, a.k.a. the Hoag. Hoagland. Hey, Johnny.
Good morning, Eddie, and good morning, everybody. It's the Opening Call. Always a pleasure to be here. Remember, our focus here is always seeking accurate context, good risk management, and remaining patient. I can only see at the top of the list here, Dan Trader is the first one, and I know there's somebody else on the top of that list, but I can only see Dan Trader. We got Slippers Anastasios Techno. There's a new name, Cannabistan. Will, good morning, Will. Chris, VR Bug. Yabbersmack, Rick, John Jones, Man Cave Trades, Walter. It's good to see everybody, and welcome to all of you. We're glad you're here. Looking forward to a fun day here.
You got it. Hey, if you can, hit that like and subscribe. Let's get that number up early. If you could, please, we'd appreciate it. But let's get ready for some news here. U.S. stock futures slipping today with investors awaiting a release of more corporate earnings that Johnny's going to be talking about. We did see that the Dow contract was down 0.2%. S&P down 0.2%. And guess what? The NASDAQ also, copycat, was down 0.2%. We did see the S&P fall, and the 10-year Treasury yield declined 5 basis points to 4.36%. Movements were more pronounced in Europe, with German bond rates falling to their lowest in Oktoberfest. Euro along Poland's major stock index also fell. Well, markets were rocked by reports the Ukrainian military launched their first strike on a Russian border territory with some missiles, some Western-supplied missiles. President Vladimir Putin approved a new nuclear policy that widens parameters under which Russia can deploy nuclear weapons, even in reaction to a significant conventional strike on its territory. Well, let's hope that doesn't happen. Traditional safe haven investments such as Japanese yen, Swiss franc, and gold all gained value. Ukraine's sovereign dollar fell highest among emerging market peers. U.S. stock indices slipped back from all-time highs over last week or so, but analysts at the investment bank Goldman Sachs have forecast more strong gains in 2025, saying that the S&P dropped 1.5 over the course of last week, and Monday closing at 5,893.62. However, Goldman had to forecast the S&P index would reach 6,500 by the end of 2015 on the back of continued growth in the U.S. economy and corporate earnings. It was just offering up about 10% to the upside. And that's what I've got, Johnny, so far. What do you got?
Well, as far as economic numbers came out this morning, the housing starts and permits came out. Every one of those numbers came out a little lower than expected, indicating some slowing in the housing market and creation of those homes. The housing starts were expected to come out at 1.34 million. That came out lower at 1.311 million. Month over month, permits were also down. Permits were due to come out at 1.44 million. That came out at 1.416 million. So all of those numbers lower than expected. The market's responding to that and a whole bunch of other things. Lots to talk about on the charts today. The only other thing I see on the calendar here is we do have one of the talking Feds, Schmidt, due to speak. Earnings, Walmart, Lowe's, Medtronics, all beating on expectations for earnings per share as well as revenues. VIX this morning up about 7.75% last I checked. Still very low, however, at 16.79. The dollar index a little bit lower this morning, 106.13. That's probably partly due to those housing numbers. And we've got the yield on the 10-year lower this morning, 4.35%. And don't forget, folks, we have NVIDIA earnings tomorrow. We certainly seem to have a perfect storm brewing here in the equities. And again, we'll take a look at that shortly. Eddie, Back to you, dude. Where's your crude?
Well, it's right over there, looking at it right now. Well, actually, slipping on the banana peel. Excuse me. We saw that crude slip 0.6%. Brent also fell 0.5%. Now, oil prices surging over 3% yesterday after Equinor said it halted production in its oil field in Norway. Now, that's the biggest oil field in Western Europe. Now, the outage presents some uncertainty over oil supplies in the region and added to the concerns created by the Biden administration decision to allow Ukraine to use U.S.-made weapons to strike deep in Russia. There's been a little impact on the Russian oil exports from the war so far, and let's hope we keep it that way. That said, International Energy Agency recently, the monthly publication forecast for global oil supply was easily exceeded in demand in 2025, with the agency citing the increased production outside of OPEC and its allies. Production in the U.S. remained close to record highs, above 13 million barrels per day. CEO Chris Wright of Liberty Energy, as the next Secretary of Energy by President-elect Trump, has been seen as a strong signal of focus on ramping up domestic fossil fuel production. And that's what I've got. And I want to say hello to our good friend James, who is pushing all the buttons, pulling all the strings. James, what do we got for our tip of the week? There it is. Understanding financial analysis. Well, for commodities, production levels directly impact prices. For instance, just talking about oil. If oil production cuts occur due to the OPEC decisions, it can tighten supplies, drive up prices, and abundant production can also create downward pressure on prices. And talk about inventory level. Inventory such as U.S., the EIA, Energy Information Administration, that weekly crude oil inventory report helps gauge the balance between supply and demand. Remember, low inventory levels can signal high demand and potential price increases, while the high inventory might signal oversupplied markets. And Johnny, that's what I've got here for that. And well, before you go, we got coming up here in Fast Markets, we got Coach Dakota going to join us. But otherwise, let's get busy with charts. Johnny, what do you got for our contestants today?
All right, Eddie. Well, as always, starting with the daily in the S&Ps. Now, when you really kind of look out way into the past and into the future, imagine what you're looking at here. We're still putting in higher highs and higher lows. In the longest of time frames, the upside structure is still intact. However, there is some difficulty in continuing that upside structure, and we're going to take a look at a couple of those things right now. So the short time frame structure is, of course, to the downside. The longer time frame is to the upside. And I don't think we're really at risk of breaking the upside structure anytime in the near future here. We were looking at that 5,900, the top of the election gap. And for 2 days, it's really been kind of holding there, looking for new information. And unfortunately, with the housing numbers that came out and a little bit of saber rattling now coming out from Russia, it seems as though it has knocked these markets to continue to the downside. Yesterday we had 9,500 in open interest in the S&Ps on a slight up day. Maybe some hopeful longs coming into the market, but those hopeful longs are getting squashed as we speak. Remember, we've got the election night gap. That election night gap took us from 5,900 basically, and if we close that gap, it's going to take us down to 5813 quarter. Are there other things that we are looking forward to that could exacerbate that push to the downside? And well, maybe a little bit in the S&Ps. Maybe NVIDIA earnings tomorrow could be a catalyst of that. What about the now saber rattling from Russia? Of course, that is going to add uncertainties to the marketplace, and we all know that the markets do not like uncertainty. One other thing that I want to point out, and I've seen a few people talking about this in Squawk, and I haven't really heard a lot of people that really depend on profile information or even some technical analysts really kind of pointing this out. Take a look at what we've got here. Now, this tends to be a very strong reversal signal. We have an island top. We gapped up to this area 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days ranging, and we gapped away from it. This is a pretty powerful reversal figure in the longer reversal pattern in the longer time frame. We're still looking for this market to come down and close that election gap. I think that is a really good target, and I know a lot of longer time frame traders, a lot of longer time frame participants believe that a close of that gap would actually be positive for eventual continuation to the upside. The market can't just continue to scream to the upside constantly. It needs pullbacks, it needs rest, it needs the opportunity to even out inventory. What are we looking at on the 30-minute chart, which has changed a little bit here since the open? This purple box here represents the election night gap. We looked into it on Friday. We tested right to a naked point of control that went right through the middle of that gap. That was our first test to the downside. We recovered a little bit. We ranged a lot yesterday. We probably saw some new buyers coming into this market via open interest, again, adding an approximate 9,500 contracts on what ended up being a relatively quiet but an up day nonetheless. Overnight inventory has grown considerably short. One of the things that I want to point out is, where did this break begin? It break at the afternoon pullback of yesterday's range. The market looked, rallied, pulled back to that level. That level is 59.07 half, and then bounced, kind of held above it most of the overnight. Last night during the London session, it broke down below it, came back to it. What was support became a very tasty area of resistance if you were up to try and take advantage of that. We've had a couple of shots to the chin here. We've got the home numbers, and we've got a little bit more saber rattling from Russia. So that kind of knocked us for a loop here prior to the open. We are going to be opening with a gap. To close the session gap, price would have to return back to 58.91 quarter if we were to close that gap. So we're going to be working gap rules probably this morning, unless there's a really deep rejection of this area, which means if we can't close that gap, that session gap, relatively early, we're looking for opportunities in the direction of the gap. Again, a lot of analysts, a lot of traders, a lot of investors are probably just kind of holding back, I think, looking for opportunities to buy bargains if we can achieve getting this election gap closed. And again, that gap close takes us all the way down to 58.13 quarter in the S&Ps. The profile yesterday in the S&Ps was largely somewhat of a P-shaped profile, which would mean short covering, which is not supported by the increase of 9,500 approximate new contracts added yesterday. Watch where we open. Watch if we can't close the session gap. There's always the settlement gap, which we accept and range from yesterday. The settlement gap would be the next upward target above this afternoon pullback low. But you can see the market pulled back to that level, regular trading hour session yesterday. Once it broke below it and came back to it, what was support became resistance. Going to be an interesting trading day today. Let's take a look at the NASDAQ, which has been a lot deeper into the potential gap close. Okay, we look at this from the longer picture. Yes, we are still in an upward trend in the longer time frames. Higher highs, higher lows. Short time frame, lower highs, lower lows. So looking at the NASDAQ, what did we do as far as open interest yesterday? The opposite of the S&P. On an update, we lost open interest, which would indicate short covering. Well, short covering does take buying power away from the market. Look at what we did prior to the open. How close did we get to closing this gap? Is that close enough for a gap close in the NASDAQ? Will NVIDIA save us all? Lots of questions out there. One thing we have to remember is There's so much contrary information almost every day in these markets. We have an island top in the NASDAQ. We gapped, balanced, gapped away. We also have to remember that the all-time high occurred in the extended trading hour session in the S&P and in the NASDAQ. Lots of things to think about, lots of things to look at. Which one is going to be the right way? Well, we're going to find out over time, aren't we? We have our island top up here. We have an all-time high that occurred in extended trading hour sessions. Those tend not to be lasting highs, but something says to me it's going to be a while before we're going to be taking out that all-time high with everything that's going on. Again, new uncertainties created by Russia and their saber rattling. It's going to be an interesting trading day. Here's the 30-minute chart. So this purple box here is the election night gap. What have we been doing? Well, we almost took it out on Friday. We almost came down and took out the low of that gap, and the low of it is 20,372.75. 372.75. Where did we get down to here? 330. 382. So still some space down there. Maybe about 10 points. Looks like 382.72. We got within 10 points of a gap close. Is that enough? Is that going to satisfy? Did we run into some buyers down there looking for some bargains? Where this rejection off that level certainly looks pretty tasty. As a matter of fact, we're less likely to open with a gap below yesterday's range, and the gap, yesterday's session low was 501, 20,501. It's looking like we may not open with a gap in the NASDAQ. Did we see the buyers waiting in the wings down here looking for bargains? Starting to look and feel a little bit that way as things change before we even get to the open here. So opening without a gap in the NASDAQ. Interesting. Are we going to reaccept value and range from yesterday, or are we going to reject the gap close and head back lower? It's going to be a very interesting trading day. When we look at the overall last three sessions, 1, 2, 3, most of the activity has occurred inside of that election night gap. Do we suspect we saw some pretty decent buying coming in? Volume was pretty good prior to the open, not only on the way down, but on the way up. Did we run into some bargain hunters down there is really the question. We've got weekly kickoff low at 20,300, which there is another naked point of control right in that neighborhood. If we do break below the election night gap low, and again, that number, 20,372 in the orders. Profile yesterday, normal variation, neutral day. We did a lot of repair yesterday in the S&P and in the NASDAQ from the session on Friday. Let's take a look at crude oil, which is still deep in the throes of rollover. Still relatively range bound, although it's a kind of a large range for a rollover. We've lost about 8,800 in open interest. Volume is going to, of course, also be really just kind of blurry because we're dividing open interest. We're dividing volume between the December expiring contract and the new January contract. And yes, you should be trading the January contract. So volume and open interest going to be blurry every month. This happens in crude oil. I don't like trading markets during rollover. But I'm looking at the rollover balance extremes that are up around 69.40 for the upside, 66.75 for the downside. Trade this market cautiously. Of course, with any news that comes out, things can change very drastically. The fact that it is a rollover makes it a little bit thinner, makes it a little bit less liquid. Be cautious trading crude oil today. The profile, well, let's take a look at the 30 and see where we are at. So we're still trying to fill a previous gap we've not yet filled. That would take us up near weekly kickoff high of $70.10. But we don't really have any overnight inventory to look for opportunities early in this session. We've opened basically in range maybe a little bit, well, pretty much inside of value as well. So my suggestion is always going to be try and stay patient. There may be better trade locations as the day goes on. Yesterday, the opening range was at the low of the session. We put a P-shaped profile, which would indicate short covering, which is supported by the loss in open interest, but rollover. Very difficult to be gauging the positioning of longer time frame traders using open interest during rollover. Now, take a look at gold. I think gold has been one of the more fascinating markets these days. We talked last week about the potential excess low on the daily chart. Well, that excess low has certainly put in the lows, at least for now. We have a drop in volume and open interest. Open interest, we lost about 2,400, indicating potential short covering. One thing about gold now is it is entering into rollover. The open interest in the December and the February next future front month is just about even. Volume is still much greater in the December contract. We're not ready to change into the February contract just yet. That's going to be another week or so away. But the blur of volume and open interest now begins in gold. Take a look at the 30. So since we've put in this low, when we filled this gap, tested to this naked point of control, put in last week's low, we've been putting in overall higher highs and higher lows. Where does that break? Does it break on this trend line? Do we have any 1, 2, 3, 4 points of contact on that trend line? Yes, this trend line break might be something significant for us to be paying attention to as we come into this session here. Maybe something we're about to miss here, but that's all right. So we're kind of breaking the upside structure in short time frame here as we speak by breaking this trend line. Overnight inventory was exceedingly long. It makes sense to me that as the market hasn't really become directional off those lows, that all this overnight inventory breaking through this trend line, I think there's a pretty good chance we're gonna close the session gap today in gold, which could take us all the way down to the session gap close 26.19.5, or even perhaps settlement, which settlement is 26.14.60. As long as we hold below this trend line and we've got all of these overnight longs, any weaker hands longs holding, they're watching this too. They turn sellers. We could certainly see this market pull back to close those gaps. The profile yesterday, P-shape, it was P-shaped profile, and it was somewhat supported by a loss in open interest. Maybe some short covering coming into this. Now we've got a whole bunch of new weaker hands longs breaking this trend line, breaking VWAP. Could be an interesting opportunity. If only it gives us the opportunity to limit risk in and around that area. Folks, we had some really special things going on today. Looking forward to spending a little bit more time. But for now, let's take our deep breath. Let's stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in our trading today. And by all means, pray for peace.
Yeah, right, Johnny. Pray for peace, please. Hey, we've got fast markets coming up next. Coach Dakota, number two on the big board. Put up some big money yesterday. We got him coming up fast markets, sitting in that second spot. Let's see if he can take over that number one spot. But otherwise, lots going on here today. Don't go away. Tell your friends, tell your enemies, tell your enemies' friends, tell your family. Let's get in here. Join Topstep TV. Remember, hit that like button, subscribe button. We'd appreciate that. Johnny, I will meet you at the open bar. We got the open bar open here today. Do a shot before we get going here, and we'll be right back. Don't go away. All right, let's get our hopes and prayers in the gates. Lots of opportunity going on here today. And I'm going to pass this over to our good friend, Andre. Andre, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Eddie. Well, thank you, everybody. Welcome to TopstepTV. This is Fast Marcus. You already know we got Dakota in the house, Hoag in the house, and Coach J making a brief cameo, if you will. He's got to go to the doctor to get his finger checked out. He might have got it messed up playing basketball. But we'll check back in with him. Jay, are we good? How's the finger? Show us the bad one.
I'm good.
Show us the bad one.
It's right here.
Oh,
It's
okay.
Here. You can see it.
Okay,
It's
you
swollen.
go.
Okay.
Yeah,
No more
it
windmill
doesn't look great.
dunks. Off
No,
the free throw
man.
line, dude. Yeah.
I think I went for a steal and got my finger jammed. Doesn't feel great, so gonna go get it checked out. But happy
Love
to
the
jump in
game.
for a couple of minutes with you guys. Love being here.
Appreciate you jumping on. Ball is life, Jay. Anyways, let's get ready. We got the opening bell here in 2, 1. Let's go, Hoag. Tell us what you're seeing.
It is.
Here we go. Tell us
There
the
it
opening
is.
scene. Muted. Go ahead,
All
Hoag.
right, we've failed to open with a gap. We had that nice push to the downside. We were back inside the range from yesterday. I think yesterday's range low is going to be pretty important for us to hold today. That's right around 20,502. Watching the opening range as we speak. If we see an opportunity off that opening range, it might be worthwhile. We are below value, but we are opening with a gap. Possibly better trade locations as the day goes on. I'm just kind of looking at things in Dakota's world now. This 100 tick chart. We are putting in higher lows. We are putting in higher highs. We've come off that low pretty aggressively. I think we're holding above that 730 anchored VWAP as well on that 5-minute chart. So we're going to see what we've got going on here.
Hey, check this out.
I'll keep an eye on that opening range trade for everybody, and we'll see if there's any opportunities there. We've got a 5 3/4 point range, opening range in the S&Ps. We've got a 26 point opening range so far, and that's the 1 minute opening range in the NASDAQ. Still inside of it, still looking for information, looking for new data, and looking for new opportunities. I know, Jay, you're looking at a 3-minute opening range. As soon as that gives you some information, please let us know.
We'll do, Hoag.
Hey, crude was just 91% long here on the
Opening
tilt.
range broke to the upside in the NASDAQ.
75% long here in NASDAQ. Yep, in the tilt. Earlier today, we did have gold very close to 80% long on the tilt. So just an update here, guys.
Saw the tilt, yes. All right, Mr. Dakota. Welcome to Fast Market. I see a big grizzly bear behind you, Dakota. Tell us why.
I do. Like we were saying in the green screen, I went to bed and everything was happy and nice.
Hunky-dory.
And we were slow and drifting to the right, and it was a quiet week with no news. And we wake up with headlines and the market down a few hundred points. And here we are, volatility, right? I mean, this is one of those things where anything can happen, whether you're sleeping or awake. The market could move, a headline could come out, and we could see 100 to 200 point moves. But we're traders. We love this volatility, and we trade what's in front of us. And here we go. We had a big
So-
sell off. It looks like we broke Friday's lows down to 380s, and this is quite the bounce. This is almost a 200-point bounce, 150-point bounce.
Yeah, Dakota,
So-
that was within 10 points of the gap close from the election gap in the
Oh.
NASDAQ. 10 points from it.
Well,
Okay.
someone's watching it. That makes sense.
Oh, yeah. Some bargain
Did we
hunters
sell
down
this
there, maybe?
pullback? Maybe. Do we sell this pullback, Jay?
So we just rejected off of VWAP at 550. I actually am leaning the other way, Dakota. I'm kind of bullish
What?
today, and I'll show you why.
What
You
is
guys
going
have my
on?
charts up right now.
What is going
I'll leave you guys with this before I have to go in 15 minutes. But
Oh, no.
if we're looking at my charts, I have a daily on the Nasdaq up, and where we
coming. Sorry,
rejected
one
at
sec.
those lows. All right, no problem. But where we sold off to at those lows were pretty close to the 50-day moving average. We don't touch the 50-day moving average often on the Nasdaq. It's this purple line that I have here. We kind of sold off to it and bounced from there as a support. So I'd be leaning to the long side, somewhere near 490s, if we can get along there. 490s, maybe even down to 460s, looking to the long side.
490s.
So yeah, Dakota, if you want to sell it down to there, I do see that opportunity.
I'm actually just looking for a short to break the lows and break through those 380s, new lows.
Break lows a day.
Well, yeah,
All right.
lows a day. Lows a day. I'm looking for lows a day. I think this market
Really?
just get to sell off.
Hey, Dakota, or for those in even Hoag, can you update me? What's going on with the new Russian news? Those that may not know.
No
Okay,
idea.
so let me find it here.
Escalation, geopolitical risk.
Yeah,
from Russia?
they said something to the effect that they're going to be able to use nuclear weapons, even
boy.
if nuclear weapons aren't used on them.
Oh boy.
Even if there's some sort of other weapons, they can choose to use it.
Saber rattling.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
This all sort of comes with Biden's administration to allow Ukraine to use these U.S.-made weapons. So he's like John says, saber rattling.
All right. Last trade 20,510 or 510 now in the Nasdaq. Look at the ES 58.83 last trade in
Just
the
took out the
ES.
low of the opening range in the NASDAQ, which was 20,513. We've traded both sides of it. S&P still the dead ass low for now.
As we still Dennis low. Yep. All right. Gold last trade 26.30. Looking at good old Bitcoin. Bitcoin still likes to move. Last trade 91,860. 85% long.
Dakota, if you're
and
looking for a short, where would you take it?
I'm waiting for this market to settle down a little bit.
Yeah,
It's so
I agree with you.
volatile. I
And
mean,
it's still early.
yeah, we're right in the middle. Not exactly in the middle, but this massive sell-off that we've seen, we're kind of at the middle. We could go either way right now, but I want to see just some type of market structure since we've opened. But now, yeah, like Hoag said, we opened up, we tried to break lower, we tested 580s, we're right back up to 540s, 550s. So I think it's just, let's see what shakes out. Let's see some better market structure because there's always going to be more opportunity. We're just 6 minutes into the open.
6 minutes in the open. Indeed. Pin to the top of the chat. Oh, Jay, get it in. Jay, you got 15 minutes. Get it all in. Leave us with some parting wisdom.
we
Hit us, Jay.
we have this session VWAP right here at 557. Didn't pull back to where I was looking to get in long. Was looking for that 490s, but 500 held. Again, I'd be leaning to the long side here. But yeah, I don't see much to do right now since the New York session started. We're kind of still in the opening range, flat VWAP. I think, like Dakota said, we're going to get some good opportunities later on. I don't think this volatility just dies out for the rest of the day. So, going to be patient.
Jay, let me ask you, your anchored VWAP, did you anchor it at the 730 numbers or are you anchoring it on the 830 open?
So 8:30 open. I didn't anchor to 7:30. Hoag, I can. I'll take a look just to see what it looks like. And that's down at 486, right? Which would give us that 490 entry, right? A pullback to there would give us that 490 entry. I do sometimes anchor to the news events at 7:30, but it depends on what the event is. If it's red folder and it's something big, then I'll anchor. But if it's something smaller, I usually ignore it.
Yeah, if there's no big move on it on that one bar, then you just skip it. Understood. Thank you.
No problem.
Somebody's here.
Who's here?
What's up, guys? It's
What's up,
JD,
guys?
the
I
house
know that
guy.
voice. I know
Hey,
that
JD.
voice.
I'm playing house today. Let's do it. All right.
Right, playing house account manager. Hook's do some executing. Then when Jay jumps out of here, we'll have moving chairs, shuffling around the chairs here on Topstep TV. All right, let's get right into it. 20,547 last trade in the NASDAQ. Dakota looking for a short. We're coming up against VWAP.
No opening range trades. That's correct. Nobody has put a trade on yet.
No,
Still
No,
trying
not
on my
yet.
end.
Nope. Let's take a look. I'm looking at these other markets as well. Of course,
Crude
crude
oil
oil's going
still
up,
86% long here, Dakota.
which
71%.
it makes sense, right? There's geopolitical risk. I mean, the
Yep.
position typically is long crude, long gold.
We do have the opening range in crude oil at the dead ass low of the session so far. That's 68.93. My eyes are right. Yeah, 68.93 is opening range low.
Okay. Hey, really quick pin to the top of the chat. Got Topstep daily levels up. I always have them up. Make some real estate on your screen. Or heck, even overlaid on top of your charts on Topstep X. I certainly do. Get the best levels from Hoag, the Coach J's of the world. Make sure you have those up as we'll be referencing throughout the day. And Topstep daily levels pinned to the top of the chat. Like Eddie said, 86% long on the tilt in crude oil. Front month is now
91 just a
January
little bit ago.
January 2025. New front month in crude. My goodness.
NVIDIA. Samuel talking. It's jumping. Thank you, Samuel.
Oh,
NVIDIA's
yeah.
earning is tomorrow, right?
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Super
After the
Bowl.
close.
The Super Bowl
Like, that
earnings.
was the focus until this Russia came out with these headlines. So now the focus is shift for the moment.
Yeah. NVIDIA and Google, only two Mag 7 stocks in the green right now. Google's up 0.15%. NVIDIA's up just about 2%. Everything else is in the red.
Man.
Hey, looking at yes now 58.89 last trade. Uh-oh.
And this is coming over the wire here. Ukraine official source: Ukraine struck Russian arsenal region with the Western missiles, the ATACMS missile. It's just coming over the wire here right now. Also, Zelensky saying that I urge allies to allow strikes with long-range weapons. Back to you, Andre.
Okay. We'll have an eye on that. Those headlines throughout the day as tensions do seem to be escalating.
Pray for peace,
Yeah.
everyone.
Pray for peace indeed. 78% long in the NASDAQ, 78% long in the NASDAQ. Average price 20,550. 20,550.
What do you guys think of all this? Does it make you more nervous to be long with this kind of uncertainty coming into the market? Does that make it the right thing to do?
Yeah, that's
To me,
that's
not more nervous because I think we set
Mhm.
stops, right? You set a stop either way. There might be if a headline comes out and you're in a trade, there might be some slippage on that stop, but you have a general idea of where you want to get out either way. We really can't control when those headlines come in. I think we just embrace it as volatility and
Yeah.
try to trade safe. Maybe trade a little bit smaller if you can, but
So
Dakota
Jay
with this news
says,
coming out.
cover
What's
your
that?
ass.
Yeah,
TYA.
exactly.
Dakota, you still looking for
TYA.
shorts even after this news coming out?
Yeah, yep.
Yep.
Because today the sentiment's changed. I look things off of a higher time frame, and
Mhm.
we broke through a lot of market structure we've built on the end of Friday, beginning of Monday, right? Sunday night through up until the news hit. And so we broke a lot of market structure, and you can see where we were making some higher lows or some nice support, and we broke through that. So now I just have to wait, see how this market reacts, see if we can start to build some more market structure to give us opportunities to get in long, or if we just see more of a choppy market. I think we see this a lot, right? Just some random headline news comes out, brings volatility, increases the VIX, brings some more uncertainty when everyone was expecting one thing, then they start to react. Maybe they start to overreact. And honestly, 9 times out of 10, it provides an opportunity for buyers. And so, I mean, this one was short-lived so far. Usually it's a lot worse, a lot deeper, and a lot better of a pullback for buyers. But here we are, 200 points off the low, and we just keep going
Still
up.
ripping higher, yeah.
Here we are.
About to hit,
I'm looking at
yesterday's. Go ahead, Jay. I know we only got you for a couple more minutes, so tell us everything.
Yeah, I'm with this long trade. If we can find an opportunity to get in, I'm looking at a target of settlement first, 633, and then above that, 680. So if there's an opportunity to get in long, that's where I would be looking towards. Ideally, we would have got that entry we were looking for lower, but I think there's still some room to the upside potentially in this.
Got it. 633 to 680, looking for longs down there. I'm sorry.
Up to
looking
there.
for
Those would be the targets.
Up to there, targets.
Yep.
We do have a afternoon pullback high in the NASDAQ, which is 589.5. That same afternoon pullback in the S&P is really kind of capped off activity once it broke down below it in the overnight session. We're a ways from there. NASDAQ really came pretty close to closing that election gap within 10 points of it. To me, that's a gap close.
I would say so, Hoag.
Yeah, I would say so. I wouldn't disagree with that.
All right, real quick, upper left-hand corner of the screen, see the hashtag Fast Markets. Also use the hashtag Power Hour. If you don't know by now, hit us up at TopstepTV on X. Also, while you're at it, give us a like, give us a follow, give us a subscribe, all that good stuff. You got hashtag Power Hour at TopstepTV. Says your memes, your cool swag, performance dashboard, analytics, any wins, anything you got you'd like for us to turn around to you later today in Power Hour. Again, hashtag Power Hour at TopstepTV.
Man,
Look at that crude oil tilt.
Market.
Crude oil tilt, 91% long.
There's leaning bit. Leaning much there? All right. Average price $69.31. Last trade, $69.57.
You want to sell this, Coach J?
Looking for shorts on the NASDAQ.
Yeah, I'm looking at the NASDAQ. And
all right, we got yesterday's value area low at 595.
I can see where risk can be.
Where's our risk at?
Yeah.
Where do you see it, Hoag? Where's it at?
Well, I like above that afternoon pullback low we just talked about, above 589.
That's pretty cheap trade.
Is that where you set your risk, Dakota?
Points?
Yeah, I'm looking at like 630 to be a wider stop, but yeah, I also see like 589, 590.
Yesterday's value.
Yeah,
All right, I'm short 5 at 565.
5 at
Short
565.
at 565.
Dakota short 5 NQ at 20,565. What's your risk? Are you taking the 630s or the 89s?
591.
591 stop.
565.
Yep, 565. I'm short 5.
36 points of heat. Coming right back to VWAP. Jay, you still have that VWAP right around 58, 57, 58?
Yep, 58. Just bounced off of it.
Yep.
All right. House Scout take the trade?
Oh, house count is flat. Is that correct?
Yeah, I believe it is.
Okay.
I want
I'm
to
gonna
see
put
this
the trade
one go.
on. We're coming right back to it. If we get back there, we're above your entry right now. Not anymore.
565.
Yeah, I want to see this market go and go now. The more
We
times,
just had a big seller
the
just come in
longer
here,
it takes,
Dakota.
the
This
less
is
I like it.
Looking good now.
yep.
Looking
So
real good.
far, so good.
Wow.
We'll see if we could get back down to 520s. I might close a few
520s.
contracts on the way there if we do.
Dakota long, or I'm sorry, Dakota short 20,565. The NASDAQ last trade 20,005 for 550.
We got a 3-bar reversal on the 5-minute, so that's a positive thing for the shorts.
Hey, Dakota, what's your target, buddy?
20s.
So I'm looking for us to return to the 520 to 500 zone, right where we opened at.
Very cool. Thank you.
Last trade 20,005 for 9. ES seeing some sellers as well. Just took a peek above VWAP in the ES. 58.84 now 83's trade. Huge tilt. What do we see, JD? 91% long in crude.
Fair enough, just a little bit. Back down to 89%. Got as high as 91 just a minute ago.
Wow, that's a big one.
Yeah, I haven't seen it that high. 93 a little earlier. I haven't seen it that high in a while.
It should be interesting to see how it plays out for them.
Dakota,
where
still
is
liking
your
the
risk
short.
right now?
House account can get in. Risk is at
591.
591.
591 is my
Hoag.
591's risk.
Correct.
591.
You like it, Joe? You like it? You like this for the house count?
I'm ready to go.
Yeah, it's still a valid trade.
Good.
It's a valid trade
Good.
until we break above 591.
I'm working 69 quarters. Offer for 3. 3 at 69
Booster.
quarter.
Retro, go, vital. We go fly. Guidance. Guidance, go.
Man, all systems go, Eddie. We're
With the trade on.
three.
House account's still flat. I
House
hit
account's
the
still flat.
join. I hit the join ask button. And it put me on the
Right.
offer.
I'm gonna hit you with the
Bitcoin's
Coach Paul.
ripping.
Does your market button not work? Coach Paul reminds me of that all the time when I try to
I
jump
hate
in.
the
But I get it,
NASDAQ.
JD. I never hit the
I
market
despise the
button.
NASDAQ market button.
Same.
Let's see if we could.
I can hear Coach
these
Paul's
boys.
voice saying it right now, Jay. Let's see if we can push here. 20,005 down in the 30s.
Okay,
Get
I
pushed
closed
down to
one
those 20s.
contract right there at
All right.
540. Let's see if we could get follow through back down to these 20s. I close another one right there at 34.
There it goes.
All right, 520s. Let's get this continuation down through past the open.
Nice
One
movement,
more right
nice
there
movement.
at 21.
Nice trade.
I'm canceling all offers. House account's working nothing.
You're out of another one now.
Yeah, I have one contract left. I'm going to go ahead and move the stop to 74 and let this one run. Then we lock up and call it a day.
There you go.
Not yet.
Dakota leaving a runner.
Very nice trade.
Yeah, I have one runner at 574.
Snuffle's asking, what's join ask? Well, join ask in trading refers to a situation where a trader places a buy order at the current asking price. Join ask. I will join that.
Join ask. I've been closing these out at join bid.
All right, guys. I'm gonna go head out.
Nice exit.
Hopefully this thing is
Hey.
not broken.
Get that finger
Good
right.
luck, Jay.
Get that thing
I
right,
can
Jay.
still click the mouse, which is
I was
all that
just gonna
matters.
say.
So even if it's broken, I'll be all right. All right. Trade well, guys.
You're
Buddy,
trading
Have a good one.
left-handed
Dakota,
All
nice
right,
trade.
Jay.
Later,
Yeah.
Jay.
Take care, man.
See you,
Have a good
buddy.
one, guys. Bye.
Enjoy.
Matt. Joining us with a broken finger, folks. The commitment to Top Step TV. I'm kidding. It's probably not broken, but hey. Oh, that commitment. Wow, right back to the
Yard.
50s. What a snapback. Like a rubber band.
Yeah, my stop is still at 574. Looking for this thing to. There's no follow through. We immediately bought up right there.
I
That was
think
40
so.
points.
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely a nice two-way trade so
Uh,
far today.
All right, real quick, throw it to my main man, Eddie. Eddie, I know kind of text we chat here in
You know me.
in Slack. Yep. Anything on the economic calendar? I'm not seeing a whole heck of a lot. What do you got over
No,
here?
you know what? We had all the meat on the bone earlier today, so I hope you got your fill. We've got at 10:30. We've got Atlanta Fed GDP. 12 o'clock, a little after 12 o'clock, we got Fed Schmidt speakings, and later on API weekly crude stocks. That's all we've got here on our eco calendar. But I am watching the news, and you never know when a Fed might sort of say, "Hey, I need some cash. It's time to talk."
Cash. I need some cash. Thank you, Eddie.
We are creeping right back up to your stop level, Dakota.
Yeah, I'm flat. I'm flat now.
You're flat. Okay, Dakota is flat. Stop it.
Man.
Yep.
Vicious.
$2,500.
2,500.
How much was that trade, Dakota?
Yeah, 2,500.
2,500.
Very nice trade. Loved it.
Nice start.
Yep.
Good start today, for sure.
Oh, boy.
Hey, this is just coming over the wire here. Russian foreign minister. We will respond to the targeting with American missiles in an appropriate manner. And Zelensky also saying, when asked about the attack, he says, we now have the ATAs, Ukraine long-range missile capabilities, and we will use them. So, gosh darn it. Don't want to hear this, but let's hope that this can be stopped soon. Not good.
Did see that.
Thank you, Andre.
Oh, no. Did see this, Dan. Yes, Danielle says, hey, everybody, did you see? 130,000 subscribers now on Topstep TV. Yes, 130,000 subscribers. We also have 5,600 people watching right now. Give us a click. Give us a like. I know I don't have the power of Mohammed. Turn 500 likes into 1,500
yes,
likes.
you do, Andre.
All right,
yes,
click like. I will not release my
your
video.
friends, people. Yeah, call your friends, people. We got 6 weeks to get 20,000 more. 6 weeks to get 20,000 more.
130,000. That's pretty good. Let's pass the bottle, everybody.
I love scotch.
Let's pass that bottle around. Everybody take
Scotch, scotch, scotch. Here it goes down.
Making me thirsty, Eddie. Dakota. Dakota, how are we feeling about these shorts still? You still like them?
Yeah, I still like him. It sure enough, went up, ran my stop to that was at 572, 573, and we're right back down to that. I still like shirts. It's still a valid trade. I think I might have just trailed my stop a little bit too tight, but I mean, that was a 60-point bounce, and
vicious.
If I'm saying a 60-point bounce is too tight, it just shows you how volatile this market is.
Yep.
Opportunity.
Hoag, how you feeling about the range trade today, Hoag? We have been just kind of sideways since the regular trading hours open.
Well,
right in the middle of
there's
range.
New uncertainties, right, with this whole Russian thing going on. But I think the real focus is on NASDAQ tomorrow and people just positioning. I mean, on NVIDIA tomorrow, the earnings release tomorrow afternoon. A lot of folks probably just kind of posturing and positioning for whatever happens. We did get a good look down below at that gap close. Here it is. Here's a 30-minute chart. Where did it go? Where did it go?
Yeah, right back.
Oh, I know what happened. Hang on. I can show you on this one. Here's the 30.
20,540.
There is that gap close. We talked about this on the opening call. We close this gap. Are there going to be a lot of buyers down there just kind of waiting in the wings to get a bargain here? And boy, it sure looks like it so far.
Yeah, there's a lot of.
Here's a question, Hoag. Just because we're calling it a gap close, do you think other people are looking at it as a gap
Great
close?
question.
Also? I know 10 points in the NASDAQ isn't a whole lot. Do you think a lot of people are still targeting that area to back and fill?
Yo,
I think 100%. 10 points in the NASDAQ is a hiccup.
Yep.
Everything is a zone in trading. There's nothing that's finite. Nothing has to happen exactly, or even, going through it and then coming back through, I think would be a gap close as well. So within 10 points to me, if it were horseshoes or hand grenades, I'd say that's close enough.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But Jay, was that your
Yeah.
question? Do people consider that a gap close, or are people also targeting that price to as the gap closes? Is that your question?
That was, yeah. Basically, to the purist technicians, the technical purists out there studying their charts all day and night, do they consider that a gap close, and will they still be targeting that level to back and fill? That's kind
yeah.
of my question. Yeah.
Dakota, you're
say
a
yeah.
pure technician.
Yeah, to me it doesn't matter. I'm in the camp that I'm for the camp that gaps don't always get filled unless it's to the
school, new
downside,
school.
right? Because we continue
Old
to hit
school versus
all-time
new school.
highs, so therefore all gaps down have been filled. However, there's plenty of examples throughout my trading that I've ever traded that we gap up and we've never filled it, and then maybe like years down the road we get like a 2020 COVID, and then it fills a lot of gaps. But
Yeah, right.
no one's thinking about that gap being filled during a huge sell-off during COVID event or
No.
during like the beginning of August and what happened there. So to me, it's not a big deal. I think if there's a big enough gap, sure, we're gonna fill some of it. If we don't fill all of it, then it doesn't matter to me.
Close enough.
Close enough. Gotcha.
Well, old school versus new school.
Makes perfect
I
sense.
liked it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Chat's
Right,
kind of
let's
up in
do-
the air about it. That would have made a good poll. Did that downside gap get filled in the NASDAQ?
Yeah,
We can
Gold
still
seeing
ask.
some
have traders on
sellers
both
here.
sides.
Last trade 26.26. So keep an eye on that oil tilt. We did see it up to 91%. It has paired off a little bit to 82% now. And crude still about 15 cents off the highs. Last trade $69.53.
Right back to your original entry again, Dakota.
Yeah, I'm neutral now in this market.
You're
I'm now
choppy.
neutral. Yeah, it's choppy. So waiting for market structure, waiting for another setup. That was the setup. Unfortunately, it didn't give me an opportunity to trail it. The only pivot point on the 100 tick chart was basically where I had my stop above, and you can see it. We went up, ran it, and there on the way down, there wasn't really much of an opportunity to trail it. Maybe right there at 528, but man, this thing just V-shaped recovery. Even though that this
Yep.
is still a valid trade, so if I didn't get stop loss tagged, then yeah, it's a valid trade where my entry is basically that 3-bar reversal. I ended up getting a bit of a better entry because I got in early, and my stop loss is technically still 591, just above that 3-bar reversal. And then I'm still looking for well, I got my target right, 520s, and then having a runner. And I mean, I'm still looking for low of days today. I still think
Yep.
we could sell off.
So Jay's levels before he left, he mentioned 490 to 460 as a zone for possibly getting long. Off the
Yeah, I
table,
can
do you
see it.
think?
Yeah, that's where we had support. Basically, Sunday open. We had that pre-market session yesterday. We had that as pre-market session this morning during London, and we kind of hesitated around that zone, basically 10 minutes before the open. So I could see it holding up, but again, everyone was waiting on Nvidia earnings, and everyone's probably still waiting on Nvidia earnings. And whenever there's headline risk like this, it's probably just more uncertainty where I don't feel as confident that we're going to be drifting up and to the right. I could be wrong, but I'm not as much of a bull as I was yesterday because we don't have as good of a market structure.
I wanted to ask you about that, Dakota. You feel uneasy when you come in with the bear behind you, and then Jay is bullish. You guys doing a roll swap. I didn't know what to make of it. Typically, Jay's the bear and you're the bull.
Yeah, well, when you trade different strategies, that happens.
Right. Yes.
So Hoag, now that we know where our risk is on the upside, how do you feel like possibly putting on a range trade, playing the upper end of the extreme, getting short at the upper end of this extreme,
like 580s?
Yeah, pretty much.
We are putting in lower
stop either
highs and higher lows.
Thank you, Dolby.
Here on this 100 tick chart.
Poll came and went. Quick flash poll. 500 votes in less than a minute. Bullish or bearish today on the indices? 38% bearish, 32% bullish, 29%
I like
heading to my bunker.
the bunker.
Heading to my bunker.
Yeah.
I like the participation. Way to go, community. Yeah. Keep
Morning
it up.
traders. Shout out, man, and I. Seeing some sellers now, 20,525 last trade in the NASDAQ. We did kiss VWAP at 20,556. We're about 25 points off that.
We have the mint Dorito here. We're right at the bottom line here.
Ooh,
The mint Dorito.
Mint Dorito.
Yeah.
We put it in lower highs, higher lows. This is our first lower low here, though.
Oh, do you like playing the breakout here? Breakout to the downside. Is that the trade?
I do like doing that because it just lets you limit risk, but I'm not ready to do it now.
No?
We're
Okay.
low value. We've rejected below the initial balance low. I mean, below the opening range low. Opening range low with 513. But it does allow us to limit risk. That's the only thing I do like about it. We could really take risk down to 520.
Damn, 530's in play again.
I mean, for a
Double
long,
infinity.
not necessarily for a breakout. I think we just failed that.
Okay. Sticking with the range for now. Or inside the mint Dorito.
Doesn't matter what I think.
It does
Come
matter
on,
what you
man.
think, Hoag. It matters.
Mint
I mean,
Dorito.
Mint
It's
Dorito.
clean price action, right? Where it's not
Yeah.
extremely choppy, but it's clean price action, making these pivots and making that, like you said, that Dorito pattern, that consolidation pattern. There's not a lot of crazy back and forth yet, which is nice to see. But that just shows you the volatility in this market. Is these are
Mhm.
20-point moves, 20+ point moves.
Who do you guys see as the leader here today? I mean, taking a look at Russell, Dow, ES, NASDAQ, sort of all running the same racetrack here.
I like the NASDAQ because it basically closed that gap, and we've been coming off that level ever since. Overall,
Cool. I see that. Yeah. Thank you.
Let's see if we could break to the upside here in the NASDAQ above these 50s. Yeah, we're doing that. Let's see.
Trying
Let's
to.
see if this was the pullback to buy.
Those pullback last trade, 20,560. Overnight high in the NASDAQ, 20,688 or so. Call it 700. 700s. Right now, it's like a VWAP, 20,560.
For the long side, this could have been that pullback to the long side. I'm still just,
or will this be the pullback to the short side?
it could be. Yeah, that's the kind of market we're seeing right now.
Right?
Yeah. Yep.
Look at that tilt. Oh, Bitcoin. Good too. I'm doing Bitcoin quotes now. Bitcoin 92,600 last trade. Overnight highs 93,500. Uh-oh. JD gone.
Good morning.
Who's
Jared's
the new
in.
guy?
Jared, they let you back.
All right.
Jared's back, muted. Let's get you back in. We'll figure this out. We'll just rearrange some of the for Jared J back. Jared J gone.
Like say hi to Real Deal in our community. Going to be with us here later on today. Yeah, it's Real Deal Zach.
Trade in gold 26 at 28. Still have a heavier tilt on the crude. Still 82% long. You can see it up to 91%, and we are right on the highs.
I just saw
The
somebody
NASDAQ's
on my
looking
Ring
bullish.
doorbell.
NASDAQ's starting to look bullish, where we are making higher lows now, and we're pushing these highs. So now I'm kind of getting to the bull side a little bit for a moment to see if we can break through and make session highs, or at least the New York session highs. Maybe we can make a
Right.
run. Can we make a run up to these 680s to where we were? I don't know, but we failed to break down. I was really looking for us to break down. We failed to do that so far, and as you can see, we're making these higher lows, and we're making equal or pretty close to equal highs. If we can come back up and test these 560s again, breakout trade can gain some momentum to the long side, where maybe there's something to that, where we've had this nice rally off those lows, and now we've pulled back. So now the question is, are we going to have that continuation now? I mean, maybe. So I think I'm just going to be neutral until we break either direction, because now I could see us going either direction. Just the way that we were reacting at these lows, it's not looking as weak as what we were. Yeah, this is a interesting market for sure.
Could we go both directions?
Yeah, we could go both ways.
Here's the test.
Two-way trade. 50-50 on the tilt in the ES. Look at the NASDAQ. 50-50 as well. Gold, nothing really popping. Just got crude. This heavy tilt. We got one eye on heavy tilt and crude all morning. 82% long now.
Dakota, I can feel your mouse finger twitching here.
I thought you were going to say you could feel his hand on your leg.
That would be a trick. That would be a trick.
That would be a long, yes, it would.
Long distance, all the way from a few thousand miles away. I'm not too excited to get into a trade, Hoag, to be honest. This would be an entry area. This is a decision point, I think, for the market, where if you're gonna try and get a cheap short, shout out to Dobie, where he would short the top of the range, looking for continuation back to the bottom or to the downside. For the longs that are looking for a breakout to the long side, they're fighting right here, where a breakout trade is, this is where it can happen, and this is where it typically does happen, is in this zone. Every time we came up here, we've been rejecting. However, now we're spending a lot more time. And so there's a lot more buyers willing to step in here and try and push this thing up. So a breakout trade is looking pretty nice to the long side, but I'm still hesitant, and it's solely because of the price action we've seen pre-market. And yeah, I might be kicking myself because I don't take this long trade, and that's okay.
No reason to kick yourself.
It's just one of those.
Another bus will be on the way.
Oh, we'll kick you. That's okay. You don't have to kick yourself.
You guys could
stop it.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about these longs right now.
This is crazy up here, isn't it?
It is. It's interesting. I'm just watching. Wait.
Music Man said NQ has a naked point of control at 20,491 if we extend it to the downside. Thank you, Music Man.
Last trade 20,568 in the NASDAQ for those listening on the radio. High of the day, overnight 20,000, called 700. Keeping one eye on.
It feels like something is going on. The NASDAQ is just whipping 10 points, 20 points on nothing here. Am I crazy, or does it feel like that to you? Because I've been crazy.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah. I don't know what to feel about this market. This market hasn't done anything since that little sell-off. It's all inside. And part of that is that major candle that I traded, where we sold off all the way down to 510. So far, everything to the right of that has been inside of it. So maybe that is something to understand and take that into consideration, where we're just kind of consolidating, not really picking a direction. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's just sitting on my hands again and see if we could find another decent opportunity.
Even in the 5-minute, like all the view apps are flat, moving averages are flat.
Yeah.
Well, Anne Marie's
it's literally a
reminding us
barcode. It really is, right? Red, green, red, green, red.
Yeah.
Anne Marie's reminding us of what Peter Tuchman talked about. Getting to the 20th of the month here, plus volume should be light, which tends to be a bullish motion. Thank you, Anne Marie. Remember that.
Beautiful barcode. And we wait. Patience. We could look at these other markets. Are they doing anything, like you said? A whole lot of nothing.
Bitcoin's always moving. Bitcoin's always down for a good time. Crude kind of drifting higher. We got 82% of people along there.
What is Bitcoin, Andre?
What's that, Eddie?
What do you got on Bitcoin right now?
Oh, glad you asked. I thought you'd never ask, Eddie. 92,725 last trade in the Bitcoin high today. 93,500. It's actually barcoding too.
It's crazy, man.
Someone wake up. Someone do something.
We just made a higher low in NASDAQ. So yeah, buyers keep stepping in and preventing this market from going lower. So you could see on the 100 ticker, a smaller time frame, we tried to go back down. Last time we was down to 539. This time the market only pushed it down to 545. But yet we push it right back up to these 567s. And so, this is just, like I continue to say, like breadcrumbs on a much smaller chart, like a 100 tick chart, where buyers are trying to step in and push this. And if we do break, we could see a nice move where we've already seen quite a lot of volatility this morning. So a 100-point move is not surprising in this kind of a market. And here we go. We're testing these 70s, 570s.
Somebody's pushing higher here. We can really get into the
589.5.
Yeah, 89s, Hoag. We get in the 89s and we can see the 600s, but right now we were stuck in the 70s. 20,576 last trade.
Big starting rejection. To get the idea you want to buy breaks here, buy pullbacks?
No. Nope. If anything, buy pullbacks where we're kind of ranging and you just want to follow what the market's doing. Is you want to buy the dip, sell the rip, buy low, sell high. Breakouts are not the plan. Maybe reversals, right? Where if we go down and then we hesitate, we could buy a reversal on the low end or sell a reversal on the high end. But so far, that's what the market's telling us is range bound. Range bound up in this zone. So
who's here?
I'm taking off the
I'll get it.
burrito.
Hey, Eddie, would you mind getting that? Thank you. Oh, they let you back. Jared J, JJ, you're back. How do you feel?
Good morning.
Back-to-back appearances, making a cool low-key $2,500 yesterday on Fast Markets. This live funded.
Nice.
On the big board.
Yeah.
What's your ranking today, Jared? I know you. What's your ranking today?
No clue.
Yeah, you do. You were in the top 100. You were around 100 something yesterday.
That I can find that out real quick.
Yeah, we can, Jared. Playing coy.
Looking for a short
sitting
again.
In number
Looking for a short. Looking for a short on a bounce on the NASDAQ. Short the bounce on the NASDAQ. If we could get some type of a bounce, I think this is now valid for a short. We failed to break up. To me, that's a nice liquidity run, a run of stops, and I am now thinking that if we can find some follow through, we could go back down towards 500. So looking for a short. This is a pattern now that I'm seeing this where it's a lower high, ran some liquidity, and so this now has a very realistic chance of pushing to lows and pushing below. Testing that 500, maybe that 590 level that Coach Jay was talking about before he left. So I'm for shorts right now.
16.
Looking for shorts. Jared, in case you didn't know, you are 102nd on the big board.
Oh,
so I see what you're looking at.
Oh man, I can tell you're gonna lose sleep.
Yeah, I might just jump into a short right here, Hoag. Might jump into a short. I'm watching this. If we get some type of reversal, I'm gonna sell 5. There you go. Sell short 555.
Oops.
We're with you.
I'm on it. Did you get in, Hoag?
Yeah.
JD in the background. You got it? Okay.
Dakota.
Yep.
And what's our risk here?
Put on, Johnny?
86 is my risk. 586.
86.
What was your fill price again, Dakota? And Hoag, what was your fill price?
555.
555.
Quick with it.
555.75.
Nice.
Oh, wow. There's fills all around.
555 and 556. All right. Dakota short
market
5
change,
and
I'll shout it out and I'll
20,565.
shout flat. We'll see how we react here because this is a decision now for the market to see what we're going to do.
I like it. Welcome aboard, Jared. Things are moving fast around here.
No
Here we go.
joke.
Here we go.
Let's party.
What do you think of these shorts, Jared? Are you into this trade?
Yeah.
No, I'm not. So I have a
Ooh.
long sitting at 523.50.
Oh, no.
You're currently long,
order.
or you're
I'm
working a bid?
Working a bid.
Okay,
Yep, at
gotcha.
523.50. Yep. So I'm taking this a little slow. After I was on yesterday, I jumped in the car, drove 14 hours to Wyoming, and that's where
What?
I'm at right now. So yeah. So I
Wait, what?
literally
Goodness.
I arrived in
Wh-
Wyoming this morning, got a call from Tim, and was like, "Yep, I can jump on."
My man. Dude, what
We're
a
in Wyoming.
warrior. All right.
Get that man a coffee, a big one.
Oh, I've had my caffeine. I'm good.
Oh, baby. Buckle up, folks.
It's on. Here we go.
Here we go.
Fast market's moving fast.
Yes, they are.
So I wonder if it's building a flag of some sort, or is that just a downward channel that's just going to fall out like your Dakota's thinking? So
You're
what
looking
I
at a 1 minute
did,
chart there, Jared?
well, so yeah, so that's a 1 minute there. But if I go to a 15, which is kind of my preferred, then what I see here is where we had a wick coming up from the bottom, and that's now acting as support. And then we got a red candle coming down here at this 510 level. So in this little area right there, I'm wondering if I can get in long at the 523.50 if it were to come back down and test that. To me, this is
That's
one of
good.
those where it's like super patient because it looks like it's going to run past me, but I can't chase it. I can't get in. So now I got a hands on butt.
Yep.
Not liking this. We failed to
We're
have
not.
any follow through to the downside. So
Yep.
fingers on the
What do we
trigger.
do, get
Stop's
out?
still valid.
You
Stop's
think
still
we're dead
valid.
on in the middle there? Kind of put that on
Stop's
right
still
mid
valid,
range.
okay.
Yeah. Everything's
So
still valid.
I don't know that you're invalid, Dakota. I feel like you're getting a small short right here in this block of between 586 and 561. I feel like you're catching this short block right there. This is on 3 minute chart right now that I have up. So you have a 3 minute candle there, impulse down. So you might be catching this short right up at the top. You're going to take a little bit of heat and then maybe it'll come down to take out some of the longs down below at
Makes
the 510
sense.
level.
We could have easily got a better price up here in these 68s, right? Sell the
Mhm.
upper end of
Yeah.
the range, but we're in right
Mhm.
at the middle of this consolidation. A little bit on the higher
feel
side,
about-
which is good.
How do you feel about
yeah.
adding to this? If it's still valid, how do you feel about adding to this trade right now?
For me, I'm in on 5 minis for the house account.
We're
I
3.
don't know what the position size is, but Alid account adding is very valid up here in these 60s. Yes.
Okay.
House account short
Risk doesn't
3.
change though.
Go to short
Risk
5.
is still 586, if that's correct. Hoag,
588 for me.
588. 588 is the risk. Hoag, how do you feel about it? Add on a few more if we get a little pop here.
Do we want to? Dakota, did you?
If I wasn't
Dakota's
in
at-
5, I would add here in these 60s.
Yeah, Dakota's at max position right now, but because the trade is still valid, that's what we're talking about. Is it?
Okay.
Getting a little bit
It's
better
a good
trade
strategy to
location
add here. Yeah, looking for better trade
JD,
location.
your call.
Let's throw 2 more on. Work an offer at, let's call it, we're almost back to our entry price already.
Yeah.
Work an offer at the bid.
Work an offer at the bid.
Look at him laughing back there. Look at him laughing back there. You guys couldn't see his face when he said that, but Jack was very amused by that.
Yeah, I don't
Work
think
a
he
couple
gave
of
us enough.
75. Hoag. Work 2 more at 75.
Sorry, what's that price?
And then
Jack.
What's that price?
2 more at 75, and then we have a 90 stop.
575.
Yep.
Man, buyers just keep
Yeah,
stepping
working
in.
there.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see us break. If when we do break this range, it's going regardless of whether
Mhm.
it's to the long side or up or down. We've been consolidating here for a good 30 minutes. I mean, since we opened,
Yep.
right? We got the
Since the beginning.
two
Yep.
moves and
Clock is ticking. Like he always says, can't stay in this range forever, but right now we are seeing the range.
A
So,
little
Jeff, if you
earlier,
want to jump in.
Yeah,
downside
while we're
for
waiting
me
to
is
see if we
my
get
direction.
Yeah.
filled here, I just want to run through the top 5 live P&Ls from yesterday.
Sweet.
Here they are.
All right.
Jeeb with $11,200. He was holding NQs for 2 hours a clip. Scaled in, scaled out. Hell of a trading day. Not far behind is Andy A, Gabriel G, Diana, and of course, no top 5
Wow.
complete without Balkaron. Balkaron is one of our top 5 all-time traders here at TopStep, along with Dakota, who's on screen as well. No Dakota erasure there. So great day in the live accounts. Hopefully another one today, guys. I'll be back in a little bit with some other stats and some news.
Thanks, Jeff.
Good usage in that one.
We see
Just
Balkaron's
stolen.
name. I feel like we
Yeah.
see Balkaron's name at least twice a week now.
Oh, yep. What a boss.
Balkaron.
Cool name,
What a
too.
great name.
Well,
too.
yeah. Earlier, Dolby Time put out that poll,
What was
bullish
it?
or bearish, and pretty much
Bunker.
50-50, 38% bear, 32% bullish.
29% said hide in my bunker.
Yeah,
Hide in the
29.
bunker.
Boss Hog on candy, 8 Mile style. Yeah. What that one means. 58.91 last trade in the ES. House account short from 20,000, called 556. Dakota short
Working a
from
pair more.
20,000, 555. Go ahead, G.
Working a pair more
Yeah,
at
buyers keep
75.
holding it up. Yeah, buyers keep holding this thing up.
Got him. Did we get him, Hoag?
We're in.
Short
Total of
5.
five
House count
now.
short 5 total.
Average price
Price.
563 and a half.
Average price 563.5. Right? Straight 72s. Average price did get better.
It's so weird to hear my voice. Order filled.
Order filled.
We're working.
I didn't hear it. You must have your platform muted in vMix or
Man, Jared
BDO.
J. Driving 14 hours. You didn't tell us about this, Jared, yesterday that you're going to be driving across the country. Where was this? Is this an
It
impulse
might have been last
decision?
minute.
Okay,
Just a
right on,
slight-
right on. Okay, cool.
Last minute 14-hour drive.
Yeah, running from the law.
Why not?
Is there snow on the mountains up there?
Dude, I in cross Kansas, it was about blowing me off the road, and I had rain, and then once I got through Denver, I had snow. I was like, the only thing that I didn't have was dysentery. If you've ever played the game, I did not die of dysentery.
Trail.
The Oregon Trail. Is that the game?
Yes.
Yep.
You got the full gamut. I like that. I'm glad you're with us in Wyoming, safe and sound.
Having
Here on Top Step TV. One more
I know.
time, click like.
Jared,
Go ahead.
I'm sure I know this, but it slipped my mind. Where were you driving from?
Kansas City. Yeah.
You drove
it
from
was,
Kansas City, okay.
62 yeah, 62 degrees, and it's 19 this morning
Ooh,
in Wyoming.
Yep.
Love it. House account has a great ad. What price did you guys get for that ad? 74?
75.
So
I went
popped our
long.
average entry up just a little bit.
Hey, we got Mo in the chat talking about watch out for NVIDIA breaking out to the upside after the inverted head and shoulders target at 147 in the 1 hour time frame.
What's our scratch price again, Hoag?
Our average price, 563 and a half.
63 and a half.
63 and a half.
Yeah, buyers
All
keep
right.
holding this thing up, so we need to see a failure here soon, or
Okay.
time is against us.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, I hate to say it, but I sense like that liquidity grab's coming. It's gonna
Stop.
come and get us, and then
Knock on wood. Don't say
Mm.
speak it into existence.
I'm trying not to manifest this right now. I am not
Yeah, it's
manifesting
scary
this.
because at any moment we could get a headline and this thing can tank a few hundred points.
Yeah.
100%.
We can speak that into existence.
And we've got our CYA in, so hopefully.
I like that we call it CYA now. Yeah, or CYA.
What's the CYA?
Cover your ass.
Cover your
CYA
ass.
is up. No, the price. Oh,
Fair enough.
It's
It's up
faster than
at
the order that shall
86.
not be named.
Yeah.
Yeah.
CYA,
Fair.
CYA 86.
Yeah. CYA sounds much better.
Much more operative. I like it. Hey, crude still has that heavy long tilt. It's just 76%. Obviously not as high as the 91% that we saw earlier. It came down to about 82% or so, just chilling. Crude still about 10 cents off the highs.
We're about 1 minute
All
away
right,
from
here we
establishing
go.
that
Buyers are
initial
stepping
balance.
in at these 60s. Buyers just stepped in. This thing can.
It is
Here we go.
very
It's going to
illiquid.
blow us
There
out.
it goes. And we're
That
out.
just took us. Yep.
Yep, just
Yeah.
took us. So I'm going to
Jared,
watch for
you're-
that liquidity run and then a reversal.
We're about to establish the initial balance, possibly looking at a failed upside auction once the IB is established. We'll keep an eye on that too.
The dome is looking very thin.
Yes,
Mhm.
sir.
It
It was
is.
130
Why
lot
is
on
that?
offer. 26
100.
20,600. That was filled. We are off to the race to the upside. Here we go.
Yeah, that was a big at the 600.
That was.
Couple at the 605. Nothing big though, like the 20s and 19s.
ES following suit. ES coming up to these 5900s. Last trade 5900 right now. Now we are into the 59. Oh, can we get to the 01s? Not get to the 01s just yet. Now we're beneath those 5900s. 899s trade. 20,600 in the
Yeah.
NASDAQ. Back above it. 603s trade there.
We have established the initial balance in equities. Initial balance high is 2605, 20,605.
You're looking above it as we speak. Let's get a nice
Right
failed
back
upside
to it.
auction there and tank this thing.
Yeah, I want to see if this is going to be the fake out to the upside and then we sell off.
Yep.
Ooh, I almost pulled the trigger on a short right there at 95. I might do it.
95
Might
was
jump back
yesterday's
into a short.
95 was yesterday's value area low. Did you get into a short, Dakota?
Not yet. Not yet. I
So
say yet,
why
but
do
I
you
really am wanting to.
why would you get in a short, Dakota?
Because I'm looking at this as just a stop run, a liquidity run where we run up, blow people like us out who were short earlier, closed out, run our stops, and then we rotate back down. So I'm just watching this market to see, and almost pulled the trigger when we broke through these 95s again. We tried to make a run up above 600, failed, like immediate rejection of 610, and now we're sitting at 585. So
This
let's see.
589 is the afternoon pullback low from yesterday. We can't continue to hold above this
here at these 84s.
Crude just tanked.
So what I see is
Shoot, Crude did
we
just
ran
tank.
up-
Yo, hold up. Crude
Yeah,
just
dude.
puked $1. Nice call, Eddie. Crude just tanked $1 in 2 seconds.
Look at that.
Holy moly.
Yeah,
Failed upside auction on it as well.
Is that because Russia just shot
I don't
down
know.
a missile?
Hey, this is just coming over the
$1.
wire here. Iran agrees to stop producing near bomb grade uranium. A hot biscuit
thank
out of the oven.
God.
There you go.
Nice.
Wow, oil down $1.30 now. Oil just putting in new lows. Last trade $68.48. 2 minutes ago, we were trading $69.74. Crude down $1.30 in mere seconds. Eddie, thank you for keeping us
That's why
posted.
you want
There's a whip
stops.
there.
That's why you want
Yep.
stops, Jared.
CYA.
Wow. Crude
What are we thinking here,
absolutely
Dakota?
smoked.
You wanted to pull the trigger a minute ago. Is it looking better or a little worse?
Nope, it's working. I'm not seeing anything yet. I mean, it could change really fast, JD. So
Mhm.
I'm gonna watch this. This is a resistance up here at 620s. Maybe we could see these 620s come into play.
Yep.
But nothing so far.
Settlement price at
It's going to be at
633.
580s.
So here's what I see on this. I think
Yes, let's hear it.
consider this. So we took out Friday's low at the open. So to me, we took out Friday's low and rejected, and we hit a daily ATR at that right to the tick, which was 382. At this point, to me, everything screams longs only
Mm-hmm.
until maybe we test the overnight high, today's overnight high. But because we took out ticked Friday's low, touched the daily ATR, to me, this looks like a potential for a rally.
Rallying we're doing right now. Last trade 20,620. Pushing higher here.
If
Call overnight
we-
highs. Go ahead, Jared.
Yeah. If we can't stay above the yesterday's settlement price and we can't stay above the overnight high, then I think it's range day.
Okay. Settlement price is at
I can see that.
633 in the NASDAQ, 20,633.
Mm-hmm.
Testing these 620s.
Yeah.
You know, another good point here in chat. Tickle Gallo says,
I'm short.
watch
I'm short.
gold now.
609.
Short 609. Hoag, what do you think?
We're in.
Failed upside auction?
Thank you,
Sweet.
Tickle.
20,604 half.
604 half. House is short. 604 half.
Dakota, what's the risk?
628. The risk. CYA.
CYA.
628.
Cool.
628.
This is a low
620.
probability trade because it's going against trend, like you said.
Mhm.
You said it's looking bullish and we got to break out. So this is a
We got
low
Jared looking for-
probability trade, high risk reward.
Jared looking for nothing but longs. What kind of entries are you looking for, Jared? What kind of pullback do you want to see to get in? Or is this more of a momentum?
I'm
thing?
in.
Buy it on the
Sorry,
way
I'm
up.
in at 5. Yeah, I'm in at 573.75, and my stop is 580.75. So right now I'm 163 ticks, 170 ticks in profit.
Gotcha. Jared is currently long 20,573.75 in the NASDAQ with a 580.75 stop.
Yeah, what I did on that was, let's see, on how did this go? On the 2-minute, I saw this rounding bottom up, and we were against above the volume, so I went ahead and tried it because of the rounding bottom up.
Gotcha. Rounding bottom pattern on a 2-minute chart. When's the last time anybody looked at a 2-minute chart?
Sorry.
I have to put that on
They
my.
looked at a
I'm
3-minute.
gonna put that on my favorites list.
2 minutes
We
ago.
see two.
2 minutes ago. Thanks, Eddie.
There's always a
Dakota.
smart one
Hello.
in the family.
Jared liked it.
Dakota, a lot of questions in here. Why you're going short on a rally?
Well, I mean, I'm looking at this resistance zone that we made pre-market right here at 620s. That's why I said it's a low probability trade. So the odds are against me. The odds are saying I'm going to lose this, but the risk reward is greater. So I don't mind taking multiple losses with this type of a trade at areas of resistance because, you know, I'm risking, for example, if we do start to sell off and go back down to, 6 or 540, I'm getting a 3-to-1, 4-to-1, and it's a positive expectancy, and it's low probability, right? So odds are if you fade it, you're gonna, make this. It's
You
gonna be a
might
winner.
watch
Right?
this
Odds are I'm
level,
gonna lose
Dakota,
this
for a
trade
short.
7 times out of 10.
Oh, thank you.
Say that again, Jared.
Some questions in chat.
This level right here on the 15-minute, you might be in for a nice short, right? Either now at the 631.50 level, or for me, 637 evens for a short. I'm going to hold my long. I probably will regret this, but since if I was flat, then I would try it at 637.
We're
I
out.
believe
But my
House Count just
stop,
got stopped out. Everyone got
Yes, we
stopped
did.
on that trade. Okay.
and my stop would be 647.50.
647.50.
Yeah, would
750.
be my
Okay.
stop.
We're right back to settlement price. 633
Mhm.
in the NQ. Stopped right there. Almost ticked it. 633 quarter high.
All right, I'm killing my long.
Nice trade.
I'm
Yeah, it is a nice trade.
What's
Good one
P&L,
to
Jared?
hold.
Nice trade.
I don't know because I was
Jared is seeing it.
down a little bit, so I don't know if I dug up. I'm up 549.
549.
There you
We'll
go,
call it
man.
around 550.
Still pushing higher here. NASDAQ and the S&Ps. S&Ps last trade 59.11. We busted through those 5900s. NASDAQ as
All
well.
right, I'm
Busted through
going
those 20,600s. Go ahead, Jared.
short. I'm going to try short here. I kind of missed it. Now I'm chasing it slightly. Crap.
Where were you trying to get in at? Right at 631?
Oh, right. Yep, right where I called it. All right. Ah,
I'm in short again as well.
worst.
I'm in short again right now as
Okay,
well.
Here we go.
cool.
So
I'm
are we.
short
Oh,
628.25.
So are we. I'm working
All right.
I'm working 3 at 31.5 also, Hoag. So we'll see.
I like it.
Where's your entry, Hoag?
628.
Short from 20,628. What's CYA?
I have
Yes,
41.
what is our risk on this? 41?
Mine's at 641.
Okay.
I'm 649 for my CYA.
What's your price, Jared?
I'm at 628.25 is where I'm in.
Okay,
Yeah,
628, and you're at
I do see 49 being okay. I do see 49. I understand and I see that.
Oh, what's our
All right, if I
CYA?
get hit on these.
To me,
641.
this is
You?
this is
Okay,
my
cool.
A setup for me.
Ooh, damn.
Oh, really? Okay, here we go.
I like this.
Yeah.
A plus setup.
Yep. And the reason being is we had a movement down. It's right up at settlement price. We have some trapped longs on. It's 15-minute time frame. It's right at settlement price. There is a candle there, and then we have a nice impulse down, and all of that. And then I can get in between the top of the green candle and the top of this red candle. But yeah, for me, that's a A plus setup.
Sweet. A plus setup.
Excellent.
We'll go back and review
Ooh,
this.
there
A
we go.
plus
There's
setup.
something happening. 3-bar reversal just happened.
This.
Oh, this is what we're looking
Nice.
for.
Music
Let's see if
Man
we
in
get follow
Discord
through.
talking about NASDAQ point of control 2644 if we extend to the upside.
Mm.
Music?
NASDAQ, initial balance high at 605. Bounce right off of it.
Yeah, it did. 605.5. We bounced. So we got the 3-bar reversal over here on the 5-minute chart, which is at 609, just above 609. Let's see if we get follow through now. I want to see us close below, and then I want to see follow through back down to tests, 580s. 580s would be my first test. And then maybe we get back down to 540s. 540s would be my stretch target, I guess we could say.
Mm-hmm.
Anne Marie's
If we
got a
could get
target
follow
at
through.
635 topside. Coach Vince, upside targets for NASDAQ longs are 2643 quarter and 2713. Thanks, Coach Vince.
Did Anne Marie just get long?
She's just talking about a
Gotta
topside
give
target
up
at
this.
635.
Oh, yeah.
We got to give up this IB high, man.
Yeah, we need to break below
605 is the IB
605.
high. We got to get back down below that.
Yep, 605 is going to be key if we need to break below 605.
Hey, Hoag, just update the
It's
house
been
account
long all
short.
morning,
Two,
JD.
house account short from 20,628. Hoag, house account 3.
Yes. 3 lots.
Thank you, sir.
That is correct.
House account-
I'm also working an offer at 31.5.
like
So if we
fancy
get back up
Hoag.
there, house count will be double short.
Hey, double the fun. There you go, Dobie. House account
Double
short 3
secret shorts.
from secret probation account. 20,628 short 3.
Double short.
You got to pull up in the chat here. Is your bias? What's your bias in equity today? Long, short, no bias.
Henry's target
Yeah, so
hit.
far I don't like I don't like we haven't had any follow through from that gap down. Like we teleported from, 625 down to 605. That was a 20-point just drop. And there's
Gotta give up
absolutely
that
no
605
follow-through.
level.
Yeah, so I am very disconcerted on this one that we didn't
Do we get
have
out?
any follow through on that.
Should I pull this offer? Here's a question. I'm still working 31 halves.
If you're not in it, then I mean it's
Oh, we're filled. We're in. We're in at 31.
Oh,
You
baby.
got filled now.
Welcome
Macro
aboard.
time.
I was just gonna say the probabilities are a lot less that we didn't get any follow through.
Yeah.
Like that was the move.
Helmet
and since
on.
there's no follow through,
Helmet.
Odds are-
I like that.
odds are decreasing.
Jared, you still like this? Still thinking A1
I'm-
setup here?
I'm
A
still-
plus setup?
Yep.
All right.
Yep. I'm still sticking it.
Helmet on.
I have my risk at my CYO's at 49 up top. So I'm taking the farther stop level.
We went right
I don't
back
have
to
my
7
normal-
there. And,
Yep.
come on.
I
give
don't
up
have my
those
normal
fives.
book map set up, order flow set up, everything. I feel
Nope.
so blind today.
Just that Wyoming. Just raw dogging this trade. I love it, Jared.
Are you on a laptop?
He's just crushing it.
Hey, if you're just joining
I'm
us
just-
here, we got our traders trading NASDAQ, if you're wondering. Hit that like, hit that subscribe. Let's get the number up.
So right now I got a 30-second time frame up on the chart and really wanting to see how it reacts because we have a lower high here at that 632. Will that hold or is something building?
Mm-hmm.
But like I
Something
said,
building.
I'm blind. I can't see any orders. I can't see.
We need to see that follow through on this bar, I think.
It
Gotta
needs to
give
happen
up both
sooner
fives.
rather than
So
later.
fives.
Yep.
Go down there and take those out.
See, Jared, you forgot to stop at an Oasis and get a burrito. 14 hours
Oh,
later,
I could use
no burrito. Oh, man.
I could use a burrito right now.
The gas station burrito.
Oh,
Mm.
man.
Ooh.
Nothing does the stomach better than that.
Mm-mm.
Gas station sushi.
Production, are you
Oh.
listening? Can we send Jared a burrito, please?
Please.
Yeah, burrito and a Xanax coming your way.
Oh,
I'll be good for
It's
days.
personal stash.
look at that. Hey, Bitcoin
You'd be
moving here.
trading,
Oil did bounce back off that Iran news. Last trade's $69.26.
Good thing.
JD, how many are you short?
3 at 31 half, right here at my entry price right now.
Yeah, once
It's gonna
again, I'm
short
going
a
to
total of 6.
make sure we understand. I lose this trade 70% of the time. So making sure everyone's aware of that.
And why do you do it, Dakota? If the odds are against you so much, why do it?
Peer pressure.
Over the long run, Andre, as hard it is, and as hard and as difficult as it is to know that you're going to place a trade and lose it 70% of the time, it still has a positive expectancy because of the risk reward.
There you go.
So,
It's
JD,
hard though.
you are the
It's
only
hard.
position we have now. I just canceled I just got out of mine at a small win. You are the
Okay.
you are the position now.
I am the house. I am playing house right now. All right.
I love the pain. Maybe.
Basically,
Love
if
it.
it hits,
Out of
You'd
that,
be a
Hoag.
Bears fan if you like the pain.
Dakota, if this one hits, it's going to hit big. Essentially, just to put it in layman's terms, if this one hits, it's going to hit big.
Yeah.
And that's the reason
Yeah,
I
hit
Put it
big.
in insurance, then yeah, you could explain it like that. As
What compelled you to cover that position? You just didn't like having a lot on, or
Dakota was like, I lose on this a lot. 7 out of 10 times it's probably not going to play out. We had 3 on, we had 6 on. You have a better trade location. It gave me a chance to kind of go to break even plus just a little bit, so I took it.
okay, sounds good.
there's nothing wrong with that.
well, team trading there.
Right now is about the time. Everyone's saying I like the pain. What do you call it? Oh, what's his name? John Mellencamp. Turning some John Mellencamp on.
It's so good.
Oh
Cougar?
my.
It's
Oh,
so
yeah.
good.
That's the NASDAQ theme song sometimes.
Jack.
Dr. Zachary Smith. Oh, the pain. Oh, the pain.
Jack's
For,
killing me
for
today.
me on this trade, it does not matter if it doesn't work because I'm following my strategy and like I'm not, if it doesn't actually end up being profitable, it doesn't matter. I'm still a winner because I did my trade setup that I know
Love
has
that,
a
man.
probability of being more profitable than not.
Love that.
Very good.
Process over profits.
100%.
Love that.
Yeah.
All right. You want to hit some news real quick, Andre?
Yeah, let's do it, buddy.
Okay. Things changing in real time in the Fed Watch. The screenshot you see is going to be from a few hours ago. We're down to a 59% chance of a quarter point rate cut at the December meeting. We're in the 50s. Things are changing.
Why are we going to
Speaking
pause?
of, probably like let's say Nvidia goes to $200 tomorrow on some earnings. It's going to be hard to cut. Speaking of times changing, a record share of Americans say that they would rent if they were going to move, according to Bloomberg.
Really?
Yes, this chart here goes all the way back to 2010, more than 35%. Obviously, this is what higher mortgage rates will do, but
Yes.
renting is back. And then this next story, I almost want to present without comment. Here we go. Cops arrest naked man living in the crawl space of a 93-year-old woman.
Oh, boy.
Naked man. It never starts when the lead of your story is a naked man. A naked man was found living in the crawl space of a home owned by an elderly woman in California.
Oh, boy.
Wow.
27-year-old
That's rough.
Oh, no.
Isaac B. Hopefully not one
Oh,
of our
no.
Isaacs.
Oh,
Allegedly
jeez,
been
Jack.
living there for 6 months under the floorboards.
Oh, no. I have so many questions.
Who keeps
So
eating
many
my
questions.
jello?
Oh,
Where's my
God.
jello?
27 years. Oh, boy. Jack.
As usual,
Right.
thank you, Danielle, for this story.
And Marie.
lastly, we want to check in. We have a picture here. Nick for a tick.
Aw.
Hey, look at that guy.
Yeah.
There you go.
Congratulations,
Wow.
man.
Has a micro.
Oh,
Oh,
So we wish them all the best.
Yes,
We'll see Nick soon.
love to be.
Oh. Congratulations, Nick,
is
for a
my
tick.
hero. That's funny.
And that's your news for
Thank
now.
you.
We'll be back in a little bit with some more stats.
Thank you,
And then I'm
Jack.
stopped out, and just like I've done the other days up here on the right, I'm gonna manually lock myself out. So just as I do on my winning days, it's gonna be the same thing as my losing days. So I'm
Very good.
done with my live account.
House account
Minus
is
4,900.
House account is still in. We took the upper end of Jared's stop range. Our stop is at 49.
Okay. I'm
I shouldn't have said
feeling
that.
good that I got out of that one at a small profit because it would have hit our stop.
Mhm. Coming for us now.
Definitely not moving in our favor.
Where's your stop at, Jared?
49.
49. Okay.
Yeah. And it looks like it's not going to work.
Just drifting higher here.
Yep. Coming for us.
Yep, just...
Did they get us?
And we're out.
Yep, out.
And we are out.
All right.
All right.
I'm done.
All
we
right,
go.
last trade 20,649. We're just constantly drifting here. Looking at the Bitcoin's pushing higher here, above 93,000. ES pushing higher here, well above 5,900s now. Last trade 59.16. Nasdaq pushing up
Walmart still over 3%.
20,650.
Nvidia getting some ground here, considering.
Again,
Let's
Nvidia
take a
earnings
look at
after the bell
next,
tomorrow.
Do
What's
we
up,
see
JD?
the overnight highs coming to be tested at these 680s?
It certainly looks like it. Certainly looks like we're aiming.
Possibly, yep.
We're gunning for it.
Mm-hmm.
Dakota, you
655,
lock-
yesterday's volume point of control.
Let's take a look at the Topstep daily levels here.
What's that,
Next up
Andre?
above there. Nice.
So you lock out of your live funded account. What do you switch over to for testing and practice?
If I do, it's just the practice account.
Okay.
If it's me by myself, then nothing. I don't trade.
You're done.
I'm done for the day, right? But yeah, I'm still gonna watch this market. But it looks like Rips caught that long in his live account, plus 4,000. Shout out
Oh.
to you.
Nice.
There you go.
Wow, trading that live account, making the live money. From my account to yours.
Hey, we got Tesla up over 2%. Also, Nvidia just took a jump over 2%. And our friends at Walmart over 4%.
Okay.
Yeah, Walmart keeps killing it. Or we keep funding Walmart. Which way is that every time we walk through the door?
Mm.
Welcome to Walmart. Can I help you?
How many of you do the Walmart delivery?
I do.
Not.
Nope.
I've never done that.
I don't
You
go to
order
Walmart.
like water and all the heavy stuff.
J Van
The delivery.
J Van in the chat does it. Jeff S does it in the chat.
There you go.
Mohammed says, "Well done, Coach Dakota. That is real pro trading. It is difficult to lock out after a loss. Absolutely, that is real
Sure
pro
is.
trading.
Yeah, you don't see a lot of people sharing and talking about their losses, right?
The pros do, Dakota.
Yeah.
The pros do. The
But
ones
that's
that have
part
been
of
in the
trading.
game.
It really is.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, yesterday I made. I don't even know how much I made yesterday. Today I lost 4,900. Tomorrow I might lose another. I might lose 5,000. I might lose 2,000. But I'm not gonna just sit here and keep trading my live account trying to make it back up. I'm perfectly fine locking out and being done. That was my trading today.
Nice work.
On the trading
someone said
floor,
I made-
I could have made $1 million and he'd still tell you he lost money that day.
Yes, they would. Rich ones were never happy.
Always
Hug.
crying. Yeah. Always crying broke.
Yep.
Someone says I made
Always.
5,700 yesterday. Okay, so yesterday I made 5,700. Today I lost 4,900.
Still up on the week. Cover the fees.
Mhm.
Last trade in the
Mark-
crude. Huge sell off there. We bottomed out at $68.48. Back in the middle of the range, so to speak. $69.17 last trade. Keep an eye on this NASDAQ. It wants to keep pushing higher. It's shooting for those 20,680s. Last trade, 20,639.
So we're on yesterday's point of control for the NASDAQ, right?
We got to double check that.
It looks like
JD Hoag.
like
Yes.
645.
Yeah, we just traded to the TPO point of control, which was 649. Volume point of control was 658. Just shy of that.
Yep. We have
Jared, I got a
655
question for
on top step levels. Yesterday's volume point of
Sorry,
control,
what?
655.
I got a question for you from chat. Kevin's asking, how do you know when to cut off and keep going? He's up 700. 100% of his trades have been so far today, winners. Thinking about locking out or if I should keep going on this streak. He's up 700, trading very well. What would you tell him if he asked you?
Yeah, so my question would be, how many trades did it take to get to 700? Is that one trade or two trades? So meaning your next trade, are you risking 700 on your stop loss? You know, like your trade strategy, how much of that 700 profit are you risking on your next trade? If you're risking 50% of it, then can you risk 25% of it instead? Because you know, every for 700 for me isn't that much, but if I'm usually making more of around 3,500 to 5,000 a day. So on average, my stop loss costs me $300 to $500, and I'm planning on being able to take three stops in a day.
Cool.
Now,
Appreciate that.
let me turn it around a little differently. Let's say he was in the hole, had been trading, digging into the hole, and this next trade got him out, this last trade got him out of the hole, and now he's up 700. That would be my last trade. Stop, because you were not seeing the market. You finally got one right. Maybe you chilled out, you calmed down a little bit, and you got that trade right. That's when you walk away for sure.
Good
For
point.
me,
Good point.
anyway.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. I hope that helps.
If it's one of those things too, Patrick Mahomes said something last, or
What
I
did he
heard him say
say?
something. I don't know if
What did he say,
I know.
Jared?
He said, get this, ready?
Okay.
He said, stopped trying to make the game come to me, and I started waiting for the game to come to me. And to me, that was like, for the markets, we're trying to force the game to happen. We're trying to force the trade to happen. And when I quit doing that and I wait for
Love
the market to
this.
come to me, boom, boom, boom.
Love
Man.
this. Make it come to you. Just wait.
Yep.
Opportunity's going to come to you.
Yep.
Don't
Love
chase
that.
prices. Don't chase prices. If you miss the trade, you miss the trade. On to the next one.
Yep. And I'm really on to this right now because it's kind of flipped things for me. I'll bring it up again since it's a new day. Let's see if I can do this real easy here. Here we go. So I used to think, I used to have this picture upside down. I used to think discipline, confidence, no FOMO. I used to have that at the top. And then I would work on strategy and things like that. And I've realized that's all wrong. You have to understand what your strategy is first. And you think about anything else, starting a business, playing baseball, playing golf. What do you work on first? Your swing. What type of iron you're going to use, what type of racket you're going to use, all that kind of stuff. That's what you practice first. You get that down, you get the swing right, you work on that, and then you practice that exact swing. Boom, every time until you can do it exactly the same every time. So if you don't know what your strategy is, if you don't know what your setup is, then what are you practicing? You can't practice it. And then you're just like beating yourself up every time because you have no clue why. That time you hit the ball, it went crazy left. Next time so you try a different iron, and next time the ball goes way off right. You know, that kind of thing. You're just out there chasing until you realize, wait a minute, for this setup, I use the 9-iron, and you do it every time, and then you can start getting practice, discipline, and pursuit. You know, make that better, and then you get confidence. So, for me, this is like just something very fresh in my mind in the last month. Is like I've had it upside down.
I like it.
Me too.
So are you done trading for the day then?
Probably, and here's why. If you want the long answer, is probably because my original stance was long, and I got out, and then I took a short, which was really not against what I believed was happening in the market. And that short didn't go well for me. It took me out. I see there's a area that I'm watching, but here's the problem. I don't have my normal tools. I don't have, my order flow in front of me. So I feel very blind. And so unless the setup feels I'm really confident about the setup, I feel like I should probably not do it.
Makes sense. Makes sense. I like it.
I'm not going to say
If you go to my
no because, yeah, go ahead. I'm not going to say no because maybe something would form and I would really like it, but yeah, probably not.
Yeah, sometimes I run that where it's like, okay, I think I'm done, and then later in the afternoon, I see something I really, really like, and I take it, and I end up,
Yeah.
digging into
Yep.
a bigger hole. Sometimes it works out. It's just one of those where I am done. So I
Yep.
have this drawn out on my chart, and I want to explain this because I had a few questions asked, like, well, why are you done? Why don't you keep trading? And why did I place those trades? So here's the market structure from the start of, and this is what I was saying, the market structure where we woke up this morning. I said, okay, all the bullish market structure that we made Friday afternoon, and then yesterday since Sunday open is we're making higher lows and we were making higher highs. Well, last night we failed to make a higher high and we actually made a lower low, and then we made a lower high, and then we made a lower low. And so going into this rally, I was looking for a lower high to form, and so that's why I was getting in shorts. The first short worked. I was up $2,500, and yeah, it's like, oh wow, dang! If I could replay today, I would have easily just closed it out for 2,500. But that's not the way that I trade. That's not the process. The process isn't evolved around the dollar amounts. It evolves around the trading. And so I took the short. It worked out really well. I tried to take another short. That one got stopped out. And then I was looking for just like I said, low probable. Like this one was a higher probable trade. I was more confident about it. But then when we broke through and broke out and we got to this next high, then yes, I was looking to take another short, looking for this to be, maybe this can become resistance. There's a lot of support here at this lower 600 level, and so it was resistance again. I was looking for that, and that's why I was saying it's a lower probability trade. I don't mind that because sometimes you could catch this liquidity run, and if we do start to sell off, then you could catch a move where you're risking, say I'm speaking in terms of dollars just for this, account, and for the sake of everybody watching, is I'll be risking like $2,000, $2,500 to make, $5,000. Sometimes if you do catch a runner, that's that's almost a 100-point move. Sometimes I caught a 100-point move yesterday. We were there, and 100 points in 5 contracts can be 10 grand. Odds are I'm going to close out some of that on their way there, so it's going to be somewhere in between.
Something else I just remembered too from yesterday. I noticed that yesterday kind of banged both sides of the barrel and then finished right in the dead middle. So if we have another range day, then I would expect today kind of do the same thing where we bang, both sides, come back into the middle, and just the rest of the day is just brutal. Nothing to do.
Mhm. Yeah, and range bound market.
Still pushing higher here. Dakota overnight highs, you said 680s, 20,680.
Yeah, 680, 690.
Yep.
690 happened last night.
Johnny Hoag's good call on the leader. I'm watching these here. NASDAQ.
I'm gonna try one more short if I can get filled. We'll see.
Ooh.
At 6.
There we go. What are you looking at?
663.
663.
Yep. My stop is 675.75.
I would put my check mark on that. If I was not done for the day, that's one of them.
Boy.
All right, working it. We're going to tick above you.
Yeah,
Futures first.
That is a decent area. Yeah, that's the trend line from yesterday. Those highs.
And 675.75 stop.
It feels like it's not going to get filled. I was a little. That's where I was a little timid on it.
Yeah, that happens. I understand that all too well. Yeah.
But I maybe also was kind of wondering how aggressive it was coming up into that level. Was it just going to be a stop run and just plow through it, or kind of just touch it and pull out? And this is where being able to watch order flow is so critical, because then you can see how the price action is going into that level. I'm filled. You can see how aggressive it's going into there. And this pattern right here, I'm on the 1 minute chart right now. this kind of just straight up almost, this angle, it reminds me of short covering or maybe not covering.
Mhm.
Yeah. And
Yep.
that's usually not a good sign to go against it.
But we are doing it. House count is short also.
We,
Short 3 at
okay.
20,663 quarter. We were working the offer also.
All right, last trade 20,666.
There's 100 sitting at on the offer at 69.70.
70. Yeah, I see that too.
Oh. Glad I didn't know that beforehand.
What do you like for a target on this, Jared?
I'm gonna say somewhere in this middle. Where's the middle on this thing? 'Cause that's kind of what I'm.
Okay.
Back down to initial
580s.
balance high, 605, 580. Okay.
Maybe, yeah. It's kind of.
This I like it. 580.
What about the whole session? Not the RTH, but the today's Tuesday. Wow. Yeah, the whole session POC is 556 roughly. Yeah.
Yeah, this is a great trade.
Looking good so far. Yeah.
This is one where yeah, this is definitely one where if I was still trading, I would have taken it right along with you. But yeah, we'll see.
So
We'll see
one
how it
thing,
goes.
I was listening to you, Dakota, because I knew you were out, but your comments, how you were verbalizing it, even though you had no skin in the game, a lot of times when we don't have skin in the game or we're not tempted to take the trade, we think a little differently because there's no emotion, right? So here I was listening to, I'm driving 14 hours. I'm going through YouTube's like nonstop and listening to coaches and everything, and ran across a couple. And one point that one of the coaches was saying was, we want to think that our analytical brain is the strong one, but it's actually our emotional one that's stronger, even though we want to think that is the case. So if that's true, then if you're not taking a trade, then your emotion side is not in play. Even though it doesn't matter if you think it is or not, it's just not in play, is my theory. And so then your analytical one, your logical one would have been in the stronger one, and we could trust it.
Yeah, that makes sense. And then even if you look at if you switch over to my charts, this is something that is in consideration. I mean, you could see that if you connect these tops that we're testing, and then with the power of hindsight, and if we go back and if this market does sell off, we can say, oh well, why did we reject right there, right? Why did we reject? Happen to be at that exact point. This would make sense to me. From a technical standpoint, if we do sell off from the test of these, mid to upper 60s, that would make sense. On the opposite side, if I'm looking for a continuation to the long side, a breakout above this is going to be very, very bullish. And so, yeah, I do like the shorts here. Breakout above this, I would look for continuation, and there's some entries to get in long if we do have a breakout.
Well, while we're checking out this position, you guys got your over-unders on what the payouts were for yesterday?
Monday, right?
Monday's
I already
payouts.
know, so I'm going to set this one up.
1.3.
1.3. All right, let's take a look-see, shall we? It is a rare under today, but still $1,177,000, 652 payouts, averaging $1,805.
A little light.
Great day there.
When 1.1 million is on the light side, man, that's saying something.
That's pretty good.
It is.
Maybe getting to the holiday season. Yeah, Monday. We also got the breakdown here of the first, second, and third payouts. There we go. 20%, 147 people. First time taking a payout. Got some return traders there, 13% and 10%. This also means, by the way, at 33, 43, more than half of the people taking payouts yesterday have taken more than 3 payouts. So those are some
Nice.
industrious people. That's what we got from now. We'll have some more stuff later. We got Hoop coming out a little later with some VIP stuff. We'll let you guys go back to this trade.
Nice. Thanks, Jack.
I don't know if they're going to let us share it later, but wait till you see that yearly payout number. It's pretty impressive.
Oh my!
Right now, it's pretty impressive. We still have 6 weeks left.
I couldn't even imagine. I couldn't even guess at that number.
Is that
I can't
big
tell you if you hit
orders?
it, but
Short,
go ahead
right?
and take a guess. House count is short from 663.25.
That order at 670 is still there.
Coming for it.
Oh, it's totally
102 on the
coming
off.
for that.
Little triple top here.
I mean, how do you feel about covering this trade and getting back in when we hit those 70s?
I'm waiting to see what happens here at the 660 level. Does it drop back down below and stay below this 558 or 658? Sorry.
658, yeah.
Yeah.
Jared, I know you're focusing right now. I heard a little bit of what you were talking about on your listenings on your 14-hour drive and talking about which side of the mind is stronger, the analytical mind or the emotional mind. The emotional mind, it has to be, because it's how we feel about everything. One of the last things you said is trust. You have to learn to be able to trust that part of your mind.
Mhm.
It's the creative mind. It's what writes songs. It's what throws pottery. It's what makes oil paintings. And to be able to trust it is very difficult, especially in an area where the expectation is to be very analytical. It's a very difficult thing to do, is to learn to trust any intuition or instinct that you may have developed over time. It's just, I know Dakota, it's, he's got this instinct. He trusts it. He's making money with it. It's easier to trust that. But for somebody who's new at this, it's a very difficult thing to do, is to be able to actually trust what your emotions are saying. It seems like so many people talk about, managing or controlling your emotions. And to me, that's always been just exhausting to try and do. I think that there's much more that we can do by learning from what our emotions are doing to our decision making to help you move forward in understanding, this is an impulse. I'm not taking this. Or, this is a real intuition. This is one of those trades that came to me and I'm feeling it. And those are the trades you're going to take. It's a difficult thing to do. I love that you were listening and thinking about that. And it's something we constantly work on as traders.
Yep.
I moved my stop to 664.50.
664.50.
And the reason, because if it goes against me past where I think if it plows through that, then it's going to continue on. There's a gap here. I'm on a 15-second time candle right now. There's a little gap there. So if it trades into that gap and that gap holds, that gap's being at 662, then okay, I feel good. But if it fills that and then trades on above that 663, then I think I went out.
Our stop is now placed also. 664.
Okay.
Very small risk on this now.
Very small. This is basically a scratch trade.
$75 needs to go now.
Yep.
Yeah. Thanks. That's it, Hoag. Now.
Everybody get out and push.
Or pull.
Whichever.
Yeah, it's gonna
press.
I would be shocked.
And we're out. Yep.
Press pull. I got you on that one, Hoag.
I knew you would, Eddie.
House account is flat.
I got an idea. Shut up. I don't want to hear it.
All right.
And you were right. Look
Whoa,
at that.
that
Little
went.
liquidity grab right there. Yep.
Yeah, that was a break through that trend line. That the break of that trend line I had up there. We just broke through it. So we could keep running. We can definitely keep running if we hold above these 68s.
Our initial
We can
stop
easily
definitely
see-
would have gotten run right there. We probably would have been high ticked on it.
Yeah, we could see
So-
700s
Little
plus.
liquidity grab.
Yeah, we could see 700s
So
plus.
to me, sorry, Dakota. Today's a perfect example for me of having a rules-based type of system. Because I used to be pressured into having a bias for the day, and it would always get ruined. Be like, oh, I have a bias of long today or something, and then the market would sell off or whatever. And I finally realized, wait a minute, why do I have to have a bias? I don't trade that way. And so instead, I
Mhm.
have a rule system that if price is doing this, then I do X. If not, then what? And well, if price is doing this other, then I do that. And so that kind of going back to where I was at the beginning of the session was, well, price traded to Friday's low, ticked it, hit the ATR, came back in the overnight range. So for my system, it would have been longs only. Now, obviously, I didn't quite stick to that. I tried it, but at this point, I'm going to go back to my rule set, which was longs because the shorts got taken out and it failed. And so now I can't really get in. So now I'm done and I'm not going to fight it anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And I think in the past I would have fought. I would have kept trying to go short because, oh, well, there must be a top at that candle. The next candle must be the top. And it's like, well, no, I don't know that there's going to be a top. Instead, I could maybe jump in and get along with it, get along with the trend. But then that goes back to that thing of, well, we don't want to feel the pain. So we think it's more likely to not feel pain by trying to pick the top or going against the trend instead of jumping into the trend, because the one time in the past it did actually go against us when we jumped into the trend.
Yep.
And that seems to happen a lot, right? By the time you finally decide, all right, I'm done trying to fight this thing, I'm just going to find a pullback and buy it.
Yeah.
Quite often I end up putting in the high when I do that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's why I was happy to lock myself out, because that would have been another loss on my end. And I've seen some of the traders say, well, if you know you're going to lose 70% of the time, why don't you just take the opposite side? Well, it's easy. Like I could have I could get close to a 95% win rate. I just, take a trade, have a 2-point take profit and a 100-point stop loss. The thing is, it's just, if you happen to have a 100-point loser, it's going to wipe up 100, the other losses. And it's more about the positive expectancy, because you have to have the win percentage is not independent. And it's not going to say you're a successful trader. You have to have your winning trade percentage along with your risk reward. You can have an upside down risk reward and have a higher win percentage and still lose money. There's so many traders who have a really high win percentage that end up just blowing their account in one day, because that one bad day just wipes out 1, 2, 3 weeks worth of profit. But then they have a high winning percentage and they win most of their trades, which it's great from the psychological side, because it's that instant gratification that they get in the market saying that they're right. But on the opposite side, it's not about being right or wrong. It's about making money in the markets over a longer period of time. And so like that is the reality that we live in. It can be, emotionally difficult to go through that. So one thing I want to point out that I'm seeing right now in the markets real quick is we ran into these 70s, we broke back down below, and it's becoming resistance again. So every time I'm looking at this market, I'm trying to
like your Batman
find
formation.
ways. Yeah, I'm trying to think and look at ways to short this market. And so it's just not the market today for me. And I don't mind being locked out. Tomorrow's a new day.
Yep.
Yeah, with all
We're
of
right
that,
back to our entry on that last trade.
That's spot on with what you said, Dakota. And another thing, like I took, what was that, 3 scratches in a row there. Is that right? 2 or 3, and I'm only down $300. That was trading in queue 2 contracts. I mean, that's nothing. That's a good day. To only,
Second best
I
trade.
could easily, I can easily trade another day or trade again later today and not risk hitting my daily loss limit or having any great impact to my account.
All right. What's up, fellas? Back.
This is
Just a
choppy
quick
market.
reminder. We're drifting here. We're moving here. Last trade in the S&P is 59.23. Everyone flat. I do see. House count. Okay, great.
All is flat.
Looking at the tilt. Nothing there. All right. Hey, quick reminder. 11 a.m. Hoag. Ready for this? After fast markets, in between fast markets and powered players, we're going to do something called the morning recap with Hoag. Stay tuned. He's going to come on for 15 minutes, and he's going to analyze touches on the econ releases and breaking news that affected our markets that day, what the markets are listening to, discuss on-air trades from fast markets, and your takeaways as coach from watching up in the booth. Oh, wow. Look at that. They gave you a graphic too, Hoag.
Yeah, how about that?
Graphic.
He looks very clean and professional there. Not that he doesn't normally. Sorry, I'm not saying that, but like it's a very.
Where are you going with that, Jared?
Look out, creative team. We're coming for you.
It's like a news
All
broadcast.
right, that does it, Jared. The beard's coming off.
No, absolutely not, Hoag. Absolutely not. The beard stays. Again, we got the morning recap right after fast markets, before our trade with Topstep. 15 minutes giving you only the best breakdown of what you saw and what is to come. What's up, Hoag?
Dakota, I put the eyes on Batman for you on my chart here.
That's it. Yep, that's it. On the 100 tick. Yes.
Nice job, Flyer Jim.
Yeah, this is a market where just today I'd be looking to I'm not seeing the market correct. The first trade was amazing. The second trade was still good. The third trade was, one of the lower win percentage, which is fine. Anything outside that, it's just mess. This is kind of the market I was expecting going into this week with no news, where we just slowly chop and grind higher. You can see every, over here on the 5 minute, we have a one red candle doji, then we just go right up. Another red candle doji, go up, candle, and it's a very messy market because it's just like you're thinking, okay, this could be the reversal, this could be the reversal, but it's been buying every one of these dips on the way up, and this is kind of the market you see on a quiet week. It's a slow, choppy grind up and to the right. That headline this morning before coming in kind of just threw a wrench into the market and the market
really
structure.
Really
it did.
I did jump long just now at 668 with my stop at.
We got a London close in 5
side,
minutes. London close here, 5 minutes.
Oh no! This is not going to go well for me.
Jared's long from 20,688 or 668. Scratch that 668. How many times, Jared?
2.
Boy, you sounded really
Boy,
confident.
That London close. Yeah, that London close is making me pucker.
Not going to go chasing it with the house account. If we get a pullback, maybe I'll jump in, but not going to. We're not going to chase it right now.
Always something to make you pucker.
Yeah, helmet on, bulletproof vest. All right. Yeah, I'm
Energy is
bailing.
remarkable.
Thanks for the news.
You're out.
I'm bailing. Yeah.
You're bailing?
That's just dumb. Yeah. I'm off a 1 hour time zone, so it's messing with me.
Not to mention 14 hours on the road, Jared. You did say you like Wyoming. I didn't know you liked it that much.
I love Wyoming, but yeah. Oh yeah, 14 hours on the road. 13 hours of YouTube and hour and a half of sleep in my car. So that's my day.
Yeah. What are you driving? Truck, car, minivan?
Just a car.
Mobile home?
A van, so I can live in a van down by the river.
Motorcycle.
All right, London close, like Eddie said, in about 3 minutes. As far as numbers, nothing really. We got Schmid speaking. Schmid, not Schmidt, but Schmid speaking at 12:10 Central Time. See what that is all about. Take a look at the 10-year yield. Always got to keep one eye on the 10-year yield. All right, 10-year yield has retreated a little bit, 4.37% last. You see up about 4.5%. Not too long ago. Excuse me, 4.38% now. Last trade in the NASDAQ, 20,270. Nothing on the tilt. Highs at 20,688. Come on, Andre.
Unless something changes, I'm 100% with Dakota now. It's like this day is going to end up being nothing for the rest of the day. And it'd be a great day to walk away and just enjoy Wyoming.
Yes. How far are you from
I
Tons?
Me as well. Oh, look at this.
Yeah, this is one where we played the shoulda, woulda, coulda game, right? Where I had one trade. I said, okay, I'm done for the day. Should have just been done. Go home. Go do something else. It's a great example of time behind the screen has no correlation with how much money you
Yep.
Dakota, would you say that, you know, after that first trade, you're like, all right, I should just lock it up, and then we started looking for trades. Was that part of the issue? As we're just kind of looking for something to do?
No, Hoag. All three of those trades, I only took 3 trades. Each one of them were valid because, yes, I'm not going to finish the day on one trade. Just like yesterday, where I take a loss, and then win, or a loss and then win. I typically like to trade the New York session for at least a couple hours. And so even though that one good trade was in the first 15 minutes of the open, 30 minutes, actually the first 20 minutes of the open, trade setup, I took it again, and then trade setup for the third time, and then I'm just done for the day. So, okay, I had 3 trades today, one average winner, and then 2 losses. I think I could have been able to close out of those losses a little bit sooner and not lose so much today. But other than that, no. I would have. There's no world in which I would have came out of today profitable. I don't see it. I've been watching. I was looking at this market and thinking, okay, what could I have done differently? And the way that I trade, I don't see a world today where I'm profitable. I can't see myself buying this, regardless of how bullish I am and how much of a bull trader I am. The way that this price action was, I don't see myself being profitable today. Even if we replayed this, today, I would probably be a lot, maybe not as big of a loss, maybe $3,000 loss instead of a $4,900 loss, but it's still a losing day. No matter how I look at this, no matter how I cut it, and if I replay it again, I don't see a way I come out of today not profitable.
It's very interesting.
Not in the loss.
The London close didn't do anything. That makes me think something was not in play today.
What do you mean?
Like there's usually a pop, some kind of movement coming into the London close, whether 10 minutes before or at it or 10 minutes after. Like you can tell they were closing out their positions or hedging for the next day, and that just didn't happen. It makes me think that the bigger participants were not in the market today.
Could be because we got NVIDIA earnings after the
a
bell
lot
tomorrow.
Of them probably aren't.
Yeah.
Or they bought the bottom, they ran it down, somebody ran it down, bought the bottom, and they're good now. They're set for what they wanted, and they stayed in that position. But yeah, it feels that's weird.
All right, let's bring in Jack. I see Jack is right. Yeah, there's Jack. Jack, come on in. Your time to shine.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Spotlight's on you, Jack. What's up,
That
Jack?
man's name was Vladimir Putin. We got Hoop with us first. I'd be remiss if I didn't show the top payouts from yesterday. John G, 28,800. Chris B. Some of these folks you'll see on the XFA to live call-up list. That is for sure. Dylan D, Isaiah, Romaine. These 5 gentlemen here accounted for 9% of the total payouts from yesterday, which was 1.17 million, if I recall correctly. big time Mondays.
1.7.
And with that,
paying out.
Yeah, paying out. We got Hoop in the house. Hoop, how are you doing?
Good, guys. How about you?
Doing just dandy here. Going a little bit short and, had better days like that. What about you? You've been trading at all or just looking?
I caught a little bit short this morning, and then counter directional bought the market and was happy to get out. And now the ES is 20 handles higher from where I got out. But I have a lot of my traders kind of popping in here and saying, "Oh, I coulda, woulda, shoulda." This business is full of it, so you can't. You like, I think what Dakota says too is, you trade your setup, it works, you get out and it keeps going, you just move on to the next trade. So yeah, made like $1,600 in one of my comments today, so I'm pretty happy.
Beautiful. Well, let's
Very
take a
good day.
look real quick at a roundup of Coach Hoop's Pit Raiders, one of our newer teams. So right now, ranking some of your folks that are still in the combine right here, we got Dennis M on top with a 2357 balance in the NASDAQ. When you see those winning percentages, by the way, this is the last 30 days of trading for this individual right here. We're going to focus a little more on Dennis M when we go to an individual card. Herschel, Cameron, Micah, Maitri, all positive here. Have you had a chance to talk to many of your Pit Raiders in this past week?
A lot, a lot through Discord, and then we run our VIP. But I think the biggest thing that I've shared a little bit is actually a little bit of what Jared talked about earlier was the fact of, we talk about, I have been talking about psychological, but then we also been talking about strategy. And I think, I think it's so different in our business of where you are in your, I call it the journey, whether you're a newer trader or older trader. And I kind of have on my team, I kind of got a little bit of both. So it's kind of just trying to see what they're looking for. But more often than not, it's just kind of, I shared some Tom Hoag stuff, the best loser wins. And I think it's opened some people's mind about just kind of how different people trade this business, and that there's a lot of different ways to get there. So
yeah, let's take a closer look at Dennis M really quick. We got a trader card for Dennis coming out of Sanford, North Carolina. Folks in the chat who are golfers, is that where Tobacco Road is, the golf course? Let me know. But where is it, Hoop?
Up in North Carolina, you're pretty close. Yep.
Yes. Well, a little bit inverted with the win-to-loss ratio, but he makes up for it with 78% winning trades in this particular account. Looks like he's scaling in and out. I don't think he made 39 full trades, as it were, but a real hopeful start here in 100K XFA for Dennis.
Yeah, I think the big thing too is we've been talking a little bit about, and I think newer traders, the win percentage tends to be high. And the biggest thing I think in this industry is, keeping those win percentages high the sustainability. I think sometimes is hard, and looks like there you might be cutting the winners a little too quick and letting those losers go too long. But sometimes it's such a small sampling. Sometimes you're looking at, and that's why I've been trying to talk to traders a little bit more. Of I got some people that bounce between MNQ and NQ. So sometimes I think you got to dig a little deeper in there to see where those numbers sometimes get a little bit skewed.
Yeah, in the long run, something like 78% probably isn't the most durable or super sustainable. We've all been there where it's, if the P&L is green, see money, take money. If it's red, light a candle for your favorite saint and assume it's going to come back. But it doesn't work that way. All right, Hoop. Well, thank you very much for stopping by here today. Any words of wisdom for our traders on air right now to finish up this segment?
I think today, was a tough one. I kind of just shared some stuff before I came on. I think sentiment walking into the day, the market looked, like it was, going to tank out, and then it just kind of news changed, and the market went the other direction. So I think, I think I saw a couple traders have a little bit of a rough morning, but once it's one day in the market, there'll always be tomorrow.
Threat of nuclear war, anything else? It's all priced in. We're green in the NASDAQ. Right. Andre, throwing it back to you. Got Eddie coming in a little bit with some announcements. Hoop, always a pleasure talking to you, my man.
Appreciate it, guys. We'll talk to you.
Hoop.
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 Maybe.
Jack. But nuclear war is priced in. Thank you for that, Jack. We're just drifting high. I don't even know if it's Jack. We're just keep pushing higher here. Last trade in the NASDAQ. 20,688. We did see 20,700 print. Dakota.
We did.
Up and away.
Oh, wait, new session highs. I mean, we broke the overnight highs by just a little bit. And here we go. It's almost like nothing really happened, right? We're just right back to normal, drifting up and to the right. That whole sell-off is just a figure of our imagination.
Yeah, pretty much. Who knew? Who knew?
I don't know. My stop said it wasn't.
Yeah, my stop said it wasn't either, but short-term memory. Next day, move next.
We only remember the losers. We never remember the winners.
100%, Jared.
Yeah, I don't.
It's funny how that works.
I have a hard time remembering both.
But it's just in the zone.
It's a blessing and a curse.
It's yeah. Sometimes like, how much money did I make today? I don't know, but I've been maybe a little bit too dependent on chat. Chat always remembers for me. No, they won't let me forget. If I ask them how much money did I make or lose on like October 13th, they'll let me know.
Well, you've got a good journal in the chat then, don't you, Dakota?
Yeah, where's Jay at? Yeah, I see that. Coach Jay was on to something today.
Jay's getting his finger fixed. Yeah, it was crooked. I think it was a little crooked this morning. Going for a steal.
Stick it in the door.
He was going for a steal in basketball, and finger bent the way it was not supposed to. Finger bent the wrong way. Right. Thank you, Jack.
Yeah, he was a bull. He's typically a bear, and today he was a bull.
Was a bull. Finger's broken. No. Dakota has the bull up behind him now.
I do. Yes. Yeah, and we're just
in here with some announcements. Yeah,
drifting up into the right.
Wow. Slowly. Big numbers. All right, ready when you are, Eddie. We got about 17 minutes left here in Fast Markets.
Yeah.
If you're ready, come on in. Let's do it.
As we were talking regarding payouts, I want to make sure that if you had paid yourself out here at Topstep $5,000 and over, that you do know that there is this really cool hat and pin, as we are showing right there, that you are entitled to. So, link is going to be posted here in chat, and get on it. All right, if you did that, paid yourself out $5,000 or more, you are entitled to this neat hat. As the hat, I think Andre wears every day. And where do you keep your pin, Andre?
Oh, the pin?
Yeah,
on this table. It's on my table right over there, actually. Right over there.
There it is.
Probably keeps it on his pillow.
What are you trying to say?
On his lapel. All right. Also, for you folks that are wondering, a lot of questions here so far today, and I want to make sure that we all get a straight up answer. Talking about that thing that we call VIP. VIP? Is it VIP? I feel like it. Yes?
I feel like a VIP.
Do you really? Okay. Would you like to be a VIP?
Would you like to be a Topstep VIP?
Of course I would. Well, we've got a couple chances this week. All right. Not right now, so just chill. But we have a couple chances this week for another entry into the Topstep VIP. And this week, we're going to be dropping the VIP scouting check-in form during the show. Plus Friday, we are going to have a top quiz where the top 25 winners will get an entry. So don't forget about us at Top Quiz. I think we're going to do that at 1 p.m. Central Time Friday. And this all sort of circles around to drafting 10 new TopStep VIP teams in January. Now, all TopStep VIPs will be getting 3 months of a trading combine, right? 2 free resets and access to Discord channel and events with your coach. And there is no activation fee. So we're going to be doing these. These are random folks. I'm not even sure when they sort of hit. We got our production team. Those are the ones that sort of launch this stuff. And just keep our eyes open. All right, keep your eyes open. You never know when we're going to have this, so have at it. But otherwise, that's what I've got here today, and I'm going to pass it back to Andre. Andre, back to you, my friend.
Thank you, Eddie. Yeah, looking for that pin actually. Around here somewhere, I swear.
Oh,
Jared wasn't under the pillow like Jared had suggested, but yes, we'll be looking for that during market recap, perhaps. Hoag's brand new segment, breaking down the morning, previewing the afternoon, giving only the best in the price. Hey, we only got 1.1 thousand likes today. Also, we got 130,000 subscribers on TopstepTV. We can run for 150,000. Can we get there by the end of the year? Might be ambitious, but hey, I think it's possible at this point. Just solid organic growth from our viewership numbers, our subscribers, likes, all that stuff. You guys are the absolute best. Can't thank you enough for it.
Ain't
All right,
they though?
Dakota, you got the. What's up? What's up, Eddie?
Oh, they're the best, man. I tell you,
You really are.
best of the best.
The top
So
step daily levels
we
again
got
in the top chat.
the first 3-bar reversal since I took that trade earlier. So I'm looking at the NASDAQ over here on the 5-minute. So we had a 3-bar reversal technically where I was getting in earlier, like right at 609. We haven't had one until now where we're trying to break and hold below 682. Still, it's just no trades for me, but just pointing that out. That's the first one that if we close below 682, then maybe we can see that pullback that everyone's being chopped up trying to short down throughout this move. So maybe there's something to that.
Oh, what's so funny?
Just that it seems like everybody's kind of chopped up trying to. It's the way Dakota put that.
Pretty much.
And his giggle when he said it.
Yeah, it's yeah, Dakota. It's one of those days.
This time's different though, Hoag.
I love
Of
that.
course.
All right, we
You
got
guys
12
are
minutes
making me
left here.
feel bad. Making me feel
What,
bad
Jared?
'cause
Aren't
I
you
went
up money
short.
today?
Yeah, but I went
yeah.
short. 688. And the
You're short right
reason
now,
why,
Jared?
yeah, I am. And the
1,200
reason
lot
why
ES. 1,200 lot in the ES.
is because it didn't trade. It ticked the overnight high and didn't trade through it, and it tried twice. You can see that blue line there. That's where I marked with the overnight high for me, and it tried twice to go through that and couldn't. I could be wrong, but that's why.
What's your risk?
Looks like about 12 handles.
Okay.
Hefty.
Good enough for me. I just joined the offer.
Yeah, 1,200 at 59.29. 1,200 at 59.29 on the ES ladder.
And something. I think I got a partial fill. Short one.
Got a partial
fill.
Right.
Short one at 91.
Partial fill.
One guy.
Right. One guy.
Half a contract.
Yeah, partial. What price did you get there, JD?
691.75. Short one. I pulled the rest.
Right,
Yeah.
short one. And what's the CYA?
Let's call it Call it 05.
Okay.
I'm well aware of what I'm doing here, as in picking the top.
Uh-oh. Chat's going after you. Chat's going
Oh, yeah?
after
Be
you.
different this time.
Yeah, I don't want to know what they're saying.
Yeah.
Jared, do you not
I
pay
see
attention to the
what-
chat when you're on here?
No.
I like you,
Good
I
Jared.
move.
did
Good
that.
move.
I did that one time. I had to go to therapy afterwards.
I like you, man. I like your vibe. All right, how's it gone short from 691? Call it 692. There you go, Chiron. Call it 692. We don't have to get specific.
Call it
Down to the
692.
tick. Call it 692s. And I got one eye on this ES. We got 1,200 offered at 59.29. Again, we did see some spoofing from these 1,000 lots yesterday, I want to say. Not sure if that's the case at this time around in the ES, but for now, we'll call it out. Thank you to the chat for pointing that out as well. So Jack waiting in the wings. Got some call ups to bring in here shortly.
Is it barcode on the 1 minute?
Yeah.
You know, when the market barcodes like this, you could scan it and it'll tell you just to stop trading.
Oh,
Does it go on?
with the laser
Good one.
thing? I like that, Dakota.
Yeah.
I need to find some burritos. They must not found the door, so I need to go find some burritos.
You're still
So-
thinking about those gas station burritos,
Where,
Jared? I can tell.
if you don't mind me asking, where are you at in Wyoming?
Warland?
Question mark? Question mark?
Yeah.
Question mark?
he said.
You gotta-
He said.
Orland?
He said.
Try the
Where I'm
sushi.
headed,
It's on the
anyway.
clearance. It's in the clearance bin.
Oof.
I do know you like to snowboard, Jared. So hopefully you get some days up there in the mountains if you're staying there. Ski resorts have opened early. And more snow to come. I've been watching.
I was getting it when I was driving through the cast.
I-70?
I was getting some.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was getting
Take,
Not
you take
far.
I-70 from Denver. That's sketchy, man. That's a sketchy such a road right there.
It was.
You're not far from Thermopolis. I don't know if you've
Oh,
been
I
there
drove through it.
before. You drove through it?
I drove
There's a-
through it.
Yeah. There's a Mexican
Springs.
restaurant there that's really good. Oh, and there's that too. I was wondering if I
Circling
get in
back to
trouble 'cause I was
burritos.
driving through it. Yep. I was driving through it last night. I was like, no one there. Would I get kicked out if I just jumped in at 2 a.m?
They let you
Turn
do
on
it
the
at some of
kitchen.
them. I have sat in the hot springs at Thermopolis before. You just got to make sure they're not too hot, so you get a Darwin Award. With that, real quick,
Go ahead.
God, what a transition. Speaking
Yes,
of
it was.
hot, how about hot streaks?
Oh,
I'd like an
Ooh,
add to
well
this
done.
short. This thing. Here we go. There we go. We got that move. There it is.
Hey, chat.
chatting.
Who's
Fine.
talking now?
Tell him, Jared.
Delesh
Nice.
and Black
Yeah,
Swan
that-
are up there. Congrats. 9 days from immortality, Delesh. Let's take a look at this trade. We just got a hammer candle. How we doing, guys?
still short. House is still short.
Okay.
Dang it! I wish I wasn't locked out. Would have made it all back.
Uh-oh.
No, Dakota, that is not the way to do it. This is exactly why you lock yourself out.
This is the big one.
Yeah.
9 more days, Scott Martin says. That's 9 more days for Delesh.
I have nothing but
100 days of
confidence in
Delesh.
Delesh. Nothing but
And
full confidence in
it's
Delesh.
gone.
Gone. Dakota.
Yep, and it's gone.
All
Yeah.
right, Jack,
Oh
if you
my
want to do some
goodness.
call ups,
Good.
I'll wait till we
That's
get.
Jack, you wanna do
brutal.
some call ups. Let's do it. And then we got some appreciations after that.
Yeah, let's
That
do
works.
it. Call ups. We
Cool.
got a certificate here today for Sean G. G Unit from Orlando. $12,000 starting balance in his funded account. Trading the NQMNQ. Great trading so far. Obviously caught the attention of the risk staff. Look forward to seeing you trading the real bucks. Let's take a look at the rest of the list real quick.
Okay.
I usually catch the attention of the risk staff for the wrong reason.
Ooh,
I guess you can do it for the
Most
right
people do.
reason.
Most people do.
jumping in hot springs. I looked up Sean G's card. Sean actually he made 11 grand yesterday, I believe. He was holding on to positions for 2 hours average on the winner. It's just he's taking a big chunk out of it. Not far behind him, Justin P. $10,000 and $10,000 and $700. Weird way to say it. That's a starting balance. Priscilla, Sean V, and Daniel. We have to mention too, Sean G also had $42,500 in payouts from those accounts that were transferred over. So great trading. Those are your live calls for today.
Nice.
See these people later.
Awesome stuff. All right, guys. House account is short. We're gonna roll right into appreciation right now. JD, of course, keep us posted, and Jared, keep us posted on this trade. We're gonna roll right into appreciation. Right, got about 5 minutes left here in fast markets. We got market recap and power players coming up after that. Let's get appreciations rocking and rolling right now. Look at that. What are you thankful for today? Let us know in the chat. It's a positive way to end the trading session. Keep the good vibes rolling through the rest of the trading day. So with that being said, chat, USA, John S. says, where can we find more of Jared? Apparently the chat is appreciative of Jared. That's great to see. And all right, cool.
Wyoming.
Eddie. Wyoming.
Yo.
Eddie, what do you yes, exactly, Hoag. Go to Wyoming.
How's that go where the skies are not cloudy all the day? Yeah.
Got me. All right. Yes, recap. Yes, we do. Cool. Go ahead, Hoag. Sorry, Eddie. Please go ahead. What do you appreciate it for?
Appreciate it. God, my family, my wife, my friends. It's always good to have somebody there for you, and I can count on all of those people, and of course, God. Thank you, Andre.
Thank you very much, Eddie. I'm gonna throw to Hoag. Hoag, get a little prep. Hoag, what do you appreciate it for on this Tuesday?
Well, I'm always appreciative of my God, my family, my country, and I'm appreciative of the big old pile of firewood I've got out in my backyard because the weather is about to break colder. Looking forward to having some very cozy evenings around the fire.
Ooh, you got a cord, full cord, half cord, Jack? Or Hoag, what'd you get?
I've got about a cord and a half.
Wow.
I got a lot of wood.
Yeah, hey now.
Big wood guy.
Drop the mic. I'm gonna throw Dakota.
Yeah.
I'll throw it to Dakota because you look so eager. And Dakota, what are you appreciative for on this Tuesday?
Thanks, Andre. Leave me with that one.
I had to.
Man, I think I'm just going to echo what I said yesterday. Thankful for life, thankful for these markets. It's never boring, and similar to these markets, and I think we've seen it today. Very similar to what I said yesterday as well. Is like these markets, like life. It's easier to be understood in hindsight, but we must live it in the present and going forward, which we never know exactly what's going to happen. It only makes sense, like I said, in the past. And nothing is the same each and every day in both life and the markets.
All right. And hey, Mr. Jared, what are you thankful for today?
God keeping me safe while I drove through the mountains and didn't fall asleep.
Well said. Very sick and absolutely something to be thankful for. And to close it out, Mr. JD in the house, back from the hunting trip up north. JD, what are you appreciative for on this Tuesday, my man?
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, Coach Jay and Jared coming in last minute. We had some scheduling changes. Seriously, 10 minutes before the stream started this morning, these guys showed up like champs coming on and doing their thing. So appreciate you guys. Also, in the spirit of Jared jumping in the car and driving 14 hours yesterday, I appreciate taking time away from the markets. I recently got back from a trip myself, so I know how refreshing it is to come back after taking some time away and actually feeling a bit more invigorated to jump in and do this kind of stuff. So that's what I have for you on this Tuesday.
Definitely. And I'll close it out here. We'll get to morning. You'll get to the morning recap with Hoag. Hoag will be here to talk about the news and other factors moving the markets from up in the booth. I'm just generally appreciative for all the people behind the scenes. It can be a bit chaotic and hectic behind the scenes, but we're like, we keep it pretty clean on front. Everyone is very, very, we're dynamic. We're fluid with everything. We can work on our toes. And when situations change, we're always up to the task. And it's all because of people behind the scenes and some of these people on screen. We're shuffling around a lot of pieces, and This team's pretty badass, and it wouldn't be 130,000 subscribers without this team behind the scenes that you guys may not see or hear from day in and day out. But I can assure you, there's a lot of people busting their asses behind the scenes and making this show look as seamless and smooth as it does on screen. So with that being said, new segment coming out, morning recap with Hoag. Then we got funny trader Pranjal joining us for the very first time in Power Players. Without further ado, everyone stay tuned. Make sure you guys watch this morning recap with Hoag, or else you guys are in trouble. Anyways, this is TopstepTV, Fast Markets. Let's go.
If I can't see a clear, no-brainer decision, then I try and not make the decision.
Yeah.
And no decision is actually better than a decision, is what I realized.
100%. The act of not trading is being a trader.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
you got to know when to trade, not to trade, and all that kind of stuff.
Why did you ping me to talk about the markets? And then after that, why did you listen to Dre's advice?
I don't need my money just sitting in a savings account. The interest is low. So it's like I get $20, I think it's a month, every few months on interest in it. And I mean, I kind of want my money to start working for me while I'm in college because I don't really have that income that I'm making anymore. I wanted to do something with it. And I thought the stocks would be a good idea because I mean, that's what you do. And I know I'd have a lot of good people I can look up to and talk to about it. So I thought it'd be a good idea.
So the natural path for a trader is to start in stocks. And he thinks we're in stocks, but we're not in stocks. But we are trading equities of a futures contract. He's now in spiders. He's now in trip queues. He can actually do this if he wants to be an active trader. Those that are here that are trading stocks, those here that are probably are in the future space, probably started with stocks. I want you guys to be like, hey, you're a trader or you're an investor. You got to know the difference because one of them has a different time frame than the other.
All right, it is time for the new segment here, the morning recap. Just going to kind of go over what the markets have digested as far as economic numbers, what the markets have done today, some of the trades we took, and all from standing here in the bleachers. Glad to see everybody here. We're going to start again, just kind of looking at the economic numbers that came out this morning. None of them were really all that impactful. However, there were some pretty good down movements after those housing starts and permits came out. All of the numbers came out lower than expected. Initially, the markets did not welcome that information. One of the things that we did talk about was, well, everybody knows we're waiting for NVIDIA earnings after the close today. NVIDIA has found some buyers here, and we talked about possibly finding some buyers in the NASDAQ this morning as the market really did give a well, as MP would call it, a college try to try and get down to a gap close from the election. The gap close would have been all the way down to 20,372.75, and the overnight low and the session low for today, 20,382. So we missed closing the gap by about 10 points. And the question was really going to be, is that close enough? Obviously, the market has believed that was close enough. We talked about, I think, in the opening call and early in the session in fast markets, the idea that I wonder if a lot of folks that are waiting for that gap close are sitting down there with some money, waiting to just kind of get into some longs at a cheaper level. And certainly that appears to be what happened here. Now, I'm just going to be mainly focusing on the NASDAQ this morning because that's what we were trading with our traders and in the house account. We had some losses in the house account, and there were maybe some things that we could have kind of noticed a little bit earlier or looked for opportunities in the opposite direction. Every trade that we took today was a legitimate, real good opportunity with limited risk and a good probability of success. They just did not necessarily play out that way. So I'm going to go to the 30-minute chart. I've got all these arrows on here, and I'll find a better way to do that. The market opened at 8:30 after looking lower and possibly closing that gap. Is that a gap close? To me, as in hand grenades and horseshoes, that's pretty much close enough for a gap close to me, at least in the NASDAQ. We did not get that same gap close in the S&P. And that reminds me also that sometimes what doesn't happen is equally as important as what does. We were looking for a leader today. It would have been the NASDAQ. We've got NVIDIA kind of rallying today, a little bit off its current highs. But let's take a look at the shorter time frame here. Let's look at the three-minute bar here, and then we'll get down into the tick charts. Here's where the market opened up right here. We did not leave the opening range at either the high or the low. Here is the profile for the opening range. We opened in range below value. We looked lower. We looked higher. We did not leave the opening range at one extreme or the other, but it is relatively close to yesterday's low. And, we know that the overnight low was considerably lower than that. So let's take a quick look at the overnight as well on these profiles. So here's our overnight low, well down below what is 83, 382. And again, that's 10 points away from the gap close. That's a very small difference. And in trading, everything is a range. Nothing is finite. The market opens in the range from yesterday below value, drives quickly inside overnight value, continues to push inside value from yesterday. One of the things that we talked about, or that I kind of mentioned from the bleachers, when we were looking at shorts above the initial balance high here, the initial balance high was 605. If you remember me talking about that 605 level, we were short there. I had some pretty decent hopes that might be a pretty decent opportunity for us to have a failed upside auction. The market just would not hold below that 605 level. From that point forward, it's pretty much all buys from that point on. We've doubled the initial balance already today. I'm thinking this market has expended most of its energy and is likely to remain in range and relatively range bound in the upper half of the range from today. So, what did we do? And we'll go with the 500 tick chart. I think that's close enough. Dakota started off the day. Now, if I remember right, I could be wrong with this, but Dakota had his bear up. He was a little bit bearish this morning, and Jay was a bull this morning. Both agreed to be patient. Probably going to need to be a patient day to find some sort of direction. And I think we did a pretty good job. The first trade that Dakota took was a short, and that short was approximately, well, I'm just going to eyeball it here, around 563, 564, 565. And he shorted a 5 lot there. Well, how is this a legit trade? Well, because we were able to limit risk above this previous high. Also, again, against the afternoon pullback low, which was 20,589.5. His original risk was just above that. The market paid him. He took two off down at this level, down around 20,540 approximately. Let's call it 539. And he took two off down here, down approximately 20,521. Dakota likes to leave those runners, and it wasn't a bad idea. We had sort of a head and shoulders pattern. If we would have continued below this kind of potential neckline, I could have seen the market continuing that push to the downside. It did not. He moved his stop. He shortened his risk, and he did get the end of getting stopped out on his runner around 20,572. And then we kind of relaxed a little bit. There were a couple of other trades that were taken that weren't necessarily very good winners. I'm going to try and kind of focus on a couple of them, especially when we broke out above the initial balance high, right? So that initial balance high was right up here, where kind of hard to find that on this. Well, let's just look at the initial balance high. So we were looking for an opportunity up here. I have them written down here. 628. So this was the third trade. We put a short in at 604.5. Basically right inside the initial balance high. Our stop was 628. When we were short that, we were kind of messing around here, and I'm thinking, man, let's just get back down below that initial balance high. Let's see if some sellers come in at that level. Though unfortunately, they did not. We got our stop hit. That was a $1,400 loss. Okay. Now, my thought is we're back inside value from yesterday. We're holding above the initial balance high. I think we probably should have recognized that we were probably barking up the wrong tree if we were looking for shorts from this point forward. Instead, we probably could have started looking for longs. But again, we took another couple of shorts. We shorted 628, which is basically where our stop was on the last trade. This was one of the trades that Jared was looking at. And so we did have at least the opportunity to take some profit on that. I shorted at 28. JD added 3 above that, around 31, if I remember right, above 31. And the market wasn't really providing us with very much, with much opportunity. So this, I think, is that area. Here was the short that I took, according to one of Jared's ideas. Again, it's a new high. If we can't take out the high, then maybe the market will turn over and head in the other direction. We don't know what's going to happen. So we're just trying to use the probabilities. So I shorted here at 28. JD shorted here at about 31, 32. When the market really wasn't giving us much, I said, I'm going to just cover my 3 at a small profit. The market gave me that opportunity to get out at a small profit. We still had 3 shorts on that JD had on, and up against the settlement price. That settlement price can really be a good opportunity sometimes. 20,633 half is settlement to be sure. So we covered 3 of them. We had our stop up above 48, around 48. So we ended up getting stopped out on that as well. Couple of more short opportunities that just didn't play out with some smaller losses. We've got Dakota's potential Batman formation here, which did not play out. Last I heard, we were holding shorts in the house account up around 20,691. I'm going to see if we are still in that trade. Think we are still in that trade because we have not seen any stop. We're seeing lower highs being put in. We're seeing lower lows put in. Finally, we got possibly a good opportunity for the short we were looking for all day. So hopefully that is going to play out. Now, if we want to take a quick look at the S&Ps, house account is still short right now at 20,692. Nice work. So to kind of go over the S&Ps again, why was I more interested in the NASDAQ than the S&Ps? Well, this is the election gap. Election gap high, 59,000. 5,900, I should say, and the election gap 58.13 quarter. Well, we haven't come anywhere near it. We looked at last week's low. We looked below it. We actually hit a naked point of control down here the other day, and we looked into it, but maybe about halfway. Well, sometimes halfway seems to be good enough. We attracted buyers here in the S&Ps as well. You know, to see how this plays out over time. But again, when the housing numbers came out, okay, the markets didn't like that. Now, there was one other factor that kind of probably got into us as traders today was, there was a saber rattling by Russia. Oh my goodness! Well, what are they talking about nuclear wars, nuclear weapons for anyway? But that I think probably took some of the upside gumption out of a lot of traders. Jay, who was he was the first one to say, "Hey, you just cover your ass. You CYA, and if something happens, well, at least you're covered. You know what your risk is going to be." And so we look at those opportunities as areas where we can limiting risk, being here to trade for tomorrow. That's what's most important. So for the rest of the day, again, in the NASDAQ, it's really starting to kind of look like it's expended its energy possibly for today, looking for the market to pretty much range. Here's value high from yesterday. Here's our session high. Our session high today is 20,700. Value high from yesterday, 20,685. We've got a pullback down to 20,635, 36 area. And if we're going to remain range bound, this looks like a very comfy place to do so. It's right by the points of control from yesterday. TPO point of control 649, volume point of control 658. Very comfortable little area for the market to rest and just anticipate and even inventories and wait for the NVIDIA earnings later on today. Hopefully you found this helpful, interesting, and fun. Looking forward to doing this for you, and make sure you remain humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading the rest of the day. We'll see you later on. Got lots more happening here. We've got power players coming up here with Andre Dolby and Pranjal G, and looking forward to seeing what they've got going on. Maybe some more house account trades, and we'll see you later on. Have a great rest of the session.
Topstep VIP is an experience unlike anything else in the trading industry. This exclusive opportunity gives a select group of traders a VIP shot at funding on us. Imagine getting the tools, support, and coaching you need to take your trading to the next level for free. With Topstep VIP, we'll set you up in a 100K Topstep X Trading Combine for free. Plus, we're giving you 6 free resets if you need them to help you stay on track. You'll also get exclusive access to our VIP Discord channel, where our performance coaches will be there to guide and support you every step of the way. And when you pass the Combine, there are no activation fees. We'll activate your Express funded account for free. If you ever need assistance, our white glove trader support team will be there for you, making sure you have everything you need. As a Topstep VIP, you're getting something most traders would pay thousands of dollars for. Personalized coaching and mentorship from the best in the business for free. Meet your VIP coaches. Coach J's Lunatics. Coach J brings 8 years of experience, including 2 years in Topstep trading combines and funded accounts. Coach Hoop's Pit Raiders. Coach Hoop spent nearly 14 years working at the CME. Coach Ray's Mindset Hunters. Coach Ray, aka Wildebeest Trader, brings 25 plus years of trading experience, specializing in futures since 2017. Coach Vince's Market Makers. Coach Vince brings 20 plus years of trading experience. Coach Paul's Profiteers. Coach Paul has over 40 years of trading experience, including 20 years of trading on the floor of the Chicago Board of Trade. These elite coaches have years of experience helping traders succeed, and you'll have direct access to them as part of your VIP experience. Want to be the next VIP trader? Make sure you stay tuned to TopstepTV for all the latest updates and details on how you could be selected for this game-changing opportunity.
Yes, yes, yes. This is Trade with Topstep, joining us from Fort Worth, Texas, Dallas area, making his very first appearance on Topstep TV and Trade with Topstep, Mr. Pranjal. Pranjal, welcome to Topstep TV. How you doing?
Thank you. I'm doing good. How are you guys doing?
Cannot complain. Even better now. We got a first timer making their debut on Topstep TV. Guys, Trade with Topstep. First question I always like to ask someone making their debut on Topstep TV: how did you find Topstep, and how did Topstep find you, Pranjal?
So I was doing options for a little bit, then I switched to futures, and I put my own money, lost it all, and then I started looking for prop firms. I went to a trade day for a little bit, and then I was like, okay, let's try Topstep. And it was around the time when the combines were 165 too for 50K. So kind of expensive. I was like, okay, maybe it better be worth it. And I got in, it was worth it. And I'm here afterwards.
So we have the Pranjal seal of approval. He said it is indeed worth it, but prices have gone down since then. So it's great to hear, Pranjal. All right, let's get right into it. Let's meet Pranjal, the trader. Tell us about what products you trade. You were recently funded. We'll get into that story in a little bit, but let's meet Pranjal, the trader, really quick. We are seeing some selling coming in here in the NASDAQ. Came off the highs of 20,700 last trade, 20,660. I do believe the house account does have a trade on. I'll get updates in the back about that. Looking at the ES, 59.22, are seeing some selling coming in the S&Ps as well, about 7 points off the highs there. Starting to see gold push higher here. Of course, we'll always keep an eye on the headlines coming out from the Middle East, the conflict with Russia and Ukraine. But anyways, Pranjal, please let us meet Pranjal, the trader. Tell us.
So basically, I'll dive into my strategy a little more first.
My goodness, look at this.
I mostly trade Nasdaq, and I did ES for a little bit. It was just too slow for me, and you can't really get that big move in your favor.
Okay.
So basically, my strategy is looking at VIX, VVIX, and VXN, and on top of that, what I've tried recently is looking at the Big 7 stock and Triple Q. So it just gives me the sentiment. And if something's approaching support and resistance, like Big 7, one of the Big 7 is approaching support or resistance, I just look at that, and based on how it reacts, I just go short or long, pretty much. Super simple, super easy to follow.
All right, let's look at all of those charts. All right, please break it down. We're looking at one, two. How many charts you got? Please tell us what each one is.
So basically, it's about 12 charts here, I think. The bottom, I would say the bottom 6 are pretty new. I used to have these one before. Basically, this is dollar, VVIX, VIX. If you guys don't know, it's a volatility index. It measures implied volatility in options. And the VVIX is a volatility index of VIX. So it's like a volatility. If that makes sense.
Yes, it is.
This is Triple Q. This is SPY. and this is dollar. This doesn't really help that much. I might change it to something else, but it's been here for a little bit, so I'll just keep it
Okay.
here because I don't think I need anything new here. And this is Apple, NVIDIA, VXN. It's VIX, but for triple Q, so almost the same thing. P-call, it's a put-call ratio. I recently added this.
What do you
And
do with
it
that,
hasn't run
Pranjal? Put call ratio. What does that tell you? Put call ratio.
So basically, it's just the number of puts in the markets divided by calls. So if it's around one, then it means a lot of puts. If it's close to zero, then it means a lot of calls. But it can be kind of skewed because with like put writing and stuff like that. So I have to take it with a grain of salt, but still.
So is it essentially more of a bearish, bullish sentiment indicator for you? Is that essentially what you're trying to gather from that?
Pretty much. Yeah, you can say that. Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. Okay, cool. Keep going, please. This is very interesting.
So these three, I recently added this. This is tick. So basically, how many stocks are upticking in Nasdaq? You see the a slash Q. It means for Nasdaq. If you just do Q, it's going to be for SPY or overall market. I don't really remember. This is advanced decliner and advancers, whatever. These two I'm pretty new with, and this is like the volume of a decliner minus advancers or something like that. I recently added these. Haven't really been that useful, but it just like shows the trend of the day. Basically, if you see it going all the way up, then it just means it's a trending day on the upside. And this thing is kind of similar, but yeah, pretty much the same thing. I might change these two and dollar because it hasn't really been that useful, but I had it for a little bit, so I'll just keep it there.
So again, joining us on Topstep TV for the first time, he trades the NQ and ES. Recently lost his XFA, and we're going to talk to him about what he's going to do to get back to the funded level. Have you taken any trades today, Pranjal?
I have taken one trade today. It was a loser. I don't mind it. I liked it a lot, but I think I took two trades actually. Hold on, let me be sure.
Two
So
trades.
basically,
Okay.
I took this trade. Yeah, I think this one had the same idea. It was around this area. Let me just show it to you why I took this trade in the first place. So I think it was around this area. I thought NVIDIA was going to reject because it had this big ass
Yeah.
wick on the bottom, and it was a
Big ass
break
wick.
under
I
the
like you,
bottom.
man. Go on.
And I thought it was going to go down, but it picked me out real good. And Apple,
dude.
it always does that. Hate Apple stock. It's a big company. I love their products, but the stocks, man, it just fakes you out every time. Always moving
Well,
against
yeah.
the
What's up
market.
with that? What's up with Apple stock?
Oh, well, it just moves against the market. Like every time I feel like I'm getting a confirmation on some other stocks, Apple just decides to go against it. And I don't like it. We have a beef with Apple for a little bit now.
Okay. What kind of phone do you have, if you don't mind me asking?
I have an iPhone, but it's just a
Same.
like,
Same. Anyways,
Yeah.
okay, cool. All right, cool. I had to bust your chops on that one. I have a beef with Apple too, but we all have iPhones, there are MacBooks, all that stuff. So go on, please. You got all the.
Yeah.
Now tell me about this trade again.
Yeah, pretty much. I thought Nvidia is going to go down. It's going to drag the market down. It was also like this was a pretty big rejection at the top, and Nvidia had a pretty bearish day, like I think 2 days ago, like right around there. So I thought, okay, this is just a retracement. We're going to start falling now, and Apple is also approaching this resistance area, or the line that I drew a while back. So about these lines, they might not be like a significant level. I just had them for a little bit, and it kind of like reacts to the price. The price action reacts to it, so I just keep it there. So I thought it was going to reject, and VIX was also, I think, looking good, but not that good. It was right around this area, if I remember correctly. So I thought, okay, VIX is going to bounce from here, and we're seeing some weakness, so let me just get in. And I got in. I think it was a loss. Hold on, let me just see how big of a loss it was. I don't think it was a big loss.
Right.
Okay, I lost 275 on this one, so that's okay. I don't really care that much about it. It's a pretty small loss, and I follow my strategy, so that's good, I guess. But the next trade was such a good trade, but my entry was a bit rushed. I'll be honest, and because of that, I just moved my stop loss to break even too fast. Stops me out. It goes up like I don't know how much is it, 85 points. Yeah, it stinks. It happens to me a lot.
Yep.
Like moving stop losses too fast. But yeah, that's about all the trades that I took today. I'm looking at the markets.
All
Looking
right.
at shorts. Not really liking anything, honestly.
Well, hold 1 second. House account is short from 692. One NASDAQ from 692. We'll keep an eye on that, and I'll get real-time updates and make sure to pass those along to our traders and viewers alike. All right, Pranjal. Any trade setups you're looking at here in the NASDAQ? We're coming up to this Yeah, right around the 681 level, 682. Again, the house account short from 692. Any trades, any levels that you have your eye on that you're keeping a lookout for to perhaps enter into the markets?
Well, Nasdaq, I think it's losing all the steam here, but I don't think it's going to go all the way down. And I'm not sure how big of a reward it's going to give me. So I'm like, it's really not the time that I usually trade. I try to be done around 11:30ish. But the market, if it gives me something, then probably. But as of right now, I'm not trying to look for longs unless it does like a big pullback. But just looking at shorts, if VIX bounces or this VVIX bounces or something like that happens, I'll look. But really, nothing
I want
much.
to ask you
Nvidia
about
is
that.
rejecting.
You got all those charts out. What are you looking for the leading indicator? What's your leader? Tell me about your progression on that screen. Because people are looking. I'm sure when people first saw all those charts on your screen, how can you take in so much? Tell me how Pranjal's eyes scan and the progressions your eyeballs go through. Tell me to your 1, 2, 3 steps, how you take a trade based on what you're looking at on your chart setup.
So first, I ignore the bottom, these four. I just look at NASDAQ first and SPY. I also have this other chart here that you guys can't see. It's this. I have this 1 hour time frame here. It just gives me like a basic sense of a bias or a direction in the market. This is the first thing that I look at. And it's usually in the morning. I don't look at it like every 5 minutes or so. I usually look at it every 5 minutes or so, but not like every minute. I'm not looking at that. First thing I look at VIX and Apple and Nvidia, because if these two move, it can like put the market in their favor. It's just that VIX is for SPY, right? So usually what happens is when VIX goes down, SPY goes up. And I have these levels here that VIX usually reacts to. So even though there's no level here, VIX is around this area. So I feel like it's having a hard time getting underneath it, as you can see right here. Like you can say that it's like, you can say that it's kind of reactive rather than just looking at it. You can like make your own assumptions about the markets. You can say that it's going to break down, or you can say that it's going to like bounce up from here. But I expect VIX levels to hold, and that's my first thing. And then I look at VXN because usually what happens is SPY doesn't really lead, but if SPY leads, that's like the direction the market tries to go to usually. So I look at VIX, I look at VXN, then it's NASDAQ, SPY, and the big two, and seeing if they're approaching any levels. Adding this two is pretty new for me, honestly. It has been about a month or so. The Apple and Nvidia stock. So it has been about a month or so since I added this, but it gives me a good confirmation. Like as of right now, if Nvidia was trying to go higher along with Apple here, and longs would be pretty good with VIX falling down this area that I marked, and it's also approaching the low days. And VXN is falling pretty hard, and VVIX rejected it too. So it was like it have been a pretty good trade, but it's pretty late in the day, and Nvidia is not doing what I wanted to do. So I'm just gonna sit here.
So if I understand, you're watching Nvidia. You're watching Nvidia as a leading indicator as to what the NQ is going to do. Correct? Nvidia pops.
Yeah.
You perhaps looking to take a long. You're looking to take a long.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can say
Nvidia
that.
breaks. Looking to take a short. What's Nvidia doing right now?
It's just chopping around. I feel like it is trying to reject this level that I had, but no confirmation. It's just a slow grind on the downside. If that happens, I'm not going to take a trade. I just want to see something fast, you know?
All right. Oh, just a quick update. You see on the Chiron. Thank you for that. JD has updated me. House account been stopped out for a scratch. I assume they moved the stop to break even or the entry price. As we see it trading 20,694 right now. So no loss there. Oh, we had the tiger by the tail there. But buyers did step in. We're pushing higher here. Now coming up to 20,000 new highs on the day here in the NASDAQ. 20,706 new high print. ES following suit. 59,31 in the orders. New day start, new session highs. Pranjal, is Nvidia popping right now?
It is trying to, at least. Let me go to a 15-minute chart because 5 minutes it's pretty late into the day, so 15 minutes is a bit better. It's kind of easier to see what it's trying to do. I guess you could say that it bounced off from these, like, I guess whatever you want to call them, like price level, I guess, 143 around. It didn't really reach that, but there, if you want to say, you can see like a bull flag right here. But I don't know how much I trust it. It's pretty late in the day, so I'm gonna just sit in my hands.
It's late in the day. Pranjal, it's late in the day. We still have 4 hours left of trading. What do you mean it's late in the day?
Yeah, I would say this. It is late for me because I don't trade this hour like almost at all. And every time I've tried to trade this hour, I lost money. And the reason for that is if the day that I lose money, I'm usually up in the morning, say around like 11 ish. I'm already done. I'm up in the morning. I go outside, get some food or something. I could be on my work break or something. And then I look at the markets. I'd be like, okay, this is looking good. It has a flag right here. It might just break outside, and Apple's already strong. So I might go long, but then it does this. It fakes you out. It goes down. It's such a not a good feeling. So just like yeah, that's a no go for me mostly.
It is a no go. Pranjal, I want to ask you about this. All right, so you've been funded twice, from what I understand. You've been funded twice, blowing out both of them. Anything going back or reflecting upon those funded experiences with here at TopStep with your express funded accounts? What have you taken away? What have you learned from those experiences? Hey, also new highs in Bitcoin, 93,830. These are new prints getting put in. I want to get back to what was your experience? What have you learned, and what are you going to try to do or not do moving forward?
So the biggest problem I had was I was trying to save money mostly, right? It could be moving stops too fast or buying a smaller combine too. And that is a big problem because I would say that if you have like $2,000 to draw down, and my losing days are about $600, and my winning days are much bigger than that. It's about 1,000 or $200. So just with like I have a 33% win rate around ish. I feel like
what have you moved
it's been
up?
like
What have you moved up
super-
to?
I moved it to 100K because I didn't want to pay 150 honestly. I was not sure because I took a little break before buying this combine. It was actually I had a pretty rough session. I was trading my own money, which is stupid. I know I'm not profitable, so I should not be doing that. But I feel like I had enough edge in the market and I was doing everything right. I just had a problem with like having a smaller stop out, a $2,000
Sure.
account. So I thought, okay, let's just go with my own money and then we'll like trade it around. It did not, long story short, and I ended up losing like a decent bit of it. I was kind of pissed, so I took a little break, and then I took a smarter decision to come back to prop firms. I mean, with
Smart. All
Topstep,
right,
it's
more
almost like you're trading your own money, right? You're like after you get funded, you're almost trading your own money. If you have 5 winning days, you can take a payout. So that's pretty
That's
good.
right.
It's not that bad. Like it's really good. It's almost as if you're trading
Pranjal,
your
it's
own
not that
money.
bad, and it's very realistic. It's very realistic to what the original prop model was. Obviously, we've revolutionized it, we've modernized it, we've brought it to the 21st century. We've broken out all board barriers to entry, and we've globalized it essentially. But here's Vlad. Sorry, just got sidetracked by Robinhood founder here on CNBC real quick. But yes, we've modernized it. But to that effect, there are still some remnants, if you are, carryover from the original prop firm model. And that's what it is. You got to show consistency, right? And that's the reason why we do those consistency rules and regulations in. But yes, that's basically where it's coming from. And what are you doing? Oh, all right. Sounds good. All right, we just did see some new highs getting pushed higher here in the NASDAQ. Last trade, 20,701. We did get pushed up to 709s. Pranjal, let's take a look. Tell me what you're seeing in the markets right now.
Well, I'm seeing Nvidia having a hard time trying to break this flag. It has been a pretty volatile stock, and every time it forms something, it usually breaks it like pretty fast. But this time, it's not doing that. Apple's still pushing, so if it approaches this level and we don't see anything from Nvidia and it starts going down, I feel like a lot of longs will be trapped. Seeing the market go up, and we might look for a short, but it has to like align with everything else. I don't want VIX to go underneath this level that I have marked. And I think shorts could be in play, but it's still too early to say. But that's based on if NVIDIA rejects here, which it might not.
Always watch NVIDIA. Smart. What are you? Will you be tuning in for the earnings call tomorrow, Pranjal, or is it too late?
Not really. Not really. I mean, I feel like I only look at NVIDIA because it's the biggest weighted stock in triple Q. That's the reason why I look at it. If it was Apple, I would have looked at Apple too. I mean, I like to look at the two biggest, so Apple and NVIDIA. But if it was something else, I'll look at something else. I don't. I don't really care that much about like individual stocks. I have my own like, I guess long term portfolio, and I have my Roth IRA set up. It's putting money there, so like I'm not gonna care that much about it. Stocks move, and that's what they do. In long term, SPY and Nasdaq, they usually go up. So.
I like this. I like this. All right, cool. All right, let's take a look here at the S&Ps as well. 59.31 last trade. High of the day, 59.32. Keeping an eye on the crude oil. We just had a dollar sell-off about 2 hours ago. We have pretty much since recovered all of those losses back up to $69.33 and still grinding higher here. Looks like NASDAQ wants to push higher here as well. I'm wondering if we can. Oh, while we're at it, please click like, please click subscribe while you're at it. We did cross 130,000 subscribers, Pranjal. How about that? 130,000 subscribers. Do you watch TopStep
That's
TV,
actually really
Pranjal?
fast. I do
Is that good?
sometimes, but sometimes I do not. If I have something else like that I'm watching, like a movie or YouTube video, I don't. But I usually have it open sometimes when I'm bored at work or when I don't have anything else to do. I'm usually watching that.
Does your boss know that you're watching TopStep TV at work?
Oh, hopefully not. Hopefully not.
If he does catch you, if he or she catches you watching, please turn him in and please ask him to click like and click subscribe. We need all the subscribers we can get. So if boss is watching, have him subscribe, and we'll maybe throw him a combine or something like that. Anyways, Eddie, if you're ready, I am ready. But this is one of my favorite new things we're doing. On this day, we are now history buffs here at TopStep TV. We have to go around the horn. We are Renaissance people around here. I love history too, Eddie. So what happened? Give me a little update on this day. I mean, here Pranjal is quite young. I'm not going to divulge his age unless he'd like to. But let's just say
I'm 21.
He's 21.
I don't think any of us were around for this one. No.
All right, Pranjal, we're going to take a trip down memory lane. Let's see what Eddie's got for us on this day. Eddie, go ahead.
Okay, here we go.
Prepare to be astonished.
There's Abe, and right next to him is that hat, that famous hat that he wears. And that's it. November 19th, 1863. This has been on this day. Back to you, Andre.
Eddie, I'm being told the Netflix effect is happening to our YouTube stream right now. We, too, are being buffered as we speak. Okay, Eddie,
We got
we're
like
being
60 million
buffered.
people watching. We got 60 million people watching. Like, hit that like and subscribe. Oh, everybody. 1% of you.
Click refresh. All right, everyone, let's get you back online now. Yes, there's 60 million people watching, so naturally we are going to break YouTube and YouTube TV. Yes, we have broken it. All right, everyone. This is not on us. This is a YouTube issue. All right, thank you. All right, how about that, Pranjal? The Gettysburg Address. How about that? Okay,
do it again.
You want to do it again, Eddie? I don't know if people saw it or not, but we can definitely do it again.
Yeah, I can get Jake Paul. I can get Jake Paul in here. We can both do it again.
Get him in here.
We can do it again.
Hold on, do people see it or not? Hold on, Eddie, you broke the internet. This broke the internet, Eddie. All right, Eddie, do it again. Let's do it again. You don't see it. All right, go ahead.
Maybe it's the sound effect.
Prepare to be astonished.
Maybe. On this day, November 19th, 1863, the Gettysburg Address is a speech that U.S. President Abraham Lincoln delivered during the American Civil War, dedicated to the soldiers' National Cemetery, now known as Gettysburg National Cemetery in Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. 4.5 months, that was after the Union armies defeated the Confederate forces, the battles of Gettysburg. Civil War's most deadliest battle. Speech is widely considered one of the most notable and famous delivered in American history. And if you can see the arrow pointing to good old Abe, and yes, if you can't see that picture, pull out a $5 bill or pull out a penny. He's the guy on both of those. So there you have it. That was Top Steps on this day. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie. There, everyone saw it. We are flying. We are flying by the seat of our pants here. I like it. Oh yeah, let's get the group coaching. We got to get the group coaching questions in. An hour-long group coaching segment yesterday, but let's make sure we get that pinned to the top of the chat. Get those questions in. Joining us for group coaching today, we will have Robert and JD joining us in about 45 minutes or so. Again, in about 20 minutes or so, we got Schmidt speaking, Fed speaker Schmidt, in about 20 minutes. All right, Pranjal, let's get right into these markets now. We're starting to see some sellers. I think you did say it might be getting a little overextended to the upside here in the NASDAQ. Did you happen to take any trades based on what you were thinking going into it?
Not yet. I'm liking some shorts here, but VIX is moving up. I like it. VVIX has been moving up too. VXN, same thing. NVIDIA, I think I like it. Apple's moving down. I'm not sure about Nvidia because what it could do sometimes is just like crack this level up and start moving higher, and it's
Sure.
going to push the whole thing up. So I'm still looking at it, just being patient. Like it's starting to move up a little bit, creep up a little bit. Let's see. I wonder
Okay,
what
let
it's
us know if you
doing.
do take it.
But
And make sure you let us
I
know the
think I'm gonna
price.
take it.
Okay,
My
Pranjal,
stop's
we're going to take a
probably
short. Here we go.
okay. Hold on, never mind. Nvidia is starting to break out. Let's see what it does around this 75-ish level. I'm kind of
75-ish
mindful of
last
this
trade.
area too in Apple, so we'll see. Hey,
All
look at
right, pinned
this.
to the top of the chat. We do have the group coaching form. Make sure to submit those. JD and Robert joining us in about 45 minutes. But again, group coaching form pinned to the top of the chat. Get those questions in. They will be answered. All right, Pranjal, looking perhaps to take a short. We saw the VIX popping a little bit. So the VVIX popping a little bit. And we're looking for NVIDIA to keep selling off.
It is not doing that, so it doesn't look like we're taking a short. It's actually moving
Okay.
back up. It does kind of make sense because it's a upwards, I guess, uptrend day. But yeah, let's just look at this. Like I was saying, when something starts to go in your favor, something else does not. That's like the difficult thing about this strategy. You're eliminating a lot of trades, which is a good thing. You don't want to be taking a bunch of trades, but when
Sure.
everything aligns together, it just gives you like a good opportunity and like a pretty big
Gotcha.
move too.
Hey, which trades a day you probably think you take? Pranjal.
I think you offer it right there. Can you repeat that question again? Sorry.
Did you hear me? I said, how many trades did you take a day? Would you say?
Uh, in a losing day, around 10, and winning days about 3 to 4.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. Funny how that works, right? We overtrade on the losing days and the winning trades. We're content with just 3 winners. Like, how are you up or down today?
I'm down $300, but I was up
Okay.
about 2,000 today, so it kind of makes up for it. I'm liking shorts here. I might
Cool.
take a stab, honestly. All right.
Cool. I think I like it.
Stop
Go ahead.
loss
Let us.
is up here at 710. I might not be looking for too much, but based on the strength of the selling, if we see any selling, that is, we'll see what it does. But yeah, I'm kind of
All
liking
right.
it. This to
All
like
right.
crack. I want SPY to crack underneath this. What is it, 589, and start going down a little more. But yeah, if Nvidia rejects here, it's going to be lovely, but it's not doing that right now. So I still like this idea though. Everything's kind
I
of
like it
aligning except
too.
for Nvidia, which is good enough, really.
All right, real quick.
We'll
Next
just
segment coming up. We got shoulder tap. JD and Robert. We have Jack and Mick for shoulder tap. We got JD and Robert back for group coaching. Again, form pinned to the top of the chat. Get those in. Then at 1 p.m. Central today, Real Deal Zach's back to talk about how he made $533 in his XFA yesterday, turning one of his negative balances into a positive. Definitely tune in to see how that works, how that worked out. All good. All right, Pranjal, got about 6 minutes left here in Trade with Topstep. Kind of want to take this short with you. See what you're seeing. What's NVIDIA doing right now? Talk to me, Pranjal.
It closed above the bull flag. I don't really look at it that much, honestly, but it's kind of not doing what I expected to. And it's also the first minute, so it's usually fakes you out most of the times. I like everything else, so I'm still gonna be in the short. I just don't want Nvidia to be strong like it is doing. It is kind of acting strong, but I think we should be fine. It's just the first
Hey, did
minute
you
too,
take the
so
short? What price did you get? Did you take the short?
I
All right,
got
great.
20, what is it? 2684.50.
684.50. Short one NASDAQ from 20,684.50. Where is your risk? Where's your stop, Pranjal? Thanks for taking a trade. Good stuff, man.
Basically high
Where's your
day.
stop?
I'm gonna lose about 26, 25 points, which is good enough. It might just stop me out for the day, but this is about the time when I want to be stopped out too. So I guess that's good enough.
709, 709s. All right, again, Pranjal coming in here last minute buzzer beater on Trade with Topstep. Pranjal short 1 NQ, 20,684.5. All right, so now that you're in a trade, Pranjal, tell us what you're looking at. Are you still watching the VIX? Are you still watching NVIDIA?
Yeah, I'm still looking at the reaction that it gets. BXN is underneath this. It might do like a break and reject of this, which it's going to be against what I'm looking for. put call is starting to move up a little bit. I don't really look at this that much. I just look at like once I'm in the trade, once I have a set risk and set reward, I just look at everything else. If it doesn't look like it's going to go in my favor, I try to see if I was completely wrong or it just needs a little more time. And if I think it was wrong, then I just like get out of the trade. That's simple as it is. But what I'm trying now is to give it a little more room to play around with. That's something that I'm kind of experimenting because I usually give it like 20 points, 10, 15 points, and sometimes it could be a bit too less.
Right, still in this trade long, short from 684 half. Again, that's 689 last trade in the NASDAQ. Look at the tilt, see if I can give you any insights for stuff that you're not looking at. Tilt 50-50 here on TopStep X. So right now we are in this trade, but yes, Pranjal short. The NASDAQ house account is flat. We can update that board when we have a chance. KB asks, who are you texting, Jay? You have a guest, yo. Actually texting another trader. Trader buddy says he likes the tops up here in the NASDAQ. If you're asking, I answered. But yes, they're saying, seeing some tops. Getting information from all different angles there, KB. But yes, big for calling me out on that. Trading buddies, everyone's hitting me up. All right, Pranjal, talk to me. What are you seeing in this trade? What are you feeling in this trade?
I like Nvidia going down. I just want to see some more strength on the downside and if it starts breaking down, it's going to look good. But I don't like how VVIX is coming down. But I'm in a trade. I'll give it the stop that I thought might need. I'll just commit to the trade pretty much because I've lost a decent amount of money not committing to a trade and thinking it's going to go bad. Because that's how you really feel when you're in a losing trade, right? Like every uptick, you feel like, okay, I don't like this sometimes. Sometimes you might get greedy, but most of the times you're kind of afraid that it's going to go against you and stop you out. But the thing about funded or combines is that you don't have that. Like if I was down, if somebody said that I was going to be down 510 points, $510, it's going to freak me out a lot because that's a lot of money, right? But in a combine, it's almost like, okay, that's fine. But yeah, I'm liking this trade. I just don't want to see VIX and VVIX come down like this, but NVIDIA starts rejecting here. And Apple's coming down a little slowly. If it continues, we're going to look good. That's what and also about this tick. So basically, it's the upticks and downticks in the market. Right now, it's about negative 190, which is, I guess it is signaling some downside right now in this current minute, but I guess, yeah, I don't know what to say. Like everything is looking okay. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. If it works, it works. It's just a trade. It doesn't really define my trading strategy or even like if it's going to work or not. One thing I would have loved is to see NVIDIA completely flush underneath that after a failed break, but it didn't do that. Kind of concerning, but still in the trade. We're not. It has hit my stop, so I think it should be good.
Well, Pranjal, you stay focused. You have your risk. You committed to the risk of this trade. Your pre-trade analysis, spot on. You saw your indicators doing what you were looking for them to do. So you took the trade. And I wouldn't necessarily say this is all dependent upon NVIDIA. There's other factors coming in. Of course, there's also risk headline out there. You know, we're obviously always one headline away from seeing this market shoot down 50, 60 points as well. So short side, not the worst idea. Obviously, we did see that big buy up right after the initial sell-off, right after the open. But it kind of looks like we're running out of a bit of steam here. European close has come and gone. That being said, yeah, we have a couple minutes left here, Pranjal. How close are you to getting to the funded level, Pranjal?
I think I need about $4,000. Well, yeah, about like $5,000. It should be doable. And like, I'm not trying to set any time limits, but
sure,
within a month, it should be definitely doable.
You just set a time limit. You just said, all right. So within a month, folks, you heard it. Pranjal will check back in on this. He will be funded again. Not to set a time limit as he sets a time limit. I love it. Pranjal, do you ever time stop your trades, or do you completely commit to the full risk going into the trade?
Well, I do. I mean, I mostly do that if it doesn't go in my favor within a certain time. I'm like, okay, this is not going to go. I don't want to be in this shop anymore. I'll just kill it. but that has cost me more. So if I don't like it, I'm just not going to look at the market since I have my set risk, I have my set reward, so I'll just keep it there. Actually, for this trade, I don't have a set reward. I'm probably going to move it around. I can move it closer or a bit further down, but it's going to be more than 510. So
awesome. All right. Well, if you're going to be in the chat, will you please keep us updated on this trade in the chat? Because people are watching. People really enjoyed this, Pranjal. With that being said, I want to thank you so much for joining us on Trade with Topstep. We greatly appreciate it. We got shoulder tap coming up next with Mick. And then after that, we got group coaching. Form is pinned to the top of the chat. Pranjal, thank you so much. We got shoulder tap coming up next. This is Topstep TV. Let's get it.
Many times, the fear is not just a fear of losing, but a fear of feeling like a loser, that we're fearing failure. And so we need to rehearse the mindset that losses are part of the game, there's inherent uncertainty in financial markets, and that our evaluation of ourselves is based on our learning and our growth and our development, not by our absolute P&L at any moment. So again, it's back to the cognitive approach, changing our thinking about success and failure, because if we can learn from quote unquote failure, then it's not so much of a threat.
Why Topstep? Because traders shouldn't have to risk everything to participate in the markets. And since 2012, we've provided capital to over 10,000 futures traders just like you. From the pits in Chicago to screens in over 143 countries, we've been motivated by one simple idea. We don't care who you are or where you learn to trade. If you pass Topstep's trading evaluation, you'll be invited to trade with our capital in a fully funded account. As a Topstep funded trader, you keep 90% of profits and we take the losses. We also offer educational resources for all levels, live classes, and free group coaching from a team with over a century of professional trading experience. We're invested in your success. So what are you waiting for? Ditch the brokerage account, start learning by doing, and become a Topstep funded trader today.
Hey, everybody. Welcome to Shoulder Tap. I am Jack. I'm joined by Mick, who was just serenading us with a little Seventh Nation Army in back there. You pumped up today or something?
Yeah, it's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. Oh,
Piper down. We have a Piper.
All right.
Perfect timing.
Yeah, beautiful day in the neighborhood. All right. I taking matters into my own hands with the sorting of the video camera here.
All right. Well, we're off to an impeccable start here, Mick. This is the half hour, if this is your first time with us, where we go through what some live traders are doing. We go over some cards, a few beers, a few burgers, tons of laughs, and we get down to it. Mick, how are our funded traders doing today?
Oh, you got me hung up on the beers here. I'm here for the beers, Jack. That's what I'm here for. Funded traders, it's a good day today. Very good day today. And last week was a pretty exciting week too. I've got some P&Ls I want to rattle off. I'm going to save the big one for the first trading card that we go over. We got a 5-figure day, middle to low 5-figure day for one of our traders, Artem, who I'm going to talk about here in a little bit. But outside of Artem, we've got Ralph up 1,600. I'm calling these the R's. Ralph, Richard, Ronaldo, Rips. Ralph's up 16,000. I think I said 1,600. 16,000. We've got Richard up 12,000. Rips is up 3,500. Ronaldo is up 8,200. We got Jessica. She's up 10K in her live account. Prince is up 8,200. Justin's up 8,200. We got a bunch of other P&Ls that are really, really nice days, but those are the big dogs for the day.
Prince and Ronaldo sounds like a crew that I want to hang out with, especially knowing about that 16K day.
I hear Prince,
awesome.
and I think Mike Prince from that Showtime show, Billions.
You know, I only watched the first season of that. I can't remember what the characters. It was Bobby Axelrod, and then
yeah, Mike Prince wasn't in there in season 1. He came in a little bit later and became Axelrod's biggest rivalry. And there's some pretty good stuff out of both of them, trading blows.
Right,
making money, taking money.
That's the way it works. So, Mick, with that, we ran through our live traders here. Anything else of import going on in risk today? I know you guys have been super busy.
We have been super busy. We've been talking about a lot of things. We've added a couple new team members too. We've got Aaron now and Jasmine, internal employees that have joined the risk team, and the team is going to keep growing. So we're getting them all brought up to speed, and I think that these two new hires we've got would be potentially good faces for Topstep TV with their personalities and their passion for the markets and trading and helping traders and whatnot. So, yeah, all good things out of risk here. But yeah, we have been busy, which is why you have not seen my face as often as I would like. Maybe that's a good thing for the viewers, though. I don't know.
I think they
What kind of
like you.
feedback do we get, Jack?
They import it. Which character on Billions would you be? I completely forgot. I was like having a brain fart there. Paul
Oh, I'm
Giamatti's on
Wags.
that show. Love Paul
Wags.
Giamatti. Wags.
I'm Wags. Yeah. A little crude, a little wild, a little rough around the edges.
That sounds about right. Well, Mick,
Smart
if you
ass.
want, smart ass, yeah, definitely.
Yep.
If you want, we can dive. I know we have one card today, and then we can take some questions or something once we go through it. But my understanding is that this is a pretty big card from what you said earlier.
Well, it depends on which card you're talking about, because I believe we should have two. We've got Artem and we've got Chung. Which one do you have?
Oh, I got both of them now.
All right. I want to start with Artem.
All right. Let's kick it off with Artem.
All right. Artem, trading out of Bali, Indonesia, a place I very badly want to go, anywhere in Indonesia for that matter. Happy to say they're up $30,000 in their live account today, which is a huge day. It's their biggest day. They're beating out their best day ever, which previously was $14,000, $14,500. And I'm just very excited for them because new account balance highs, new high winning days, and this account was not in bad shape prior to today, but this is a trader who started out in the live account with 35 grand. They had gotten the account balance down as low as 6,000. Granted, there was a $9,000 payout there, Jack, with that one, which I really, really like a lot. And, they came into today with a $12,600 balance, made $30,000. Looks like they're done for the day right now. I haven't spoken with Artem, but looks like they're done for the day. And, this is day 27 in the live account. So this is a card I was really excited about. I always get excited when someone puts up their new account balance highs and new P&L highs for the day. These metrics don't look all that great, but it's the average winning days versus the average losing days, and then their ability to, put up really, really big days like this, all while having a $3,000 daily loss limit that on average they're not hitting. They're coming pretty close to it. So I like this. 27% winning days, not the greatest, but the math is on their side if you look at the average winning day versus the average losing day. And then for both cards that we have today, actually, risk reward out of these traders is 3-to-1 risk reward. So per contract, they're making $935 while only risking $313 here. And I really like the 3-to-1 risk reward. Jack, you know that that's something that's really important for any trader who's day trading. The risk reward is huge. Now, Artem is a pretty busy trader, 44 contracts a day, 11 trades a day. But with those hold times that I'm seeing, 10 trades a day isn't too bad. I know there's a little bit of scaling involved. I like the hold times here. On average, they're holding their winners for an hour and 10 minutes. So they're looking to take a bite out of the trend for the day. The losing trades, on average, they're only holding for 18 minutes. So, we're talking almost 4 times more time spent in the winners than in the losers. And I really like that. That tells me there's a trader here that's patient with their winners and impatient with the losers. The numbers, as far as the P&Ls go, is indicative of someone who's patient with their winning trades. You don't make $30,000 in a day. You don't make $14,000 in a day if you're impatient and you cut your winners short, or if you're very nearsighted and not looking to catch a piece of that trend for the day. So, I like this. I would like to see a little bit more, winning trades, because that's only at 20%. I'd love to see them converting more winning days, more trading days into winning days. But, all in all, it's good here. What are you seeing on this card or on this trade report, I should say?
when I saw this for the first time, I was gonna say, well, it's negative $500 a day, but at least he lives in Bali. But once you put in the today P&L, it flips to a little more than $500 a day because he made $30,000 today. Which I don't know if
Yeah.
you know off the top of your head, Mick, but if I look at the charts for today, did he? Do we know if he just called the bottom this morning? Which is actually, hindsight capital here is it's a very visual level where it turned around today in the NQ.
I didn't look that closely into it exactly, Jack, so I couldn't give you an honest answer there. I did see that there were 66 round turns today, so there was a lot of activity. Whether that was, catching a bottom and riding it, or riding it on the way down, or a little bit of, trading back and forth on both sides of the market, long and short. Couldn't tell you. Didn't look at this one that closely.
Well, I see some things that I like that go beyond that. I say a lot. You can't always bank on those 30K days. There is
No.
some encouraging stuff here as far as not necessarily always taking the DLL. I like, even though it's a losing day, I like that 2 days ago Artem lost $13 on the day.
$13.
$13, but there's a lot under the hood there because traded 2 trades. I can't tell if it was 2 traded 3 lots or he scaled into a 6, but whatever he did, he held those for an average of 2 hours. So it goes back to what you said about, well, there's clearly the patience here to pick what you're going to do and ride it out to the end. That's the only way you make 30K or, break even on a 3-hour trade. Presumably that was pretty far in his favor or against him at some point, but at least it didn't go to the loss limit on the day.
Yeah, I've noticed that in all the trade reports I've looked at, I have seen, I don't know if I want to say more success. I've seen a lot of success after looking at a lot of traders, but these people that are holding trades for a long time, patient with the winners, taking big bites out. Some of the yeah, I'm still struggling to say, I don't know if it's more common than not, but I love seeing people that don't have the greatest metrics on winning trades and winning days, and I get the platform and the ability to showcase how profitable they could be because of their methodology and how they can ride out trades. The inverse of that would be people that, might be very, very busy bees trading in and out all day long, do have high win rates, but they're only capitalizing on small profits. I find it much more difficult to do a lot of trading back and forth and maintain a high win percentage with a good risk reward ratio and have that translate to, good profitability. Whereas, you pick your spots, you stick to your guns, and you ride something out. You don't have to be right as often. And I feel like, for myself, that's my style of how I like to, assume risk in the markets. I would rather I always want to have 100% win rate though, but I'd rather be very selective, put something on, and watch it go. Have a good move, good move for good profits on smaller size. That's my risk appetite.
We'll go to the next card. Just want to do a quick aside here to hey, like and subscribe us. I got that out of the way. Subscribe to us. And we'll subscribe to you back, I guess. Muhammad's not here, so I got to do that. What I was going to say, though, we talk a lot about the higher reward, the risk rates. I just want to make something abundantly clear, though. That in and of itself is not a goal, right? Your edge is going to come like the reward to risk rate and your winning trade rates. There's a lot of different ways that could work, right? And if you're making random trades, they're going to eventually kind of converge to scratch, whether you're doing, 20-to-1 trades or 1-to-1 trades over a long enough period, unless you have some sauce. The reason we tend not to love when that ratio is inverted isn't to do with like the math of everything so much as some things that we see happen to traders, mainly that with the super high risk rewards, people that tend to get blown out pretty good or kind of irrational with the losses. And also, when I see it too low, it's also like this person is really power scalping, like is acting as market maker or something. And call me a hater. I just don't know if I fully believe people can do that. And if you can, you're going to be very wealthy. Anyway,
Yeah.
that's my aside there, Mick. We got a banger of a card up next, don't we?
Oh, Chung Yam. I was on my feet last Friday doing the old, the Hulk, pumping, oh, yeah, let's go. Got
Hey guys,
really
can
fired up.
Can I butt in for just 1 second, guys?
Yeah.
So
what's
this
up,
next trader
G?
we have a card for has written in a request to remain anonymous. So we could talk about his trading, but I can't display his card on TV. I do apologize.
Okay. I'm going to, we will call him CYL.
Or
There you go.
Johnny Doe.
Yeah. Johnny Doe.
Well, tell us what Johnny Doe did in the markets.
Well, that's not so
you
much fun, Mr. Anonymous. Anyways, I was cheering you on yesterday. So last Friday, Jack, and I know you guys were talking about it because I was banging away on the keyboard when I was watching this trader, go up 50,000, 60,000, 70,000, 80, 90. They were fluttering back and forth on both sides of the $100,000 profit mark and ended up the day up $104,000. Now, at the time, we can't share the positioning of our live traders, the traders that are in the live accounts. You just can't say, so-and-so is long or short. But now in hindsight, here we go. The market sold off Friday, and CYL, Mr. John Doe, synonymous, anonymous, notorious, put up $104,000 in the market. And that is by far the most money that any one of our live traders has made in a single day. It's also far greater than anybody in an XFA has made in a single day. And I'm not counting someone who made $20,000 across 5 XFAs. That's not, it translates to $100,000. It's not the same thing. This is someone with one account taking 6 figures out of the market, locking it in. At one point in time, they were up $105,000 and some change. They locked it in up $100,100. So they ended only about $1,000 off their high water mark for the day yesterday. And I really like this, the risk team, because we were, like I said, watching them go, 60, 70, 80, 90, right around the 100 and stuff. We were all on the horn together being like, all right, talk to him. We need to have him lock in. If he's up 100, he's at least locking in 80,000 or 90,000 of this day. So it was fun. Those conversations started around the $50,000 mark. It's like, all right, you're up 50. Let's lock in 30. You're up 60. Let's lock in 40. Boom, 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 all the way up. And we were prepared. This person, Mr. Notorious, no name, had some size on. And, from a risk standpoint, with that significant of profits, we wanted this person to lock in the biggest day that Topstep's ever seen out of its live account from out of one of our traders in a live account. So we were prepared to flatten that trader, lock that trader out for the rest of the day, to ensure that they walked away with those profits. And now that trader is sitting with about $250,000 in their live account, just shy of it. They hit their daily loss limit today. Not a big deal. They are someone who, Jack, you can see it on the trade report and even on the trading card here that I put together. Just about all the losing days are daily loss limit days. But, those average winning days, they've traded 88 days in their live account. Their average winning day is $29,000. They've only got 13% winning days, which is really, really low. But it's kind of interesting to paint this picture similar to, Artemis, where the winning days weren't that great, but the average winning day was better than the average losing day. This person is able to really knock it out of the park and has some guts to ride out a trade. Can you imagine? And Jack, maybe you can imagine, but for the viewers out there, you know how you get emotional and how your body feels when you're, having big profits. You probably very well remember how you were feeling on the day that you put up your biggest, profits in a single day. Try and put yourself in, this person's shoes and think about how you would feel emotionally, excitement, nervousness, scared, little anxious, a little worried, a lot of the above, a lot of emotions going through your head when you're up six figures and you have to make that decision. A couple decisions you have to make. You have to, think about exiting for money management. You have to think about exiting for, hey, I thought the market was going to go to this level. It's either approached that level. Now, what do I do? Or I thought it could get further and it seems like it stopped, going down. What do I do from a money management standpoint? What am I seeing in the markets? The more skin in the game, the higher the stakes. I think it's harder to make those decisions. It's really easy if I'm up $1,000, not sure what's going to happen. Boom, I'm going to cover it. But when it's $100,000, it's a little different.
Yeah. And just to be clear, Mick, you're talking about like when you see someone up like this, you reach out to them to try and like figure out what's going on. And I think that it's
Oh
one of
yeah.
those. Well, tell me if there's a thing. Is like maybe like the only time you would like what scenarios would you like automatically get someone out? Probably only when you couldn't get in touch with them, right?
If we couldn't get in touch with them, yeah. We want traders to manage their money well, and when someone's got a big position on, and we're seeing a big P&L, whether it's a profit or a loss, usually a big position, and the daily loss limit, a big loss or a $3,000 loss or any daily loss limit expansion loss is going to come very quickly. But when it comes to locking in profits, we're reaching out to these traders, whether it's via email or phone. Phone's always faster. Our live traders at the prop firm are required to be available while actively trading. They're required to have stops in on open positions. Now, if I could see that, this person had stops in that was going to lock in, X amount of dollars, I'd have a good idea of that. I'd want to make sure they weren't moving them, but I'd still want to talk to the trader to get an idea of what they were thinking they were going to get out of the trade. And where they'd be, getting out of the trade if it keeps going in their favor, or getting out of the trade if, it turns around against them. And not really against them, but just turns against the way they're positioned, to see, what the game plan is for locking in profits on the day. Jack, you'd be amazed. There's a lot of people who are up, $15,000, $20,000. And we talk to these traders and say, what's your plan for getting out if it goes against you? And they don't have a plan. Don't be one of those people. Have a really good idea of, if you're up X, you're going to walk away, worst case scenario, up Y. Or you're only going to risk X percent of your equity high watermark, P&L high watermark for the day. These are all things you always need to frame out the trade before you put the trade on. And then when you're in the trade and you actually see, some windfall profits like this, you need to be planning and not just reacting if, the market, in this case would have rallied really sharply while you've got that trade on, because you could go very easily from being up $100,000 to up only $60,000 in a matter of a moment. If that happens, what are you doing? If that happens quickly, someone might be a deer in the headlights, and they're like, "Well, I was just up 100,000. Now I'm up only 60,000, $40,000 swing. Oh, I hope it'll get closer to 100,000." That's not a plan. It's not a plan at all.
Yeah. Well, Mick, we'll talk more about this. I think with that, it's about the end of the segment. Next, JD and Robert are here for group coaching. And at 1 p.m., Real Deal Zach is here to talk about his XFA trading. He made 533 yesterday. Always a pleasure to have him on. Mick, thanks a lot for going into this. I love getting into the nitty gritty of risky.
I love risky things.
Yes. Who
All
doesn't
right,
love
Jack.
risky
Nice being
things?
on with you.
Nice
No
being
risk,
on
no
with you
fun.
too, Mick.
No risk,
No
no
risk,
fun.
no
My
fun.
father has a hat that says "No risk, no fun."
Ooh, we got to get one of those for sure. All right. With that, No risk, no fun, but it is time for group coaching. This is Topstep TV. We're going to be back in just a few minutes with JD and Robert. See you then.
And we are back. Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome to group coaching. It's everyone's favorite time of day. This is where we take your questions from the chat and we answer them live here on Topstep TV. I am JD, veiled behind the curtain. you are looking at Coach Robert. I'll be feeding him some questions. He's going to answer them for you and maybe go over some charts. But we've got that question form pinned in the chat currently. Go ahead and squeeze one more in there if you think you want to ask a question. Maybe we'll get to it. Maybe we won't. We got a couple good ones, though. Coach Robert, what's happening this afternoon?
What's happening? What a day, huh?
Yeah,
The
right?
markets are they're something else, I'll tell you.
Looking at it right now, just a slow grind higher. That's it.
Up and away for sure.
The melt up. It's the melt up. Volume's dying. Volatility's dying. There's just yeah.
Since the morning, if we had that 7 a.m. Central Time dump off to 8 o'clock for about an hour, and then did nothing but go up from there. So just eyeballing it real quick, we're up from 8 a.m. Central Time to right now. We're up 350 points on this NQ.
What a move! Creative Minds in the chat says buyers are getting trapped here. Why does this make you call? Why are you calling a top here?
We'll see.
Some context behind it. Maybe we'll do something.
Right.
All right.
All right, man. We got some good stuff going on here. Yeah.
We sure do. Let's I'm gonna start right at the top. First question in came from Kevin. Kevin said, if you set your risk at $400 per one NQ mini, does that mean if I size up, I should be risking $800 for 2 contracts? Well, that would make the most sense, wouldn't it? The more size you take on, the more risk you take on. But the risk parameters that you have set for your strategy, should those be sacrificed to add more to your trading size? What do you think, Coach Robert?
100% agreement. Yeah, that's the logical step, because if you're trading one contract with a risk of 400, the next step would be, well, the next one you can do is only a second contract, and then you would be doubling your risk. But that is not necessarily always the case. Don't forget, you can also trade micros also. So instead of doing one mini up to 2 minis, one mini up to 5, 1 mini and then 5 micros along with it. If you're on a different chart, you can put them up next to each other and trade one and the other. You do need to place both orders because technically they are different products. But if you're a trader that's getting in and out that fast, it may be a little hindrance for you, and you can always scale in and out of the micros. So you don't necessarily always need to go the full amount of your risk and doubling each time except the first time. So the only way you can increase your contract from 1 to 2 is to double the amount. It doesn't, as JD alluded to, it doesn't necessarily mean that it should be the exact all the time, like always do it a 400 to 800. What if you manage that risk a little bit better and said, okay, well, yes, I'm trading one contract and I have a risk of $400 per one mini. I want to go to 2, but I really don't feel like risking $800, which would be the next logical step. So you may need to do a slight adjustment on maybe your time frame, with the time of day you're trading, or even potentially the instrument. All right, because if you're trading NQ and you want to switch to something else, go into the YM, something that moves a little slower. You can have a little bit wider area, because the NQ, $400 on NQ is not a lot. That's not a lot of room right there. $20 a point. So 2 contracts, 800. You got to really know what you're doing with that. Some of the big boys and big girls trading on TopstepTV and the funded traders, they're pretty good at that. But even then, it can come back to bite them a little bit. So try to think of it on 2 ways: is switching over to micros on part of it, and then also manage that risk a little better. That's a big jump from going $400 risk to $800 of risk. Good question, because you would think that right off the bat, hey, I'm trading 1 to size up, I have to trade 2. I should double my risk. Logically, that makes sense, but I would just manage the risk a little bit better.
Yep. And if you are stuck on having a dollar limit for your risk parameter, then you will have to sacrifice your trade entry in order to accommodate that. So if you're looking to get short the market, you would need a higher entry price in order to stay within your risk parameters of $800. But yeah, we covered that well, I think. Nice job, Robert. All right, we got one. Next one up here, Robert. Something about TradingView and drawing tools. You want to talk about that? Yeah.
Yeah. So it's from CF Sage. It says VIP. So you're in the VIP group. Excellent. Congratulations.
Oh, look at
well,
that. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that there. So this is Topstep X. It's an embedded TradingView chart. It doesn't have 100% of the features that TradingView has because it's actually it doesn't run pretty much on the back end Pine scripting language. So it's a little bit different. It's why you see some of the some of the little funky things that we're still working on. Meaning, let's just use VWAP as an example. You put VWAP on your chart, and as the day goes on, you do need to just to scroll it back a little bit, let it recapture all that information, so it will properly plot the current state of VWAP. It is a little, I hate to say bug, but it's just not something that needs to be done for right now until the active refreshing can go on. The same thing with volume profile. The only volume profile we have is the one on the right-hand side, which is the volume profile session volume, which means, not session, but the entire volume. So as I scroll, visible range, that's what I was thinking of. Volume profile, visible range. It's going to change as I scroll my chart back and forth because it's going to calculate whatever's on the chart, as does the VWAP. And then the other one is the fixed range, and that is when we take and we click on the chart and we drag, and it will give us the volume profile for whatever range we chose. There is a third one that TradingView has that we don't have just yet, and it's called the session profile. We can say, hey, start it at this session, like the US session, and as the day moves on, that's going to just continue to plot and update as the next candles get painted on the chart. So it was a long way of saying that we don't have that exact thing that you're asking about taking a drawing tool and going across multiple instruments because they're all looked at as individuals. So even you have NQ, if I said I want to put a line at 20,500 and I switch to ES, well, we're not going to have that line on 20,500 because the ES isn't trading around there. The ES is only trading right now at 6,000 for the most part, 5,900. So we're not going to have the same lines. Now that said, the indicators can be across multiples. So for example, you're looking at the ES right now. It's a 500 tick chart. We can see I have a couple of moving averages on here, volume profile. If I just switch over to NQ, those indicators are going to follow me. Additionally, you can also set up an indicator template at the top. So for example, this is NQ. I have this set right now on, it's called trend trading. That's the template that I have, but here's a neat thing. Let me show you. Let's add something else on the chart here. Let's put another indicator on the chart.
Hey, Coach Robert, we actually have CF Sage in the chat. Mostly curious about. He understands what you're saying, but he's mostly curious about the ES and the MES. If he wanted to trade, if he was looking at the micro and the mini, of a specific contract, that's
that's great. Thanks for jumping in there.
Yeah.
Yep. So thanks for jumping in there. I'm on ES now, and we have a couple indicators on here. But if you're asking about the drawing tools, that is still not going to be the case. We can show you. I have a drawing tool here. I'm just going to make a circle, and I am on ES right now. Now, if I take and I change this to MES, that drawing tool isn't going to stay there, even though I have this link chosen. This link is for charts, for multiple charts. If I had a second chart on here with, let's say, a different time frame, as long as it's going to be the same instrument, you'll see it across all the charts. And that's what this charting. In fact, if you mouse over it, it says the new drawings are replicated to all charts in the layout and shown with the same ticker symbol is selected. MES and ES are different tickers, different instruments. So the drawing tools are not going to go across them. You can use indicators. As you see here, I have these two moving averages on there in the volume profile. ES and MES, they will go back and forth. In fact, those two indicators will stay. If I just choose YM, you can see those same two indicators because the indicator is just going to take, this is a moving average, so it's going to take the average across. But notice I have a drawing tool line at 44,300. If I go to MES, that doesn't exist. Okay, and it's a whole different instrument. It's way the heck up there. But it's also not going to change it. So CF, unfortunately, no. Drawing tools are not going to cross instruments. Indicators can cross instruments. And you can set up your templates to show and pick which one you want. Because as you save a template, you can tell it, these are the indicators I'm showing on the top left. I can have it remember the symbol or not, remember the interval or not. So I could literally just come up and say, well, here, I'm going to remove these two moving averages. I'm going to remove my DMI thing down the bottom here. But I can go to my my templates and choose trend trading. It's going to load them all back again, and in fact, bring me back to NQ. There it is. Okay. So it's that's how it works.
There you have it. So if you're drawing a trend line on the ES and you want to see it on the MES, you'll have to switch over and draw that same trend line on a different chart for a different product. All right. Next up, we've got HM Batel wants to know what happens if you hit your max loss limit? Can you keep trading with the same account on the next day? Well, unfortunately, if you hit your max loss limit, that account will no longer be eligible for funding. I think you'll still be able to log into it and trade it in a sim environment, but it will no longer be eligible for funding. So even if you were to eventually hit the profit target, it still wouldn't count because you already hit the max loss limit. Anything else you want to add to that, Coach Robert?
Yep, I would just add to it that if you're hitting the daily loss, if you hit the max loss of the account, that's losing the account. So you'll need to reset it or wait for your rebill, as JD said. But if you have your own personal daily loss limit, and let's say instead of being the maximum amount, let's say you lost 1,000 out of the 3,000, that's your daily loss limit. You can lock it out, and then you can also come back the next day, and that will unlock because at 4 p.m. everything's in 3 p.m. Central, everything closes. 5 p.m. Central, your personal daily loss limits and everything do get reset again. So you would be another $1,000 that you would be able to hit, and then just wait for it to clear that closing of that particular trading day. But your max loss, no, it's not going to, you'll need to reset the account. But yes, JD, you can log back into it and still take trades. And we've heard some of that before, saying, man, I just took all this money and and it's not showing. It's because the day before you hit max loss limit, and it's not going to register anymore. It's just not eligible for funding. It's the only rule break that you have that's going to stop you from being funded is by losing more, by hitting your max loss limit. There's your $3,000 max loss. It's the only thing that's going to stop you from becoming funded. One rule. That's all it is. There are parameters where you can have so many products. Yeah, it's just one rule, one step, one rule. Look at this NQ. Wow.
Let me pull that chart back up. What are we doing? Oh, just melting up.
My goodness.
All right, let's move on to RJ. RJ says, personally, how do you deal with down weeks? You know those weeks that no matter what you do, it just goes to hell in a handbasket. Last week, I sucked all the way around. 5 straight days. No matter what I did, it was wrong. Not just the Topstep either, and my personal accounts as well. This week I'm back in tune thus far, but looking for a way I can mentally manage when things take a dark turn. Curious how dark it got. Did you ever consider turning your charts upside down and trading the same strategies the complete opposite way? That was a joke. Don't ever turn your computer monitors upside down to flip your charts around. That was purely for humor. But Coach Robert, when you sense you're going on tilt, what's the best way to get out of it? How do you step away?
Ooh, yeah, that is a hard lesson learned. I have been there myself. My absolute worst week ever ended on a Friday with my worst day ever. And it was just one of those days that just kept going. The market was going and going and going and up like it is now. I just kept shorting it and then adding to my short and then closing it and waiting for what I thought was going to be a turnaround. Just kept going up and went in higher to recover some funds. And it was the absolute worst day I've ever had by far. It was not fun. July 8th. So
July 8th.
A couple years ago. It was not a good day. Yeah, but it wasn't supposed to be like that. It's like the option, the options expires with there. We changed contracts over, and then there was news, and then things weren't going well for the markets, the equities, the bonds. The housing was bad. It was 2020. I was like, there's no way. Like, what? We have a pandemic going on. Why is this thing making? And it was a weird day because the NQ at that time was doing 250, 350, 400 points a day, and that day it went up like 900. Like, there's no way, and I was wrong. So that was so RJ, I feel you. That was my worst day ever, and that is what made that week my worst week ever. I still talk about it. I still shake when I hear it because I have not recovered from it. So, but let me see if I can help you out. if you're not feeling it, the easiest, simplest thing to do, which is not the easiest to do, is to walk away. Especially if you didn't do well in your own personal live money accounts. It's just not worth it. The market will be here. You can trade 22 hours a day or 23 hours in your personal account. If you're not feeling it, tomorrow's a new day, or the following week. It's just one of those times. RJ, I don't know what your discipline is, right, but you had 5 straight days of hell in a handbasket. Maybe after 3, it might have been an opportunity to say, you know what, this might not be my week. But I know your mindset. I believe I know it because it's my mindset as well, that, well, we had 3 bad days, so I got to have a good one coming up pretty soon. Maybe the market was horrible. The market changes all the time, and maybe it was too choppy for you because you're more of a trend trader. And it's already been 3 choppy days in a row, so it should be trending at this point. Or maybe you're a chop trader, a range trader, and the market trended because it trends less than it chops, right? 70-30, about 70% of the time. It's I hate to say chop, but it ranges around, consolidates, and then 30% of the time it'll trend. Well, 30% of the time, if you have 3 consecutive trending days, it's pretty much the next day, for the most part. Probabilities would typically be a range bound day or a consolidation day. And if it wasn't, and you stuck again, you were stuck at it again, and it trended, you're like, well, now it's 4 in a row, so it's got to be the next day. It's just, we can't do that. We're speculators, and we can try to predict, and we guess and assume and all that fun stuff. But if you're not feeling it and it's starting to affect you, it's going to do no good to continue to try, especially in your live money accounts. I mean, if you lose $3,000 on a combine or even an XFA, you're not losing $3,000. You're losing the cost of it, and then you can pull your reset or wait for your monthly subscription to renew and start again. But if you lose $3,000 in your personal account, that's $3,000. And my bad day was in a personal account. Pre any type of prop firm. I didn't know about it back then. At that time, I didn't know about any of these. So I wish I did. So it would have saved me a heap of trouble. But it was a learning experience, and it was certainly education. And JD, we're at 20,785 now on the NQ.
Look at that.
My goodness. Yep.
It just keeps going, folks. It just keeps going.
Yeah.
All right. We got time for 1 or 2 more quick ones here. Let's see. Will R wants to know, I'm buying a combine today.
Okay.
Say again?
Oh, that was the one I was looking at.
Oh, yeah. Will R says, I'm buying a combine today. Can I take a few days before taking my first trade in it? You absolutely can, Will. If you're listening, you also have access to a practice account. So get in there and take advantage of your practice account before you actually start using your real trading combine. Coach Robert, what is your... anything else you want to add to that?
Yeah, I would say exactly that, JD. I was going to throw the practice account in there. That vacation did you good, man. You're always on the ball anyway, but just right on top, read my mind again. You do pretty well with that stuff. So yeah, so you can buy the combine. You don't have to trade it right away. And I would suggest if you are buying a combine, it means one of 2 things, right? You are ready to take the test. You're ready to be evaluated. However, if you say, I want to get the combine, but I don't use this particular platform, let's say Topstep X, now you buy the combine. Now you have a practice account that you can use for a few days. So yeah, a direct answer, yep, buy it. You can, you don't have to take the first day and go ahead and use that, utilize that practice account. Not all prop firms have them. Topstep does.
There you go. I'm going to find one more quick one for us.
How about 58?
58, Jimbo, got it. Jimbo says, what expectations should I have when I've planned to take a trade? What expectations, if any, should I set if it fails? I know this is a hard thing for a lot of people to wrap their brains around, but once you put a trade on and you've accepted the risk of that trade, you should be fully willing to accept the loss from that trade. If you're not confident enough to accept the loss from the trade, maybe you shouldn't have put the trade on in the first place. The confidence in putting the trade in sort of offsets. I wouldn't say not. Obviously, it doesn't offset the risk, but the confidence that you have in the trade and your setup should make it worth the risk for you. But this question is for you, Coach Robert. So, what is your take on expectations once you get into a trade? I'm not saying you should.
Expectation.
I'm also not. Yeah, I'm not saying you should get on a trade expecting to lose, but when you set your risk parameters and you're confident in your trade, you have to be able to accept that risk in case the trade goes against you.
Absolutely, JD. Absolutely. Totally makes sense. Jimbo, thanks for the question. So yeah, your expectation is you're going to win or lose, right? That's all you have. There are only two options. You can win the trade, lose the trade. I suppose you could break even. Exactly. It might be off by a penny or two on that. Anyway, yes, set your expectation, set your target, set your stop. Now, JD, I'm going to add a slight piece in there. So once you enter your position and you have your target and your stop, it's a personal thing that I like to do myself where my stop is generally further away. So, and because it's an NQ trader, I don't want to get them big drops and little spikes and get wicked out. And sometimes it happens, and it's part of the deal. It's that, welcome to trading. This is what happens sometimes. What I like to do, JD, as part of my plan is to, and this is my opinion on a preference of how I like to trade, put that target up there. Target's a little closer because if I get those pops in NQ and it goes where I want relatively quickly, I'm just going to get out of the trade, take the money and run. My stop is a little further away, and I do that for two reasons. One was so I don't get wicked out, and two is if I can see the market sentiment change. So part of my strategy, part of my trading plan, and part of my expectation is I know I'm going to either hit my target or stop. I'm going to win or lose this trade, but I don't always have to let it go all the way to my stop, nor all the way to my target. If my anticipation or I'm speculating it's going to reach a certain area for a target and it gets close, it starts hovering around and I see maybe volume is coming in and it's in a low volume area, it starts coming up the point of control and I just simply don't like it, sure, I'm just going to close that trade. One thing that drives me crazy is looking at, hey, I have a 20-point target and having a trader go, well, it went 18 points, it gets so close and then hit my stop. Like that's silly. Unfortunately, I just think that's silly. It's 20-point target, 20-point stop. It goes to 18 points to your target. You're going to let it go all the way back to zero and then all the way 20 points the other way. To me, I think the market sentiment has changed at that point in that scenario that I just gave. Yeah, there's a little different things if you're trying to scalp in for a little bit and you just want to pull your stop. I get it, and that works too, and that's the exact same way. But for you, Jimbo, as far as your expectations, just expect to learn something, expect to win or lose, and follow your plan. And you hear that all the time, and we say it all the time, is what is my plan? You can have in your plan to say, I don't like this anymore. I think the market changed. Go for it. I don't know, maybe the cloud went across the sun or something. Whatever your plan is, but just stick with it. Follow that plan. Expect to do that because that's the only way you'll be able to change, modify, and then recalibrate what your plan is. You may find a spot like I particularly did on NQ. I found out that if I'm targeting, from my personal preference, if I'm targeting NQ too far, I was losing a lot more of those trades. I would have never known that if I just kept willy-nilly and just going, I'm going to get into this and I don't like this. Put a plan together, follow it. You have a practice account, and then look at your process and find out what happened. Now, if you want to figure in to move that stop a little further, and then market sentiment may have changed on you, sure. If that's part of your plan and part of your procedures, go for it. Take that, and then maybe you'll find out that it doesn't work for you doing that. That is good too. It's all a learning experience. Track it, monitor it, make the adjustments, and move on. As far as expectations, expect Topstep to be here for you and help you and support you. There's our plug right there, JD.
Awesome. Thank you, Coach Robert, and thank all of you for your questions. Unfortunately, we are at time. That is it for group coaching for today. We've still got some questions left over. Maybe we'll get to them later on this week. Stick around. We're going to take a short break. We've got Back to the Futures coming up. Real Deal Zach is coming back. He was down a little bit in one of his XFA accounts yesterday, but he turned around and closed it out on the high side. So we're going to learn a little bit more about that in just a few minutes. Stick around, folks. We're going to take a short break. We will be right back.
See ya.
Snow. Where we're going, we don't need snow, right, guys? Welcome back to the futures, everyone. We got Real Deal Zach here, coming off a nice day in his Express funded account. What's up, Zach? You were down on
What's
the day
going on?
yesterday. Down on the day, fought back, closed it higher. Tell us the story. What were you trading?
Yeah,
What
turn
happened?
that bad boy around. Yeah, it was getting long and catching some of that move. Was waiting for a little bit of a breakout to the upside. I think I was trying it long early. Can't remember really that first loss that brought me down, but jumped in long right around, this is the 5-minute chart. Yeah, I think about 10 a.m. was the trade. Yeah, right as we started to break back above VWAP, and really held this one all the way up. Talked about not cutting all my trades short, just shooting for that $200 day in the XFAs, and yeah, ended up grabbing. I think I ended like 533 on the day in a 50K XFA, so it worked out nice.
Excellent, nicely done, nicely done. Dolby time.
Yeah, man.
They haven't said hi to you yet. How are you? What's going on, Nick?
Hello, JD. Hello, Real Deal Zach, and hello, chat.
Yes. Well, what are we looking at right now, Zach? Looking at got the NQ up. I'm looking at a 3-minute chart. I see a whole bunch of bull flags throughout the day. All of them have worked. We were fighting it all morning long, and we should just played one of these bull flags. It looks like we got another one setting up as we speak. What do you think's going to? What do you think's going on into the close? Are we going to keep just grinding higher, or are we going to round out a top here?
These are tough days. You expect it to be rounded out at some point, but it's feeling like buy the dip. And I'm going to go ahead and do that right off the bat. We are just starting to.
How many? JD and I are in.
I'm getting ready. Hang on one second, guys. I'm getting ready. But yeah, I'm looking to just buy this thing. I can't short it. I think you get stuck trying to short this at every important level, and it just keeps melting to the upside, grinding higher, zombie grind, whatever we want to call it. But I'd like to find a way in long. We are consolidating a little bit more than I'd like, but we did that, a handful of times today and just continued higher. So I'm thinking long, down around this level.
What level?
What's the price you're looking at, Zach?
Just a little. I was looking at 75. Really just low in this area consolidation. Throw a stop a little bit farther down.
Absolutely.
And start to target the highs of this thing. But that's pretty much the game plan. Buy the dip. That's it.
I think we saved the viewer too. Checking in on the chat, Snuffle Platypus says, if you guys are still shorting this afternoon, I'm done. Well, stick around, Platypus, because we're getting long here.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, these markets are tough to trade, man. And we had that kind of grind to the upside yesterday. We may not get a farther pullback down. This may just be consolidation. We're going to come back up to the highs and keep moving. Eyeballing this thing.
I'm going to draw on a nice little.
That's a good idea, Zach. It's a cool trade.
I'm gonna go ahead and start light. Throw an order in with 2 micros. Run a wide stop, and I'll probably add if we come back down, which I don't usually do.
So you're in one right now. Right now, yes.
I'm in one
okay.
now. I'm long. Sorry, guys. I am long from 784. Risk on this thing. I'm just gonna try to eyeball out some pullbacks. Try to survive.
What is the risk?
Ooh, there
Question
we go.
number the second.
What's your stop at?
I am really wide for a moment. I'm just going to get ready to tighten it up. I'm probably going to want to see at least 30 or 40 points survive any kind of pullback.
So 50s. Okay.
Yeah. Let's see. We already are off about 17. Yeah, I'm going to go wide to start. Something like, let's say like 56. Let's go with that. I'll scale in if we come down a little bit lower. And if we pull 36.5 points, 150 ticks off the highs, maybe I'm getting wicked out before continuation to the upside. Maybe we are just buying the high. But that's what we're doing here, chat. We're buying today. Market's going up. It's a very tough one to take. We're already so high. You had a chance to buy all day. But I'm trading along with the trend and running a wide enough stop to try and survive any kind of further pullback that we get out of this consolidation.
There you go.
So,
For the people in the back that might have missed it, Zach is long. Two micro NQ at 20,784 with a CYA order at 20,756. House account still flat. We are scouting to get long this too. We're looking for a
We are
bit of a
not.
pullback.
We are long
We are
one,
not.
JD.
We are long one. House account
20,782.
House account is long 20,782. Love it.
is it? Yeah, I was on last week selling the lows, and chat was yelling at me. If I had a little bit more time, or I could have held that thing for a couple more hours. That was really the start of that sell off. And like I said last week, if I have to get caught buying the high on a big trend day as we're just continuing to push up, that's okay. I will.
So
I'll
be it.
try to do it with a wide stop. I don't love to get super duper tight. Maybe you get wicked out a couple times, but yeah, we are just on an absolute tear. I see. I'm looking at like 146 at 800, 20,800. So I got a level marked from Bookmap up here. I think if we crack the highs, that'd be a nice level to run towards.
Yep, I see it. 146 on the offer at 20,800. Good catch there. Yeah, in chat, it's kind of funny how ruthless chat can be sometimes too.
No.
Oh yeah.
When you're in a trade, you almost don't want to look at it.
Chat.
Yeah. Yeah. Listen, everybody's got their own approach, right? Like, I give everybody on here respect, especially the guys that have way more experience and are on the leaderboard, running stuff up. Dakota's got his approach, and I think a lot of times he is looking for reversals at these major levels. He's going to try the same trade a couple times, and when it does work, he's going to make a whole lot more than he lost on maybe the first or 2 or 3 times that he's got to try it. That might not work for you. You might see that as fighting the trend.
Yep.
That's okay. Find something that works for you, a way to structure risk, and and put it to work. But I've seen him and Rips on here. One of them's going long, one of them's going short pretty quickly. Back to back, and they're both making money. So, that's the nature of the markets.
Yeah, Dakota actually called it quits today. He put on 3 not so good ones in a row, and he locked his account, which
it's good idea.
I thought took a lot of guts to do. It's a very difficult thing to do, to admit that you're calling it wrong, and you got to step away, and you got to lock that account up before you drop any more of that live capital.
Absolutely. And and on that note, if you're just reading the market wrong, or you're reading the market right for your approach, but the market's not agreeing with you, and you're just taking back-to-back losses, you don't have to just wear yourself down into the ground. You lock it up and walk away.
Yep.
So
save a little more. Live to trade again tomorrow. Or always trade for tomorrow. That's our motto.
Always trade for tomorrow. I like that one. Preserve capital, live to fight another day.
Let's get this
so here we
back.
are. Last trade, 27.79 half in the NQ. House count long at 782. Real deal Zach long at 784. Taking a bit of heat for the moment. Zach's looking to scale in, maybe buy some more when we get to the bottom of this little bull flag. If you look at my charts, I got a little bull flag drawn here. Looking at a 3-minute chart. The bull flag has been the trade of the day. I could probably draw 7 of these things right now, and they all worked.
Yep. You can keep it simple on a day like today. You could use a trend line off the top of a couple candles. You can use an anchored VWAP, maybe off of high of day. You can just start buying as we consolidate. You could buy the pullback. There's a million different ways to do it, but trying to find a way in long, if the market is just telling you buyers are in control, we are not taking our foot off the gas. We are continuing to grind higher. Maybe you've got some targets overhead, which for me, we still do. I like that nice level on Bookmap. Yeah, and again, you can go in light like I am here, right? We got $112 of risk on this. Maybe we're going to scale in if this thing decides to knife down. You're not in super heavy. You can kind of be a little dynamic with it. But
wiggle.
For me, there's no way I can sell this thing. I think you would have been calling the top all day, unfortunately, and that would have been tough.
Yep. And it was tough. We just had a little spike up there. So
get us a little wiggly.
What's
there,
our
JD.
Little wiggly? What's our CYA order, Dolby?
76, but with
76.
ads at 75, 73, 71, and 69. It'd be 5 all day if we got filled.
Yeah, so what I'm going to wait for on this one, guys, for an ad, potentially, I'm not just going to add right at the level, maybe a wick down below, something to come below this area consolidation, and then some buyers bringing it back up. That would
I like that.
That would get me into another position. I may not have a great average price. It may be all the way back up near my entry, but I'd throw a couple more contracts on that one. If we just are going to sell off here,
Long
that's
2.
cool.
Lido PTSD saying this is a classic blow off top. What time frame are you looking at, Lido?
Long 3.
PTSD.
What are your take profits? What are you looking for?
I don't have anything set. I'd be looking at the 800, 20,800. I would probably, if I'm in with just these two, I'm probably closing out up there, grabbing a quick trade. I'd like to be in heavier, start scaling out there, and just leave some runners on if we do turn this
Long
thing
4.
around and keep moving to the upside.
Long 5.
Got them all?
We're maxed. Yep. 20,774.
774 average. House count is long 5. Average 20,774.
See, we got the pullback coming.
Man, did it get squirrely fast.
We are seeing some
Holy
selling.
moly.
Some sellers stepping in.
We got wiggly.
Got real wiggly.
See, 800 still on the book up above. I like that.
Mm-hmm.
Again, we could see the knife down. Like we said, we can round out a top at any point here. Sellers can step in and just really rip this thing lower. But on a day like today, man, I'm going to hop on here with you guys at 2:00. I'm going to do my best to find a way into a long. That's
awesome.
That's where I'm staking my claim today.
Can the bull survive this little sell-off here?
Let's see.
It's a really nice 5-minute range.
It's the biggest red candle we've seen in a while.
Yeah, no kidding.
Looking at a 3-minute chart.
Yep. Looking at the 5-minute, it's pretty decent. Again, on a day like today, I like to try to look at just measured pullbacks. How far off of whatever high we put in did we pull back off? Hasn't been too much to look at.
Your stop is still 76 evens. Yeah,
I'm 56. Yes, 56. I'm 756. 756.
Yeah, we're out.
And it looks like it wants to come and tag me.
We're out, Toby? Whole house is flat?
Yeah, we're flat. We got tagged at 760s. You said 756. We were at 760s. If this rallies, I'll be very sad.
Yeah, I don't know that we're gonna get that. This is a decent sized pullback. Again, we are right about that 32. Getting close to that 35 off the highs.
Just touch 56. You ever get a position closed early and you're praying that thing happens so it doesn't look so bad? It's yes, let's get 56. In hindsight, everything was fine.
Yeah, I don't love the way this looks.
Oh, God,
sorry, guys. Yeah,
you're not loving it.
I'd like to. No, not loving this. Just in case we wanted to know, I'd like some really aggressive wick to the downside and then immediate bought back up. This one is pulling this slower move to the downside. Maybe I survive this 5-minute candle that's printing. 10 seconds left, but we'll see.
Please hit 76 or 56. Sorry, please hit. Oh my God! No!
Don't say that.
I know.
Uh-oh.
I know.
Let's see.
550. 550. Oh, we might have gotten gold.
Dobie.
Might have gotten gold mint.
Yeah, I don't love my stop loss placement right below this low. I don't love being right above the 50s. I could see a little bit on the ladder at 50, not a ton.
Mm-hmm.
But
if you do see, if you get stopped out and you see that liquidity grab on the downside, would you turn around and get back in long again?
Yeah, I probably would. Again, on a day like today, where we are so strong to the upside, if we see some big orders pop up on the book, I'm going to look to fade that. I'm going to look to buy into that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was no trade. I was no trade all day. I guess cut it a little bit short. Was watching this just choppy open back and forth after the pullback. Just wasn't confident taking a breakout to the upside today. Maybe it was recency bias from yesterday, just not thinking that we were going to see the same thing again play out. This was kind of close, although we didn't sell off right in pre-market. So I cut it short. I said I'm done right about 11 o'clock and stepped away. This was this was a hell of a move to the upside. But still alive for now.
Hanging in there.
Real deal Zach still in his long trade. Long from 784. Stop at 56. Some messages coming in. 1 second.
It's a game of ticks.
Hey, this is just coming over the wire here. Schmidt was talking earlier today, but it's just the wire here. Talking about large fiscal deficits won't cause inflation because the Fed will raise rates. It's coming from Fed Schmidt over the wire. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Eddie. I almost called you Edward.
I thought you were going to go for Edwin.
I answered them both.
It's like, I think
Yeah.
it's all of the above, right? Those all work.
Just don't call me late for supper, okay?
Hey-o. Sure thing, Eddie. Last trade, 73 and a half. 20,000, 73 and a half in the NQ.
Yeah, sellers didn't run this thing down to the ground just yet. We are kind of pulling this. Yeah, this could be consolidation, then break and retest to these lows, and then continuation lower. That could certainly be on the table. But a little bit more buying pressure I'd be looking to add, but I don't know about this one. Again, part of the trade thesis. So I'm a little bit dynamic with risk management. If I'm going to pull something like this, I want a wider stop loss. Size in a little bit lighter. If you're wrong small. I'm typically not adding in drawdown unless it's pre-planned like it was on this one, and I have a thesis as to why I would want to do that. Want to get in long. If we're going to continue running, I want to be in, at that entry point. If we are going to wick down or pull back down and then push right back up, like we are kind of doing right now, maybe it's an indication that that's the new low that's going to be put in. I've got more confidence to add in and hang on. But
wiggly again.
Little bit wiggly.
Yeah, I wonder if news came in or something. It's definitely perked up. This is way more active than it typically is for the 1 p.m. segment, to be honest.
Mm-hmm. We're definitely seeing some movement.
Yeah, I mean, do we like longs or anywhere else? I mean, we did bounce just off the very tip of like a 15-minute candlestick, which was 758. I mean, to the tick, just touched it and rallied.
Mm-hmm.
Is that why you had your stop down at 756, Zach? Just out of curiosity, because it was below a previous 15-minute bar or 2 bars ago?
I was really just generally looking to go wide. And yeah, I was looking over here at this 5-minute bar, this kind of just big impulsive move, try to get down below that and just down below these little area consolidation. I felt that if we had to come all the way down lower, we may see lower prices in store. But this was a pretty general one, to be honest. Didn't have like a super specific level to say, I want to be right below here.
Yeah. I mean, it is tough getting long up here, but it also seems like a total no-brainer just to get long, because getting short at literally any other time today is a losing trade.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yep. Absolutely.
We do have
again.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. You got this.
I was just like, looking at larger time frames, you pop open a 4-hour or even a daily, and you start seeing some levels. I've got this little drawing tool now, right? We start seeing these highs that start to match up a little bit, and then if you go down to the 4-hour, you kind of see the same thing. It's right at this like 790-ish level, and maybe this ends up being like a head and shoulders pattern somehow. and we end up rolling all the way back down. But if you do decide to take a short in an uptrending market, you do want to find these big levels, large time frame, 4-hour, 1-hour levels, where maybe you can get a pullback on a short time frame. But if you're a long time frame trader, it's a buying opportunity. But for a short time trader, it is a time for a little scalp-a-doodle.
For sure. For sure.
NVIDIA, nearly 4% better today.
Let's see what they're doing. NVIDIA.
3.86%
better. Max 7 is all turned green.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's a change from this morning.
Shit, if you liked it at 780s, so let's down to 760s.
Walmart was really the only one in green here deep today. Up nearly 4% still.
Nice. We could even pull back down to 727s. So it'd still be a hell of a bull move all day.
724, yesterday's high. I like that zone also. You like a short into that zone?
You're saying like short it now to take it down to 730s and then
take it down there, yeah. Like both sides of it.
I think it's I wouldn't see why not, to be honest. I don't know why. I'm just to the phrases. I don't know who would be coming in to buy this year, because it seems like shorts at 727s if they decided to cover, because that was like a 4-hour range high. So I would assume a lot of people took short positions there on a long time frame. That maybe if we get down to 727s, that they'll decide to cover, and that will be our third leg up to maybe 21,000. But what I'm saying is that I don't know if anyone's going to come in to buy it until we get down there. So maybe we do a casual sell-off until then.
Yep. Still got a few things to keep an eye on. Zach is still on the long side in the NASDAQ, looking for a possible liquidity grab to the downside here. See what happens in the next couple minutes. We're trading on the lows of this little 15-minute range.
Yeah, we are. And we ended up having support become resistance right at 775.
I see what you're looking at. That makes sense. Yeah.
So I think either longs here right now are nice because they're so cheap, or if we could get back up to 775s, shorts would be interesting because that would also be cheap.
This is a super cheap trade. Yeah.
I'm in by the skin of my teeth, but I'm like I don't move my stop loss. If I'm gonna set it, I try to make it like a chess piece, as I'm measuring out risk on the front end. I really try to keep myself away from doing it. But this is one of those instances where I'd like to be even wider on a stop loss, and just hang on to this thing. In no way am I looking short on this. Again, I could see it. I think plenty of guys will have approaches that call for that. You just measured out a nice level. This may come and stop me, but yeah, man, not today. Just not today. Not after that type of move.
Understood.
I could even do a nice little stop run right here. Might be an opportunity to get long for some cheap ones. Oh, there's 56s.
I'm out on that one.
Okay, let's see if we end up selling off to 730s, which is only about 25 points away. Yeah, we're all flat.
So what Zach was talking about a little while ago, a liquidity grab. He wants to see a sharp move down followed by a sharp move back up, and that would be sort of a signal that buyers are stepping back in. They just wanted to blast through that liquidity, take out some weak stops, and then return to the move higher. If that makes sense to you.
Yeah. I mean, if we get back under 727, now we're back within the 4-hour range that we've been in since November 15th. And that's kind of why 4-hour ranges are tricky to play. It gives you good levels, but you never know what is going to happen afterwards, because that candlestick takes 4 hours to resolve.
Mm-hmm.
See what happens.
It's like I picked the wrong week to quit amphetamines.
Yeah. So I mean, do we like stair step shorts here then? and then shorting 758s, and then see if we can take it down to 730s. Zach?
It's not a bad play, Dobie. It's not. I'm going to be really long biased on this one, though. I can absolutely see it. I think you got a good way to structure risk. This didn't feel like the quick pullback on 1 or 2 5-minute bars. We are kind of starting to trend lower right now. We've got some time that's sellers been taking this thing lower, so I can see it. I'm still looking long. This is one of these ones where I'm tempted to slam the long button again.
Where do you want to slam it?
Yeah, I just don't have a great way to structure risk on this one now. I have my stop loss at a spot that was wide enough. Again, kind of general. I'd be waiting for some price action to form just a little bit to say, hey, buyers are starting to step back in. We're going to break whatever little trend to the downside that we're starting to form, and then get long. Stop loss maybe below whatever the bottom of that pullback is. For this one, yeah, I don't know where I get long on this thing again right now. Looking at the 5-minute. Yeah, below yesterday's high. Maybe we need to retest that.
Guys, we got the chat talking long here. What are we looking
Chat likes
for
it long.
as far as chat likes long? What are we seeing and why are we going short?
How about a poll? Let's get a poll. Long or short?
Well, we were initially long. I think maybe it was just too high or maybe too aggressive. A little bit of altitude sickness in the NASDAQ. Now it's trying to sell off, come down the mountain a little bit, grab a breather. Curious to see what chat says in this poll.
I'm thinking 720-ish. We get down there. I like it for a long.
Yep.
Definitely agree with that.
Here we go.
Katie, should
we
we
some
scale
more.
some?
We got some more.
Between like 30s and 20s?
Ooh, look at this move. Here we go. Coming real fast.
That was 27s. Let's see what we get here.
We need to put in orders if we will like getting longs. This is kind of moving right now. So do we like longs at 27s or 33s, like Mo was saying?
I'm gonna give this one just a minute, Kobe. I'll let you know if I jump in, but you guys go ahead if you want to send it.
Oh,
I may miss it.
We ride or die with you.
Oh man, that's a lot of pressure.
Man, those wiggles really.
Yeah, this thing's looking wiggly. So sellers stepping in. I'm gonna give this a minute. If we are gonna knife down, I just don't want to be. I don't want to be catching it. Obviously the cheap trade, the better entry is going to be buying as price is falling on a day like today. I'm going to give this thing a minute because that's pretty damn aggressive. We did just tap that prior day's high right about 720, 722.
724 was yesterday's high, correct? Yep. 709, yesterday's value area high. This could be our zone. If it blasts right through the zone, though, then we know. Yeah.
This is totally insane. If we get below 724s, let's see, the midway point of this range would be about 20,554, which would be another 120 point sell off. You could also make the argument it goes back to low of range, which would be 20,400s, which would be bonkers. So this is great price action today for NASDAQ. I hope everyone made some money today. It's been really good. Really good price action.
Mo just shared a chart. We're bouncing off a major trend line right now. I'm looking at your chart right now, Mo. 1,000 tick chart.
Stair step short would be 745s if we can get there.
All right, get your vote in. Let this cook for a little bit longer.
It is a major trend line. Here we go, blasting right through it.
Shorts? Short 50? Yeah. Short 50?
I'm hanging on this one. I'm not going to jump long in this one. That's a move to the downside. It's aggressive. Obviously. So I was volume behind this. I'm hanging out for a moment.
We're all sitting on our hands right now, folks. We're just watching price action, waiting to see what happens next. Mohammed broken. Mohammed's trend line
Someone
is
fix him.
broken.
Got a trend line breaking to the downside.
Everyone, buy. We got to fix Mohammed's trend line. I'm joking. That was a joke. Don't everybody buy.
Disclaimer.
Disclaimer. Put up the disclaimer, please. Thank you.
Disclaimer. Barely know her. That one's for you, MP. If you're out there.
Ooh.
That one was for you, MP. So we do like longs now.
Getting some rejection here. Came down and tapped. What looks like MNQ traded 709 and a quarter. We're pulling all the way back up to the 30s, getting close to the 30s. Again, I'm staying patient out here. How I read this for me, I'm long all day. I'm long all day as long as we're really continuing this kind of measured move. We're not really exceeding these pullbacks, any kind of pullback that we've had since the AM session. That one's pretty aggressive. That coming about 83 points off the high, 83 3/4 off the high is pretty aggressive. We are right at yesterday's high, and we are finding some support there, at least for the time being. Those last couple 5-minute bars were aggressive to the downside. We're stalling here now, so you've got a way to structure risk, maybe below this 5-minute bar that's printing, but that's not just the quick pullback that I'm looking to buy in the uptrend. That's pretty aggressive. So I'm going to wait for a moment here, stay patient, and then if we start to get some buyers stepping back in, some volume to the upside, maybe we look for it. Still have orders on the book up at the 800s. They didn't pull that just yet. So I'm still not looking short. Maybe this is absolutely short opportunity way back down to VWAP. I could see that trade a whole lot clearer now if you were going for a really large move into the into power hour, the downside.
Hey, we got Mohammed saying that the MNQ's 27 even long stop, 2680 target, 2730. Thanks, Robert. And thank you, Mo.
Oh, nasty. What are you doing? Man, I don't know. I could see some cheap shorts here. I think any stop above like 730s is relatively cheap. Because we've got like a little 1-minute range starting to form. You know, Zach, is there a world in which you slam a short and just set a stop above 730s?
Yeah, there is. It's a cheap short. You got a clear way to structure risk. I can see it here. Or at this kind of area of high volume, looking at a volume profile, as long as that's actually loading up. And stop back above. Yeah, I'd go like 35 to 40, maybe. Give it a little bit more room. This is tough, though, guys. This is a tough one. It's a tough one.
It is. Quite a puzzle. Well, while we're thinking about
10,000 pieces.
While we're thinking about it, I think we could probably pull Eddie in here in just a minute and do some jab, jab, jab call outs. Whenever you're ready, Eddie, come on back.
All right. Let's do the jab, jab, jab. Now, if you're new here to Top Step Trader, jab, jab, jab is how we work to move forward here. Trading, making ourselves better, and taking little steps, jabs, not roundhouses, not uppercuts, not the home runs, but base hits. Little jab, jab, jab. So let's take a look and see what's cooking. In this corner, logging into Topstep every weekday, traders who do the work strive to be successful and keep jabbing when opportunity calls. This can be you. And in the other corner, wearing the Packer hula skirt, never using a game plan. So dumb he thinks Spotify is a stain remover. Boris the Butler Jenkins. Let's take a look. Remember, we asked you, let us know. Post in the chat if you are doing well. If you are using the jab, 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 passing the combine, getting payouts, anything good, and sometimes anything that you'd like to pass with us that can be a bad day. We'll talk about it. So let's start out here. We have got, let's see here, we got simple cuts. Who passed my 50K combine this morning. Way to go, simple cuts. Let's go. Green steady flowing. Passed his 50K last night. All right, way to go here. So sharing some information. Joshua, locked myself already. Locked you or the account. Joshua, I think it was the account. Locked it out already today. Hopefully that was in positive. Corleone Disco Star. I've got a song you won't refuse. After blowing my first XFA past another combine, I will be much more careful now. You know, there's a jab, jab, jab coming back. All right. Part of this is failure. We learn from failure, and being much careful now. Having had XFA, don't lose the confidence. Okay, you got to an XFA. All right, you know what you need to do, and just ready to jump in another combine. Way to go, Disco Star. Harry Palmer. I've been following some of Dakota's trading ideas as I usually scalp. Anyway, this morning I lost 50 points on the first trade, did a re-entry, and bagged 200 points on the Dow, thanks to Dakota. There you go. There's jab, jab, jab. Never say die. Vasil B just passed 5 XFAs. Good job. Yabbersmack, a good old friend Yabbersmack in the community chat, up 1,250 on the day, 5 times 50K combine, maybe moving to practice to preserve equity curve. Yabbersmack, I hope you did. That's a great day on a 50K. You've hit that level. Let us know. Keep us posted here. Kelvin back again. Jab, jab, jab. Strategy is working. Balance is 52,640 on my 50K combine. Took 17 days. All right, there's a jabber. Getting ready for 1 XFA followed by 1 live account. Love Topstep. Kelvin, we love you also. And ZH Low. Thanks for the advice, guys. I've locked myself out. 802 on the win side today. Now I have an extra 4 hours to chill. 802, that's a very good day here today. So there you go. There is our jab, jab, jabbers of today. We're going to pass this back to Dolby Time and JD and, of course, Zach. Thank you, guys.
Awesome. Thank you, Edwin, Eddie the man. All right. Still looking at this NASDAQ. We're bouncing around between yesterday's value area high at 20,709 and yesterday's high at 20,724. We're right there right now. You guys still think this is a great area for a cheap short trade going into power hour? Is this a sell and a hold on the cheap side?
Why not? Yeah. I mean, as long as we think the risk is cheap and the reward is valuable, then yeah, we should. I mean, that's justification.
Lows on the close.
Pretty much any trade.
Yeah, this is a tough one, guys. I'm still hanging on to this long bias. We got a consolidation here, small, low time frame consolidation. Maybe we see a crack back up to the upside. I'm kind of hands on butts at the moment. If I can't make a strong case and I don't have some good conviction on the direction and a good way to structure risk, staying flat. That's the position. I could see it either way really clearly, which tells me I probably shouldn't have a position on right here, right now. For me, I'm watching this area. If we start to crack back up to the upside, I could see the long, just following trend of the day. But to your guys' point, short into power hour, that edgeful stat holds true more often than not. We are not putting a new high of day or a new low of day in the last hour of NYSE session by a really strong statistic. So I'm not a fan, after reviewing that, of trading to a fresh high or a fresh low. So that was a long way to say I'm not going to do anything right here.
Understood. Very good. Good explanation. All right, we got a few minutes left. We're actually bringing Hogan for recap in a few minutes as soon as he's ready to go. We also got a couple of videos that MP sent. MP's vacationing in Naples, Florida right now, and he ran into a Topstep trader at his hotel. Interesting stuff. That guy runs into everybody, everywhere, doesn't he? Everywhere he goes, someone bumps
He's
into
a
him.
celebrity.
He's a celebrity.
Naples, beautiful, 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 beautiful city.
Oh, he's at an FIA conference. I thought he was vacationing. FIA conference in Naples. There you go.
Yes, discipline works. Yeah, cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching. Yeah.
All right, I saw Hoag back there. Let's take a look at some of these. We're not going to put a trade on right away. Let's take a look at some of these MP videos, and then we're going to bring Hogan for the afternoon recap in just a few minutes. What do you say, guys?
Yeah, let's do it.
Sounds great.
All right. 1 MP video coming right up. In the business,
Medium rare, please.
we call this stalling. How you doing, JD?
You know, I just maximized the screen, and it looked like it shut the lights off my house. But very good.
Good, because that video is ready now, and here we go. Fresh from MP.
Nice.
Your viewing pleasure. How about that?
That was
Good
it.
one. Good one.
Cruising.
That's it. That was
Getting
what was
some
sent to us.
exercise in. Yeah.
But don't worry. If you wanted more, we can give you more. Dolby, you sound like
See
you
those
want
cats
more.
on a bike?
I got high standards,
Elf on a
James.
shelf.
All right,
Mike
fine.
and
Maybe
a
that
bike.
one wasn't for you, Dolby. Maybe this one for it. Looks like he ran into Dakota.
Like at the nature center, What's his name? You got any lettuce?
I like poodle.
Windy out there.
Pretty awesome.
Nice.
And those are the only 2 videos we got. But as mentioned, MP did run into a trader down there. I have a little talk track with this. It looks like Michael met a Topstep trader in Florida. His name is Justin. He was trading in his trading combine while at work. We won't mention where at work.
Yeah,
But Michael
let's not.
found him. And he did say that he was listening to Dakota on air. He said that Rips has changed his trading and he's almost funded. So keep up
How
the
about
good
that?
work.
That's
To our
awesome.
good friend Justin down in Florida.
Very nice, guys.
Nice. Love it.
All right.
And that's all I got
Well,
for you,
watching us,
JD.
Go ahead, JD.
That is cool. No, well, I was going to wrap it up. We got Hoag coming in for the afternoon recap, and then we got Muhammad coming in for Power Hour. But, Zach, what's up? You looking at anything?
Just watching this. Yeah, just watching this and considering along. We're finally starting to break this consolidation to the upside, this really low time frame consolidation here on the 100 tick chart, running the Dakota special, the 100 and the 5 minute side by side, trade above the 30s. I could see the long, but I think I'm going to hang on this one. I think I'm just going to hold myself out, and I'll let Muhammad come in here and show us how it's done.
Sounds good. Everybody is currently flat. House count is flat. Real deal Zach is flat. Zach, thanks for coming to hang out with us. We appreciate it. Love it when you come in and throw some trades on. You're great at explaining what you're doing too and what you're looking at, and I know everybody appreciates it. Dolby time. I will catch you in a few minutes. You got it, my man.
Oh, yeah.
All right, we're going to take a short break. We're going to be back with Hoag in the afternoon recap in just a minute. And then we got Muhammad. Don't go crying to Muhammad, even though his trend line broke today. I'm joking, Muhammad. But he's coming in for Power Hour. We'll catch you guys in just a few minutes.
All right, welcome everybody to the afternoon recap. I've got my little clipboard here with some thoughts and ideas on what went on in these markets since we last spoke. So much for expended the energy for the day. We see the equities continuing, or at least for the time being, continuing to try and push to the upside. Here's the NASDAQ. This is the daily chart. NVIDIA really is the story for the day. We know that the earnings are coming out after the close today, but NVIDIA just running to the upside, currently up 4.7% on the day, looking like it just will not stop moving to the upside, and that has really brought the NASDAQ from the low of the gap to the low of the previous gap. Check this out. It really kind of a story of one gap to another. What do we got going on here? So we know from earlier, we saw the market tank and get within 10 points of the election night gap. So that was when the presidential election went on. We opened. We've now pretty much, by all intents and purposes, closed that gap. Where did the market attempt to get to? Well, we've got another gap, another sizable gap, if not that. Get the gap from here on the 14th to the 15th. Thursday into Friday, we left the session gap. We've returned to, tested into, and rejected that previous gap. What else did we find inside that gap? We found a naked point of control. That naked point of control, which has been untested from all the way back on the 6th of October, right at the bottom end of this new gap that we will eventually close out. The market came right up to that level of 20,789. Put in a little bit of a double top there. We do have a weak high there. That high is 792 and a half. 792 and a half. So we got 3.5 points through that naked point of control before buyers backed off, sellers started to come in, and we've seen probably the deepest pullback of the session here in the last 30 minutes. Are we looking to keep this top? Are we looking to sell up against this? I don't think so. Not at this point. Not with NVIDIA on this big move to the upside. Now, when you remember when we talked earlier, we kind of talked about the market maybe falling into some sort of range and just kind of wandering around the rest of the day. That did not happen. We saw buyers continue to come into this market. We saw this deep pullback. We're seeing buyers come back into this market. Where did those buyers come in? They came in, and this is profile information, folks. These are TPO profile trades, charts. The market closed out the single TPOs between 7,710 and 20,720. Left a little anomaly there, but the market just kind of closed out those single TPOs up against a low volume zone here. And the market is back returning into the upper part of the structure of this profile. Here's the week high, double top. Some say that's a kind of a good reversal area, and it was for the time being. Half of me is thinking we're probably going to take out that week high and look deeper into the gap that we left earlier this week or late last week. Thursday into Friday, Monday, Tuesday. It's going to be a very interesting power hour, I think. It's certainly going to be a fun one. Let's take a look at the S&Ps. What did they do with all these gaps? Well, we saw earlier we traded to half. Oh, that's the NASDAQ. Hang on one second here. All right, S&Ps, 30-minute bar. Well, here's the 5-minute. Let's take a look at the 5-minute then. Overnight traded to halfway through an election night gap. Buyers came in. The regular trading hours started, keeping last week's low as support. We broke out above. We saw a continuation to the upside. We broke through this trend line finally. What was resistance becomes support, and we've traded into that same gap from Thursday into Friday, Monday, Tuesday, and another attempt at trying to get into that gap. This gap to me is at least today acting like some sort of a magnet or some sort of a sponge. I think the price is really attempting to get acceptance inside and through that gap. I don't think it's going to happen today necessarily, but we don't really get to see. Let's take a look at this on the 30-minute chart. Maybe it'll be a little bit more clear. So Thursday into Friday, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday into Friday's gap. Same situation in the NASDAQ. I think we really kind of need to hold this trend line if we're going to see continuation to the upside. But it's going to be a fun, again, hour session. Just to kind of go through what was going on here in crude oil and in gold. On the daily in crude, we've seen a pretty decent pullback off the low, but still relatively range bound, which is exactly what longer time frame traders are hoping for. They're looking at their clipboard going, boy, I hope we can get an opportunity to get a roll done cheaply or make money on it. And range bound days and range bound periods of time allow them to do that. Take a look at the 30. We've been bouncing up against this previous gap over and over again. That's really kind of put in the high, or at least an attempted high end of the area of current balance. But in today, another day of balance, basically. The market opened, looked higher, looked lower, came back to the center. This is the kind of day that the rollover traders are really looking forward to. I would expect we're going to see a large amount of the contracts that are due to roll over get done today. This allowed the opportunity for those longer time frame traders to get a whole lot of rolls done and hopefully make a little bit of money on it. And gold, very, very interesting situation here. It is also coming into rollover. The market has come off this excess low relatively well. It's actually performed, again, pretty well, but again, with open interest and volume, getting it to be a little bit blurry because of rollover. I'm going to be looking at technical structure with which to look for opportunities. And if we look on this 30-minute chart, this market has been leaving breadcrumbs, if you will, from that excess low, which happened here on the 14th. We ranged, we broke out, leaving a gap. We ranged, we broke out, leaving another gap, but again, another range day. We're not bringing in new business. If we're not bringing new open interest, new business, new interest to the long side, all of this, these gaps, here's the gap from yesterday. That gap goes from 27.20 to 26. What is that? 26.19.5. There's the first gap. Then there's a naked point of control below that, 26.13.90. The upper part of the lower gap, 26,003. The lower part of the lower gap, 2,580, 26,000. 2,603, 25,80.40 is the lower end of that gap. And then there's another naked point of control down below that at 25,86.70. All these breadcrumbs, all these weaknesses in structure will be targeted should the market start to push back to the downside. We seem to be having a little bit of trouble holding this trend line on the way up. Again, very interesting markets, very interesting opportunities in most of these markets. And we are going to head into Power Hour now. We've got everybody's favorite and the like master, Mohammed, with us. Of course, Andre Dolby and myself will be joining Mohammed for Power Hour. That is our afternoon recap, and we'll see you in just a few minutes. Let's go.
All right, let's get right into it. This is Power Hour on a Tuesday. We got Mohammed in the house, Dolby Time, and Hoag. Mohammed, welcome to Power Hour. How's it going?
Everything is perfect. The market is screaming higher. It's no for a sell for me. Don't cry to me if you sell the market today. If you're happy, fine. If you're not, don't come crying to me. Actually, the market is not for sale.
Not for sale, he says. Okay, very good. In the green room, we were talking about perhaps taking a long, Mohammed. Everyone's flat right now. Dolby will be executing, Hoag managing, and Mohammed looking for a long. Mohammed, what price perhaps take a long from?
Yeah, actually, for a runaway market like this, the best way to go into a long is to wait for sellers to try and fail at the time where the buyers has control. buyers currently has control. We have a strong trend line that I talk about it during my trend line that gets broken. That JD make fun of it. So it was broken here, and it is getting tested one more time there. So it will act as a resistance in our way going up. I'm looking for 20,768 as a target for the buyers, perhaps 781 the next target. So now we want to get into this train. How? My favorite spot would be at this area, which is 20,724, which is a demand area. It was a consolidation here, makes a nice support for the buyers. So the market didn't went there, unfortunately. This is why I'm still flat. Then the other way to go long is to wait for the sellers to try once, maybe twice, and go long from there. So let's wait for the market to give us the signal. Hopefully they did. If not, we'll enjoy watching, especially that we only have 1.3 likes.
Oh my
That
gosh.
means there is no trade so far. Yeah, the 1.35, what can I do with 1.3? What can I do?
Tell them.
Yeah. The last time we get 1.5 easily. So now it is 1.3. We have to reach 2,000 now. We have to improve ourselves, aren't we? One day we will ask for 10,000 like. So please, if you forgot to hit that like button, you have no excuse now.
No excuse. You heard it from Mohammed. Click like, click subscribe. Mohammed, we just went over 130,000 subscribers here on Topstep YouTube. Pretty impressive. Thank you to everyone that has subscribed.
Nick says, I just remember it was 100. It was 100K 2 months ago. I mean,
Hey Mo, what's your number here again for likes and likes?
2,000 for today.
2,000.
Now 1.3.
If we can hit that, we're going to play the Mo song at the end of this segment.
Yeah, that will be. That will be very, very interesting to have. Yes. Otherwise, we will remove it from all playlists. You have to play carrot and stick.
Carrot and stick, yes.
Yeah. You like carrots.
Carrot, yeah.
So someone in the chat asking, what is the tilt right now? Tilt in the indices, about 50-50. Nothing really doing. Last trade in the NASDAQ, 20,748. High of the session, 20,792. Hoag. Bulls on parade. Do we still have more room to the upside?
I believe so.
Okay.
I'm with Mo. I think we're looking for a spot to buy it.
Yeah. The risk is
until proven wrong.
High. Yeah, exactly. And I mean, for me to start thinking to be a seller, the market. Why I'm saying it is a buy only day. Again, my first question before trading: what type of day that I am dealing with? The market starting lower, very strong, making two nice legs down, and then spike up. Very strong. So the start was around 20,700. There is no more selling to me. Yeah, I can sell.
Not for sale.
There.
Not for sale.
Not for sale. Not for sale. Considering the long started after breaking this high, the recent high, which was 621, then the market keeps going up. So this area between the 700 and 621, let me mark it here, is a dead zone for me. This is a dead zone for me. Yeah. So okay. I will buy unless we go up to that area. That will be my stop below 700, 680. So now the sellers still not trying. They never tried.
No.
They never tried. So this is not a try for everybody is asking is just a red candle. So until we see a trigger below it, then we can say it is a try for a seller.
All right. See what happens here. We're going to pull up in the chat. Whoa, NQ close above or below 20,800. 20,800. Again, high of the session 20,792. Last trade 20,745. Say above. More room to the upside. Looking at the ES. Last trade 59.33. Of course, always looking at Bitcoin. Bitcoin crossed above 94,000. Today 94,730. Last trade 94,150. How about that? Crude did rebound from that sell-off we saw earlier this morning. Last trade $69.36. I did ask Hoag in the green room, what is the delta? It was plus 7,100. Yes, plus 4,300 in the NQ. Hoag, any update there?
Plus 4,500 in the NASDAQ.
Okay.
I was looking at the wrong number again. I've been wrong all day. I said earlier today that NVIDIA comes out after the close today. It's tomorrow. Delta in the S&P is positive 30,100.
Whoa.
That is not a big jump. That was an earlier error on my part when I told you that.
Okay. Yes. Heavy long there. Plus 30,000.
Well, I put my chart up just the way you did. The 21 exponential moving averages with the high, the low, and the close, and the smoothed 21 exponential moving average. I've got that on my chart right now. So I'm ready to learn about your strategy here.
All right, Mo. Before we get into Mo's strategy, upper left-hand corner of the screen, see the hashtag Power Hour. Hit us up at TopstepTV. Send us your swag, memes.
Get ready. I will try to go long if we see a strong green candle. Yeah, it could be a good idea.
Chart, correct?
It could be a good idea to wait for the second try for the sellers to fail. But the market is so strong, maybe we'll never have that second try. So I am in now. I am in at 748, 5 micros. My stop will be at 740. My stop will be at 740. So that's only 8.
Yeah, that's pretty cheap.
Points.
We got long.
Why cheap?
We
got 49.
Because if I get stopped out, I will try with them next time. See, so we should not forget we are buying at the high of this area. So maybe the seller will try again and they will try. So if they took my stop, be my guest. It's all yours, $77. I will try again. So the rule here, if you are going to go high, I will go with you. If you are going low, you go alone.
Okay. Dolby time. House is long. 1 or 2?
We got 1. Definitely down to get more though. As long as Mo says get Mo.
Mo says get Mo. House got long. 1 NQ from 20,749. 749.
We kind of have to go now, don't we?
Yes. If we pass this high, we don't want to see the market get back again. So far, it's fine. It can wiggle here. Fine.
We have very manageable risk on this.
Yeah.
Take off.
Oh, yeah.
Nothing on the tilt. Well, you have an upside target. I think you're talking about the 81s. Is that still?
Yeah. For now, for this trade, it will be 760. We'll take some at 760.
Okay. Let's trade 20,748.
Yeah, it's almost 2-to-1 risk to reward in here.
Checks out.
I'm going to see if we can add more to get closer to our 5 lot target. I don't know if we're going to get filled, though. This might rip.
Mo, would you add to this if we take out these highs over here, like 752, 753 area?
Yeah, if we get another setup, another failing
setup there.
trial. Yeah, if sellers try there and failed, yeah, why not?
And we want to see
Even
sellers
if that-
crying before we do that then.
Yeah, even if that means we get in at a higher price than our previous target, that doesn't matter. For example, if we got our target at 760 and we have a nice try over here, maybe we get in again at 770. Why not? As long as the buyer are trying, so we'll keep trying with them.
Makes sense.
Got a question here from Lucky Yang talking about the EMA, potential moving average. Can we get a short explanation of that strategy?
Sure, there is a video about it explaining how to make the setup, but in short, these are three moving average, exponential moving average. The middle one, the orange one, is the one for the close. The higher one is for the highs. The lower one, the source, is the low. The blue one, which is the root, I call it the root of the moving average, which is the moving average of a moving average. It's simply the smoothing line for the 21 EMA close. Just make this smooth line EMA 21 and make sure to check on this button so you see it visual.
Thank you, Mohammed. Hey, last trade in Bitcoin, 94,040. We get to 100,000 by end of the month. Don't see why not. But back to the NASDAQ. Let's trade 20,746. Got the countdown clock in the lower right-hand corner of the screen. 38 minutes left in the session. Of course, in 28 minutes, we'll have MOC coming out. We had a big MOC yesterday. 4 billion sell side, I believe. See if that continues again today. All right, Dolby, we are long one. Are we working any more orders, perhaps, to get long from, or just wait and see?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind working like 43s, even like 45s to see if we can get into like 3 contracts all day.
Yeah.
I mean, our
I agree with 43.
43, okay.
At 43,
Yeah,
with the stop still at 40?
40, yeah. 43 is the moving average, actually. So maybe it will kiss it one more time and go.
Yeah, I mean, the directive is to try to at least get up to 5 contracts. We'll see if we can get up there before we get stopped out. All right, now we're long 2, maybe long 3 if we can get this third one. Stop still hasn't moved, 39.5, so about 40s. Let's see if we can get this average down a little bit.
Okay, what's
Yeah,
the
39.5.
What's the average
Long
price
2,
right now?
747.
Thank you.
Let's see now if this
There
seller
we go.
failed. Obviously, they are failing. Perfect. Why? Why we expect they are failing? Because buyers has control. The high probability that they will fail.
Hey, Mo, Rachel's asking, what's those purple zones on your chart?
This one was just the range that we did has consolidation, just a consolidation area. And this one is the area that I'm interested to go long if the market went there immediately. So maybe we get stopped out and the market moved there. So that will be a demand area that I'm interested to go long at with a stop below it.
Yeah.
There you go, Rachel. Thank you. Thanks, Mo.
Thank you, Eddie. Got the poll up here. Got 500 votes in. Just update that. Well, NQ close above or below 20,800. Pretty close to 50-50. 48% saying above, 52% saying below. Okay. 50-50 there. That coincides.
I like it.
Go ahead, Mo.
I like it when we take longer time before we
Long
go
3.
higher. So we have some room for this trend line. Let's see now. Now the sellers are trying now.
745. Okay.
Long 3, yeah, 20,745. See if they come in.
Fine. If they come in, we'll try again. Whoa.
Deep breath.
Still in?
Skinny.
You
Yep.
Oh.
Now we're out.
Fine.
Tight.
Fine.
Try again.
That's fine.
Okay,
Yeah.
everyone
Let's wait.
flat.
If they give us strong green candle, we'll in again.
Okay.
Maybe
All right.
I will go with 10 this time.
Right.
Oh,
Because this
you
now
just-
is the second time. It's fine. It's fine. That happens.
Little stop run, maybe? Maybe a little
Pretty
stop run
much.
there.
Let's see.
Right.
If that was a stop run, that means we should see a strong green candle here. If we don't, that means that wasn't stop run.
Little get a P&L update when you have a chance. Well, it's flat right now.
We are minus 1869.
Minus
69.
80,000 maybe. 80,000.
Just got
$80.
a little stop run there.
That was about what, 400 on that trade?
Yeah, it was really light. I mean, it was very light relative to our sizing, which is great because that's like asymmetrical opportunity, right? You get a bunch of contracts, but you're only risking $400, $500. But if you
Yeah,
do
and
get a move,
and
like
again,
this very
same
move-
location. Same
Yeah.
location. Same location. We are in same
You want it long
location.
again?
I'm long 10. Yes. Yes, please. Yeah,
All right.
don't
10
miss
this
it,
time, he's in.
please.
You get
All
it,
right, we're
Dolby?
in. Yeah, it's terrible
Right.
fill, 752. That was, oh my God, it was the high.
Oof.
All right.
Well, what price
Where's
did you
your
get?
stop?
Yep.
Where's your stop?
Get 749, stop 37.75.
35.75. Okay.
37.75.
37.
Only as good as your last fellow, the Dolby.
Yep.
Well, my last fill was shit, Hoag.
Hey, it happens to the best of us.
Come on, let's see if we can push here.
Give him a telephone. Give him a telephone.
It could look a lot better in a couple of minutes.
It could.
Yeah,
It could
and
look amazing in a couple minutes.
Target will be 60. Take some at 60.
You only have one. Give me your best. Give me your
Really?
best take profit.
Yes.
I'm more confident about this trade more than
You
before.
like this one
89.
more?
I like this more than the one before.
All right.
All right, joining bid again so we can get two. How come when I press
One.
join bid, we don't get filled and everyone else gets filled? Okay, there we go. Finally got it. There we go. You got it.
Are we in?
Long to 20,752.
All right, long two.
Okay. Target update. Target will be 63. Come on.
63.
63 the upside. All right.
63, 64.
And our risk is the same spot, right?
Yeah, 37.75.
37 the orders.
The orders.
Hey,
All
Mo,
right.
what time frame are you using, please?
1,000 tick chart.
There you go. There you go, Brendan. 1,000 tick chart.
Let's see if they want to move this higher.
Yeah, now they should go now, actually. We are hitting this high. So
Get through these 60s. Get through these
Really
60s.
tight 5-minute range. Really, really tight 5-minute range. 1, 2, 4, about 5 candlesticks, 732 to 7. So about 20-point range on a 5-minute range.
Okay. Bottom of the hour in 1 minute. I see some liquidity there. Injected into the markets. Last trade in the ES, 59.34. And Q, 20,752. See if we can get into these 53s. Okay, down the 54s.
okay, go, 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 go.
You heard Mo.
They are
Everyone get out and
thinking.
push.
Yeah, you heard Mohammed. Listen to the man. Nothing on the tilt. Again, heavy delta plus 30,000 in the ES. Doing again, NVIDIA earnings tomorrow after the bell. Story of the day. NVIDIA
Not
last
today.
traded. No.
Yes, not today. Tomorrow.
NVIDIA screaming higher. Last trade NVIDIA 146. Let me update that. Yeah, 146. 146. Last trade in NVIDIA. Okay, back to the NASDAQ.
Back to the NASDAQ. Here we go.
Colby.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
That's fine.
Tight right now.
Yeah, they should fail. If we are right, they should fail.
Like this.
If we are wrong, they will have our stop.
Yeah, they will.
They deserve it.
No, they don't.
My guess.
They don't deserve anything, Mo.
Yes, Mohammed.
Stay away from the stop.
It's the order that shall remain unspoken. CYA.
CYA. I like that better, Hoag.
CYA. See you later.
See you later. I like that.
See you later. Order.
Higher lows? Higher highs? Maybe? If you tilt your head enough, I think the chart changes a little bit.
Yeah. Don't do it again. Don't do it again.
You heard him.
Yeah. We took it once. Give us the second.
Boogly boogly.
Yeah, otherwise, we're not playing.
Take a look at the ES ladder. I am seeing a 700 lot offered at 59.36. Not sure if that's an algo or not, but just something to keep an eye on. Again, 700 offered at 59.36. Not sure if that's the algo bros or not. Or spread bros.
Seems pretty thick for an algo bro.
It does.
Yeah,
That's why.
bros.
Yeah. Again, 700 offered at 59.36. Go get it.
That 700's been sort of floating around here today. We saw it earlier today also.
Let's go get it.
Coach Jay says it's real.
Coach Jay, how's your finger?
Oh, yeah. Coach Jay, hope your finger's okay.
Broken, sprained, or just a figment of your imagination?
Have you ever,
Like it.
you ever tried to
Rub some
use
dirt on it.
your mouse on the other hand? I mean, I'm a righty, so I'm always using the righty to run the mouse. Do you ever try it on the other hand? Got to be very weird.
It would.
All right,
Jam's
not broken,
bad
just a
jam.
bad jam.
Nice. Okay.
Nice.
Look at those 36s. Maybe the S&Ps can do the heavy lifting and take the NASDAQ with it.
They are failing.
Coach Jay.
Sellers are failing, obviously. Okay, now.
First target, 63.
Stops. 63, 64.
I wonder how many people in chat still play sports as an adult. Speaking of Coach Jay's basketball injury, very curious.
You know, I think daytime, when you start accumulating injuries over injuries, you get that sense that, you know what, it's time to stop.
Yeah.
If golf counts.
Tell them,
love it.
Absolutely
Neymar.
does not count.
Tell Neymar.
CrossFit.
Neymar. Let's start playing again, Mohammed. It's always hurt.
I don't know.
Yeah, he likes that paycheck, though.
Yeah, but in the contract, he's not getting paid the full amount. There is something about injury. He just get 50% during the next 2 months. After that, he'll get, I think, 20%. After that, it's about insurance. So don't worry.
I'm not. Okay, very good. Neymar, you heard it. If you want to get the full money, you got to play.
Yes,
Moved into a Bugatti branded building too. They got those now, Andre.
Incredible.
Jeez.
Yeah, I don't like these wicks.
No.
Here. Come on, buyers.
Wake up.
Kind of stuck.
Yeah,
Stuck in a
you
15-minute range.
Yeah, you're better than that.
Yes.
We know.
Wake up.
We know.
Look at those 36s. Again, 700 offered, 59.36 in the S&Ps. Last trade, 59.34. Look at that. Maybe you see some follow through. Take the NASDAQ with it.
Shout out to chat. Got some active users in chat. Pretty impressive.
Sweet.
Yeah, today's been pretty good.
Yeah, this is awesome. Everyone's very active out there. We got golf, bowling, chess, not a sport, but we'll count it sort of. Hockey. There's some soccer players. Shout out to all the soccer players out there. Ping pong, yoga, indoor cycling, 40 over basketball, tennis, rock climbing.
Wow.
That's awesome, man. I hung up my cleats. My soccer cleats are in the closet.
I can still skateboard.
Can you?
Yeah, you can still do a 360. Do a couple of tricks. Not like the old days, but
ollies and I know pop shove it. That's another trick. All right, go get these 36 is filled. 36 is filled. Yes. Let's see if we can push higher here.
Come on. It's not filled for me.
Jay confirmed that those 36s did trade.
Yeah, they are.
Yes.
Yeah.
Cool. Here we go.
I was watching it. Makes my wife really nervous when I get on a skateboard.
Imagine.
Okay.
Think of all the gas you save, Hoag, when you're skateboarding down to the liquor store.
I might get
we got
an SUI. Skateboarding under the influence.
Got another 600 offered at 59.38. 59.38 offered 600 times in the S&Ps.
Yeah.
We'll get it.
Really nice higher lows so far. And higher highs, actually. Higher lows and higher highs.
Yeah, it looks that it gave some time for sellers to go short. I mean, when the market's stalled there, so there's a lot of sellers will consider going short. So that means their stops are our profit.
Let's see if we can add another one at 46. What is it? 3 contracts all day.
Get that thing. Nothing on the tilt. Jack, if you want, we could. It's up to you. If you want to do Series 3 now,
let's do it. We can interrupt if the trade is. Just keep us updated on it.
All right. Here we go.
Rang a dang.
So far, so good lately with these.
See.
Get the
Here we
ball
go.
up. Boom.
It's cold where I am. Maybe I'll be playing tennis tonight. We'll see. Okay, with that, to the Series 3. Here's your question for today. Options on Treasury futures are quoted in A, 30 seconds of 1% for a mill dog, B, 64ths of 1%, the same amount, C, 30 seconds of 1% of 100,000, or D, 64ths of 1% of $100,000.
Andre's got it.
I think it's D. This is one of the really annoying things about Treasury
C
future
or
options.
Converting.
Giving them just a few seconds in there. Well, Dolby, Andre.
Yep.
You are on to something. Let's see what the answer is here. It is D.
Right.
The futures are quoted in 1/30 seconds of 1% for a par value of $100,000.
Yeah.
But these are the options, so you're on it.
Exactly.
Good job, everybody.
Thank you, Jack. Let's see what the poll do. Ooh, poll D at the very end came on strong.
They're futures traders.
Yes, they are.
Hindsight polling as well. Come on.
Here we go. Here we go. All right. 10 minutes till MOC right now. House account is long. We long 2 Dolby time?
Long
2. We're still trying to add at 46 if we can get a pullback.
I hope we don't see it 46 again. We should not see 46 again. We should not.
I'm really eyeing this 758, which is the high of the 15-minute range. We had a really big 15-minute bar. So I'm kind of curious to see if we can pop that. If not, then maybe we end up heading back down into the 720s and get back into acceptance of the 4-hour range. And Mo, you're agreeing with me, which makes me feel warm and fuzzy.
I agree with you. That means we shouldn't add any more contracts. If the market tumble from here,
add. Nothing on the tilt.
We should buyers should defend this area now. Otherwise, they will be jumped by the sellers trying to go to the 720, maybe lower.
Let's trade the
So
NASDAQ
far, so good.
20,000.
All what we had to do is to wait, and we can wait.
Keep an eye on the ES here. We're offered, 59.38 offered 700 times. Wants to go get that again. ES is gravitates towards liquidity. I got one eye here on Bitcoin. Bitcoin's selling off now. Last trade 93,480 when we came on. It was above 94,000, so down about $600. 8 minutes till MOC. Market's just chilling right now.
Mo, how are you feeling about this trade?
Just fine. Sellers are trying and failing so far. I don't want to see them trying and successfully breaking lows. So as long as they're trying and failing, this is all what we need. That means their stops are target for the buyers if they are failing. So far they're failing.
Yes, they are. Hoag, anything happening on Delta? Didn't increase at all. It was plus 30,000 in the ES. Anything change there?
32.6 positive in the ES, 4,800 positive in the NASDAQ.
Okay. It's increasing. In a holding pattern right now.
Very tight.
Just really a grind we got going here.
Yeah.
Exactly. It is a grind, very slow, and that's typical for NQ.
Not even
I remember
when
I was short, the market was grinding on me. I cannot forget that. Come on, please go down. This is exactly what they're doing.
You in the club, Mo?
Sellers.
Oh.
I've been there. You're begging the market to go just to my break, my point of entry, just to break even. No. And you keep adding just to increase your cost, and still no break even.
Mo, we're still at 737.
The stop. MOC is still away. Yeah, fine.
Okay.
No.
Come on. Here we go. Push there. It's above the 60s.
62. Yeah, we have that push that you said, Dolby. Follow through.
Yep. Eyes on 758.
Turn it over to the NASDAQ. Here we go.
Shorts
I hate to move my stop before I get my first target.
We're not there yet. There yet, Mohammed? Yes. Go.
MOC in 7.
Yeah. Any more sellers want to try?
No.
They're all failing.
Let them know.
Yeah, try. Try if you dare.
Not for sale.
Do we add more?
Not for sale.
Add more?
No.
Yes, trying to go grab those 38s, 59.38.
If you want to add more, your stop should be at 49.
Sully in chat saying this is where it drops hard. Why is that, Sully? Let us know what you're seeing.
Yeah. If it's grinding very slow, I get what he means. If it grinds very slow, sometime market maker will just dump contracts on the market in a second. Yes, that could happen. Yeah, that's what I hate about grinding very slow. From nowhere, you see the market is
come failed moves, come fast moves.
That's right. It did take a peek into those 60s.
Yeah, we got 62.
Oh,
a new 5 minute here. 15
Let's
minutes
see.
left.
Now,
4 minutes.
550.
If we see the sellers again tried around reaching 747 and a strong green candle, then we can add with a stop at 747. So I'm thinking to trail up my stop now after I see the next green candle.
Okay, next green candle. That push.
On the 5 minute, Mo?
On the 1000 tick chart.
Oh, I gotta add a 1000 tick chart. Okay, hold on. Ooh. All right, so next green candle, you are moving your stop.
Yeah.
Some nice
50
ranges
tilt.
1000 tick.
Oh, Dolby's seen new ranges on it. Here we go.
Like it.
Gotta get above these 60s. Get above these 60s. Might be in the clear here.
If you like ranges, the tick chart is your heaven.
Ooh.
Dolby's. Say no more.
Yeah. If you don't like 1000, try the 2000.
Gonna give it a shot here again. Come on. Be patient.
Yeah. Let me wait for this to close. Strong. It has to be strong.
And we're adding. No, we're moving our stop up.
Yeah, I will move my stop to 44.
44. Okay, I see you're at.
Yeah.
Hoag, what's it feel like? Hoag, what's it feel like to you? What this market wants to do? Just sideways? Does it feel like they're? What's it feel like?
It just feels like a quiet grind to the upside.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm worried about MOC actually.
Well, we don't have a lot in the money here.
Oh, yeah.
We might get 64s by MOC.
Yeah. Stop at 44. Maybe we can make it 49 break even. But I will take a loss in this one, not a break even.
I always like leaving a little bit of risk on. It seems like the market doesn't allow for a risk-free trade.
Come on. Do it.
Never.
Go.
Come on,
please.
What are we working? 64s, Dolby?
She had 20 on.
They tried.
Yeah,
they tried and failed. Come on. Fill me on.
Here we go.
64 tested. Done.
All right,
there we
there's
go.
that one. All right, we need
stop for the.
All right, see where this goes.
Stop for the remaining.
789.
789.
Stop for the.
2 minutes.
Stop for the remaining at point of entry. We should not lose any more penny in this trade.
Okay.
Where do we add more?
MOC is coming, so I don't recommend adding. We hit the target at 70. The two measured move. We have a channel, break, and leg 1, leg 2. So that was a target. So we might consolidate here a little bit. I'm looking to 781. Not interested to the high of day. Yeah, high of day. I'm not sure about it. But why not?
It's Nick.
You give
Add
it to me.
more,
We'll
Dolby.
take it.
Yes. Absolutely.
Yeah, and this is the broken trend line back in play again. See, I like it when the market took too long here, so that trend line is getting away from us. So sometime if the trade is taking too long, so it gives itself space, a room to go higher. So now we are testing that trend line again. It's a major trend line. It's everybody's looking at this one.
30 seconds.
So yeah.
You ready?
Stop at 50.
Here we go.
I will put my stop at 55 now. 55 Dolby.
Okay.
55.
55.
Here we go. Moment of truth.
Go to the moon.
To the moon is right. Mohammed, here comes the moment of truth. 5 seconds till MOC. Eddie's going to be all over it. Buckle up, folks. Could be a big one. Here we go.
All over it.
Okay.
All right. It's okay here. S&P, we are 1 billion, 8 million in the buy side. NASDAQ, 554 million buy side. Dow, 467 million buy side. Mag 7, 392 buy side. These numbers do fluctuate, and I will keep an eye on these. If they do fluctuate, I will let you know as soon as I can. Back to you, Andre.
Nice, Eddie. Yep, about plus 2 billion buy side. We are seeing the market move higher here.
Yes.
8,780. Go ahead.
Heard.
67 stop. 67.
Heard. Can we add?
Technique is
add more. No.
Just enjoy the trade, Dolby. Just enjoy it. You know?
Yeah, Mo. I can't enjoy the trade because we need more size.
Next
Nick,
time.
add more
Next
Dolby.
time.
It's already so green. If we add more, it just makes it greener. Is that how that
Greener,
works?
Yeah. But if it doesn't work, yeah.
That's what then we have a little stop loss. Little stop guy right there. That's what that's for.
No one stop you from getting in with the 5.
Oh yes, they are. Mo. Oh yes, they
Just
are.
enjoy the trade.
We got this trade on. Stop is in place and moved up. What's the target, Dolby? Upside 81s? Or Mohammed, I should ask. Mohammed?
No targets. No targets.
No targets. Okay.
No target. We'll just trail this until they kick us out.
All right. Well, if we're good to go on.
Market could stay irrational more than you can be solvent. So maybe this will be irrational until the close.
Okay, well, if you want to do hashtag power hour, this is probably a good time to squeeze it in. We'll have this trade on.
Come on, sellers. Do you want to try?
Again, don't come crying. Don't come crying to Mohammed if you're a seller.
Yeah.
All right, well, you want to do some power hour, Andre? We can knock these out real quick.
Yeah, it works. I think it works. Let's do it.
If anything happens, cut me off. We can jump right back to the trade. But here is some power hour submitted by you, the viewers, from Lemon Trees. 3 years later, they're finally getting a payout. Keep at it. Nice. Keep jabbing. Don't give up.
Yes.
Oh, good job.
Yeah.
Awesome.
It's only up from here.
Nice
Keep up the good
too.
work. Yeah, great recovery. Keep up the great work. You're working your way toward a second payout. From Mr. Wolf, day 3 in his XFA, 150K. Lucky to be green, but bad trading today. Traded on shorts where my system was signaling long and need to focus on my system and trading psychology. Mr. Wolf, I like that you listed out things you need to work on. We should all be doing that after every trading session.
We are out.
Oh, let's talk about it.
All right. P&L update.
Minus 1320. Got back about 600, 500.
All right.
$100.
Yeah. 250.
250. Okay, great.
50,
another trade shows.
Combined.
Awesome.
All right, we'll knock out the rest of these really quick. Discipline works. Power hour, top step. As Steve Winwood said, I'm back in the high life again. Combine passed. Now on to XFA. Thank you. No discipline worked. You're disciplined. Worked. Jimmy Futures. Okay. Second day in a row. Topstep may never send me my 5K hat, but maybe I'll just make my own. We trade live every day, so check him out. But Jimmy, hang in there because I assure you, we do send these hats out.
Yes. Look at
This
that.
is one from Ace. Ace finally got the 5K hat. Thank you, Topstep. The handwritten note. We got more of these.
Yeah.
See, the hats are going out. Grateful for the amazing opportunity Topstep and Michael have given to me to grow as a trader and join the 5K club.
There's the
Reminder, it is only one person sending these hats out. It's a lot of hats, so if you get your name on the list, you never know what surprise you might come into one day. And finally, to close us out, Power Hour, Lost Trader.
What's this?
Lemming started trading Topstep TV. Need to update the graphic. It's a little lemming watching our stream with our disclaimer, and he's saying, "I guess it doesn't apply to me."
Oh,
look at Jack. Look at
Jack
Jack.
tattoo. Yeah, Jack tattoo in the lower left.
Mo likes it.
The
Oh,
other image right above it, his little picture frame is your Hoag's tails. If you don't know what Hoag's trading tails are, check out our Twitter here. If I can zoom in about it, it's hard to see here.
It is hard to see.
But
there it is. Oh my goodness.
Enhance. There it is, right there on the left of the monitor. So,
yeah.
Thank you, Lost Trader. Andre, back to you.
Thank you. Yes, of course. Here we go. They sold it off. Now they're going to buy it up ever so slightly. Moves are small right now. We got 4 minutes left in the session. Mohammed, what's that look on your face? What does that mean?
The market just dumped after we out, which means that we ride this move to the last drop. It was a successful trade, nice exit of the trade, nice risk to reward. Actually, the market gave me a signal in here. However, at this time of day, this might just be a waste of commission trade. That's it. I don't like it. Even though the Bollinger Band is now flattened. So this is the difference between our entry. You can see it's very obvious. Our entry.
So what was the
Bollinger?
What was the signal? Was it long, short, where?
It was a long signal.
Long.
However, it's not so strong, and this is why. In our signal here, you can see the moving averages was heading higher.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, even in this one, moving average was heading higher, but in here you can see they are not. This is why I don't like it. If you want to take this one, wait for a trap and then take the second one. I mean, wait for the market to take the stops here and run with them one more time.
Yeah.
So if the moving, because using moving average in trading, you got to use them when the market is trending only. If the market is not trending, it is very risky to trade using moving average.
Let's go.
Yeah, it was trending when we are in, but it's not trending now. Maybe they are setting up a range up there, and it's late for the session, so I'm not. And we took our profit in last trade. Look at
enjoyed the trade.
I know. Look at this.
Enjoyed the trade.
Except Dolby.
Dolby time.
It was green.
Rufus.
It was green.
Nick, add more Dolby.
All right, last trade in the NASDAQ, 20,772. Oh, where does it want to go from here? Got 90 seconds left in the session. Yes, trying to go higher as well. Not sure if we're going to make new highs, but hey, anything can happen in the last 90 seconds. This is what I like to put on the switch over to the ES slider. See, you've got some more size in there. Right now, it just looks like we're going to sputter out into the close.
Yeah. It's again, the sellers are trying and failing. They still trying and failing. So if you're afraid to go long in a runaway day, you are scared because maybe you are late to the party. So the trick here is wait for the sellers who are in the wrong side of the market. Wait for them to try. When you see them failing, jump against them to take their stops.
Yeah, MOC cooling off here. Even with less than a minute here, we're turning all on the buy side.
it was about 2 billion buy side. You said it's paired off a little bit there, Eddie. Getting closer.
Yeah,
to...
we got about 600 million buy side S&P, 4 million buy side Nasdaq, 2 million buy side Dow, 1 million buy side Mag 7.
Awesome. All right, 7 seconds left in Power Hour, left in the session. Don't forget to tune in at the buzzer after Power Hour. But here we go. Mohammed. Oh, there's 1,000 lot in the
How many
yes.
likes? How many likes we have?
How many likes we have?
1.8.
Ooh, Mohammed, we came up short.
All right. See you next time. Just wait for me.
Do we do okay? Yeah, we're going to be playing your song, Mo.
Yeah, we'll still be playing your song. Of course, I want to say thank you to everyone. Shout out to all the Bellers. Mohammed, thank you so much for joining us for Power Hour on such short notice. Good job, Dolby Time. Hoag as well. We'll see everyone again tomorrow, but make sure to stay tuned in for At the Buzz. But right now, I'm going to send it to my main man, Eddie. Eddie, take us out of here.
Yar, you scurvy dogs. Very nice to have you here. I'd like to thank all our guests for being with us here today. Fantastic day here. And of course, thank you, community. Community did a great job today. So give yourself a little star, put that on your lapel. And if anybody asks about it, say that Topstep said I did good today. So we love you for that. Tomorrow, let's take a look at what is on the agenda for the economic calendar. I've got some early numbers, very minor, but I'm going to kick it in here to our 9:30 number. 9:30 number here is crude oil inventories. I'm looking here right now. I'm really not seeing anything between that. Maybe a 6 o'clock number, but that's something that we could probably pass on. That'll be figured into the market. We do have the crude, like I said, crude oil inventories. That's about it at 9:30. Scrolling down here, 10 o'clock. We do have nothing. No, we've got Fed Governor Cook speaking. Captain Cook, yar. Also, we'll be seeing here at around 12 o'clock, 20-year bond auction. And that's going to be it. Boy, what a light day tomorrow. We're going to have to make the best of it. I'm sure we will make the best of it because you know why? We've got the best coming in tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be Wednesday, midweek. And look at this. We've got Coach J, Jack P, one of our VIPs. Jerome is going to come on here. Oh, yeah, they can get an extra entry into VIP. Yes, with our, definitely, with our, oh, yes, we're going to be doing that. We're going to be doing the, let's see here. We got it right here. But anyway, we got Coach G, Dolby. George is going to be with us. David Green, group coaching. And we got Carlos. Carlos going to be back with us here today. So keep that in mind. We do have coming up here, there will be, let's see here. Opportunity tomorrow, 1 p.m. Yes, we're going to have top quiz. And no, that's is that? Oh, yes. No, that's going to be Friday. Just to let you know, we're having top quiz for an extra opportunity for you to get some more VIP entries. So, yes. So otherwise, hey, it is time, your time. Don't forget here, we've got we've got At the Buzzer at 3:15 here, Monday through Friday, with Coach Jay and Coach Paul. 6 o'clock, Coach Ray in the Discord. Coach Vince, 7 p.m. Discord. Bring it back here, Coach Dakota, 7:30. Going to have slow markets, and if you feel like getting up very early, by all means, we've got Deanna with the London Open at 3:30 a.m. That's Monday through Thursday. I joined her here on YouTube. But otherwise, it's your time, right? Time to sort of shut things down, go relax, go re-energize. Next session starts at 5 p.m. in a couple hours. It'll be a fresh new session. So get yourself ready for tomorrow. Orders from headquarters. Please stay safe, stay healthy, have a fantastic rest of your day. And until we meet again, I'm Eddie Horn, and this has been Topstep TV. Take care.
do. Handsome and charming and never too rude. Loved by many, but keep it cool. Don't come crying and be a fool. With that white headset, not sure where he got it, but if there's a winning trade, we're sure he'll spot it. 15 years in the game, he knows the plan. A funded trader, Muhammad's the man. Muhammad's in control, managing the trade, focusing on price, that's how legends are made. Watching the action with a smile and a glance, when it's time to strike, he won't miss his chance. Muhammad. Price action's the key, he moves with finesse. 15 years in, he's seen the success. In the market, he's sharp, knows how to adapt. Every trade he makes is like a movie script map. He's not just about the charts, it's a masterful flow. Trade management's his focus, that's how you grow. When the pressure's on, he stays steady and true. No crying, no worries, no soup for you. If you say so, if you may know. Mohammed's in control, managing the trade, focusing on price, that's how legends are made. Watching the action with a smile and a glance, when it's time to strike, he won't miss his chance. Mohammed's in control, managing the trade, focusing on price, that's how legends are made. Watching the action with a smile and a glance, when it's time to strike.